I'll try not to yell really loud.
Yep.
I mean, that's probably for the best.
Yep.
Oh, here we are. There we go.
Turning Craig down.
Yeah, just turn Craig off. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right. This needs, I bumped this, so this needs back around. If you guys can see, I got my little tablet right in front of me today. I'm going to try this setup, see how I like it. Where we left off. Is everyone ready? Go into a little bit of catch up from last session, and then we'll move forward. Are we good?
This is ready.
This is ready. Are you ready now? Come on. What? Come on, Egg. Tell them we're ready.
I will turn this body around.
All right. So I got these are player notes, which I'll take as needed. Got my player's handbook with your guys' stuff. I got my cards. We're good to go, guys. We're good to go. What you mean, my boy? Got to see things through. So these out in front of me. Okay. So catching up from last week, we got to meet our adventurers in their own little world. Coming back this week, we have Arnold the Mountain, the Dwarven Fighter, one of the crafting types of the world. We have Isa Northherder, very stunning young paladin, just learning his ways through the world. Zerg Clawbender, Cobalt Monk, just amazed by everything. And Ignatius Lacroix. You could probably say that you've met someone like him, and you probably didn't like him at first.
At first or at all? It's hard to say.
It's hard to say. Just to recap real quick, we had Arnold. You walked through the woods. You found a small town. Your friend got kidnapped. You found a small town. Healed you up a little bit. Helped you on your way as you head towards the temple. Isa, after the cultists had attacked Rain, you stayed in the local tavern before taking off the following morning. Zerg in the basement of the tavern with the big-breasted barmaid. He made his glasses and headed out in the morning. And finally, Egg, after a disturbing reunion with his brother, he hastily left town towards the temple. So, like I said, you guys are going to end up showing up similarly. I would say that Arnold, you're probably the first one there. You're going to... You guys are about... Arnold, you being the first one there, you're about a day and a half. You're about a day and a half. I mean, it's middle of the day, the following day, you finally show up. You've got the night to tent and tomorrow to check things out before the tournament follows. Okay. Actually, Isa would be the first one there because you took a detour. That is correct. Isa, you were going to be the first one showing up with Rain. You're going to be, like I said, about a day and a half, set up camp, and you camp for the night there. Arnold's going to be staggering in the following morning. We have Zerg making his little legs move as fast as they can, probably showing up similarly early morning, and Ignatius running as fast as he can from his inbred brother, trying to get to the temple as fast as possible. Is going to show up right around this. So we're one day out, morning of the last day of the festival before the tournament starts, and I would like you all to roll the dice. D20, please.
Starting off strong.
That's a good roll. 17, 12, 16, and 4. Okay. Almost in order, guys. So
Kenny, I am drinking
Arnold,
Coca-Cola.
you come staggering in. You're still feeling kind of a hot mess, you know. Where we left off last, you were kind of a little torn. You had lost a good friend of yours, and while you wanted to search for him, there was just no hopes at that time to find him. And so you're coming into a festival. As you look around, there is 2 streets, 2 dirt roads leading up to the stairs of this gigantic stone rotunda, as I like to use, apparently. It is a round-topped building made of complete stone on the outside. It is a massive building. I mean, it spans for, you know, almost left and right as far as you can see. The insides are a little bit smaller, but as you're staring at this building, you notice that there are merchants and markets galore walking down the dirt path you're on. As you look into the woods, you do see a mess, just complete mess of campsites. None of them are organized. They're all placed all over. There's people sleeping from draped things in the tree, you know, kicked back. And there's just too many people in this area around this getting ready for this. So, you know, we have a day leading into this. What would you like to do? Obviously, you're showing up the morning of the venture. You're just stumbling into town. So, you know, you could set up camp. You can look around for supplies. You know, you can go check out the entire side of the temple. Really, it's all yours. No. So the cleric you saw last, you know, at the end of the last session, had healed you up, and you did get a long rest. So we're starting off on a fresh day, fresh rest. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you'd like to see kind of like who's close by. And are we looking for something in particular? Are you looking for you know, something you're trying to purchase? I can push you towards the right booth. Right around you though, you are going to see quite a few just general stores almost, but they're so chit chatty. They're yelling across at each other. As you look to one, you know, he's got a little small crowd of people, and he's just going off. He's like, yeah, you could get that. You know, yep, we could get that three gold, four gold. And you look across the other side. There's another guy doing the exact same thing, but as the other guy raises his price, the other guy's going one step below him. So he's just trying to steal as many people from across. And these are just regular general stores, but they have a crowd, and these guys are excited. But if you're looking for something in particular, like I'm not sure what you brought with you if you have a tent, since I don't know if you set up the tent last time or it was. Wow, I'm spacing buddies. Why am I spacing on it? Let's see. If it was your dwarven buddy who set up the tent, if you even have one, tea tree. For camp, yep. So the camp you guys got like stolen from, or he got stolen from. I don't know whose tent it was. You didn't say you went back to get it. Okay. So Sure. Let me get a perception check from you. We're listening for noises or looking for something that you would point you in the right direction. Yes, sir. So you're looking around, and as you do, you almost get dizzy. You almost get dizzy. There's just so many bodies moving around you, and you come from a smaller cave city. So seeing this many bodies moving at any one point in time is a lot for you. The noises are just overflowing, uh, and you're just kind of a little confused on where you're at. You do, however, see smoke off in the distance, just off up to the right side of the trail, kind of tucked in the back though. Oh, a ton. Okay. Okay. Let's do. So you tap a guy next to you, and you're like, you know, go ahead and role play that for me. This He's going to be a normal sized, uh, for him normal sized, uh, dragonborn. He looks back at you, notices that you're relatively like he's really busy in what he's doing, so he looks relatively annoying. Uh, and he just says he says something along the lines of, "I haven't even been that far up the road yet. I've just made it into town myself." He's You notice that he's not actually like a part of the crowd, and he seems to be looking all over. Like he's not just standing there like a part of the crowd. And so as you say that, he kind of just and walks away. Okay. As you move along, yeah, as you move along, you start to smell delicious food, and both sides of the path are just lined with cooks, people just cooking up fresh food all day long. You have, and you keep moving along. You start getting to specialty novelty things like small, gnomish, uh, small gnomish tinkering items, and jewelry and stuff like that. Um, and as you move along, you get to just outside of where the smoke was coming from, and you do notice that they're selling, uh, like almost wrapped in front of where the smoke's coming from. They're selling a lot of armor and weapons and stuff like that. It's it honestly, you do see it's just kind of mixed. They have, it's almost like walking into a buckle, and you just have these like mannequins dressed up with the most stylish gear, but then you look down at the table and everything looks just like all right. So I mean, really, they're trying to sell what they're good at, and you notice that some of them have better armor than weapons, and some of them have better weapons than armor. but they are just kind of all over the place. These are people of the craft. All right. Well, we'll give him a minute. He can, and Isa, we'll move over to you. So, Isa, you're coming into all this mess. You see 2 dirt roads, bunch of tents. I mean, you've lived in a chapel your entire life. You really don't get a lot of movement like this. Maybe once a year in your local town, and you might have gone out, and helped with the church and stuff like that.
Right.
Rain's beside you, and he can kind of see you're a little shaken, just while you're getting your bearings in this big of a group. You seem kind of anxious and looking all around. And he looks over to you and he says, "Calm down, kid. It's gonna be okay." He wants to drive into the temple. He's just kind of beelining it. He looks over and says, "Let's get checked in. Get our bearings of where we need to be tomorrow, and then we can come back out and all that."
Yeah, what makes you think I'm nervous?
Me or you? Are you asking as player or character?
I'm asking, yeah, as player, because my character here, I'm asking
What
Rain,
makes you?
like, yeah,
Oh, okay.
what makes you say that? Like, what makes you think that I'm feeling antsy or nervous?
Well, someone of your age probably isn't used to being in this big of a crowd, and after having all of this burden put on you of becoming a paladin, you might feel the need to look out for people or things in trouble. And since there's so much going on, I can kind of tell that you're a little flushed with it right
Yeah,
now.
you know what? I think I'm taking it all in, but to be honest, it's kind of enlightening. It's nice to experience this for the first time. I'm just kind of taking it all in. I mean, do we really have to go straight to the temple? Is there any way that we can, you know, just kind of go and explore a little bit around? I've never really had the opportunity to be in this setting before. I kind of want to experience it a little bit before we go right to the temple.
He looks at you and he goes, "The sun's just overhead. We've got all day, bud. We just need to check in with and get our situation up there. If you'd like to hang out here, I'll head into the temple."
Yeah, if you're fine with that, I would love to just kind of be on my own and take a look around for a while.
Sure. So he walks ahead. He gives you kind of like a side look, like stay out of trouble, kid, without having to say it.
Right.
And he takes off towards the temple. So you're now engulfed in this like massive amount of people just moving around, talking, yelling, all of that going on around you. What does Isa want to do?
Um, I just kind of want to go around, kind of observe the people. I kind of want to know and want to feel what other people see when I come around. Am I noticed? Does anybody talk to me? Right. But I kind of just want to get the experience and get out and know people. And, you know, that's
Right
all.
on. Yeah, let's go ahead and have you roll a perception check. We're looking for gazes. We're trying to make eye contact as you look.
Got it. I'm going to try this on my phone while I'm in here and see if this works. It should. Boom. Wow. We don't see a fucking thing.
I told you were starstruck, kid. I told you. No, I'm just kidding. So, so you're looking around, man, and like I said, it's a sea of eyes. You really can't make out that anyone's in particular attracted to you in any way, as in looking for you, looking at you, and trying to interact with you.
Right.
As you kind of stand there, like staring around, you do get bumped by quite a few people. Each of them, as they bump you, they do look back all almost like snarling, like, "What? Why are you just standing there?" And then you notice they kind of go, they kind of just like loosen up and walk away. Like they notice that you are a paladin, you are of power.
So I'm kind of noticing that I still don't necessarily understand my place and role in these kind of things, but I feel like I got a chance to kind of be on my own and be in this new environment. But I think it's time to go meet up with Ray now.
Okay. What we're gonna have you head into the temple, and I'm gonna jump back over to Arnold for a minute. We're gonna do some more with him for a second. Mushka, what up? We're gonna do something with him for a little bit, and then I'll come back to you. Okay. It looks like he's off the phone. So, Arnold.
Yes, sir.
Arnold. So here you are in front of the armorers, checking out all of the different things going on. You do hear, now that you're close enough to this smoke, you do hear a fire just burning. It's not like a campfire like crackling. It is more of a
It's like a furnace.
Every couple minutes. Yeah. You do hear people. You hear the tinking of metal on metal, but you can't see anything. It's all kind of tough behind the tents.
Mm-hmm.
They are pretty close knit, so you would have to find your way around. But you could definitely do it.
Is there like anybody up front like selling anything? Or
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yep. So we have I would say probably 3 different groups, or 3 different tents that are like the main majority. The rest of them are kind of small town, and they're mostly selling like forged trinkets and stuff like that, but not necessarily like armor and weapons. So these people, they, you see that there is a tent with 2 dwarven brothers. One is of darker complexion, and the other is stone white. The next one over, you see a dragonborn, and on a sign, a crudely made sign behind him, he claims that he forges all his weapons with his own breath. And you see finally a petite little human woman, and she's actually got an anvil that she's sitting there working away on.
Okay. Can I kind of take a look at like the type of gear that's in their tent and see which ones might look of better craftsmanship?
Yeah, so are you trying to find like almost like a mentor or someone you can try to link up with later?
Yeah, more like just someone to talk to in the trade, but like I have a standard. Like my dad was, known. We have a lineage of blacksmiths. Like I don't want to just kind of hitch my trailer to just anybody.
Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's do a. Let's go ahead and have you do a investigation. And I will let you use your. What are you? You're a fighter?
Yep.
You can roll that with whatever's higher, intelligence or wisdom. You're basically just remembering your knowledge, or I'm sorry. Isn't there a knowledge check? No. I don't. Yeah, we're just going to use your knowledge. So go ahead. We'll do a history check. A history check. We're just looking for your past knowledge of craftsmanship, what you want, what you're looking for. Jeez.
Doing real well today.
It started off strong. On something like that, I'd say, even with that role, you're pretty knowledgeable. Like you said, your dad's been doing it for years. You know exactly what you're getting into, what you got into, and you know your craft pretty well. Even with that role, you notice that although you don't believe his claim that he forges all his weapons with his own breath, that the Dragonborn actually has the best quality around.
Okay.
You do notice that he is specifically better in armor, and then you also notice that the female is better in weapons.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with the other dwarf, the one that's not necessarily the highest, and kind of just like he doesn't look like, because there's the 2 brothers, right?
That was the 2 brothers, the Dragonborn, and then the female.
Oh, so the Dragonborn's the one that does the breath, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go talk to the dwarven brothers, and just be like, would I recognize that like they're like mountain dwarfs or are they hill dwarfs?
You would notice that they are hill dwarfs. They are not of the same, background of you, but they are still cave dwelling dwarves of
Sure,
the hill.
sure. So I kind of go up to them and I just want to ask them like kind of like a quizzing question to be like, what type of material would I want to use for a handle on a fairly heavy great axe?
What kind of material would you use
Yeah.
on a? Okay. And so you're talking to the brothers.
Yeah.
So as they start to talk, you notice that as one goes to speak, the other one talks. So one's moving its mouth and the other one's making the sound.
Oh Jesus.
And it is very distracting. But he says something along the lines of, well, what material you're making the axe out of? Because depending on the material, you could go with like a granite handle. You could go with a steel rat-tailed great axe handle. What are you looking for?
I'm looking. I'm looking for effectiveness. Like I'm looking for balance and quality over just the look of it. I want it to be a functional, what good quality great axe.
So now they switch places, and the other one starts talking, but the words are coming out of the other brother, and he goes, well, it really depends on what you're working with, but if you would like a good, strong hilt, great balance, you really want to go with something that's a little bit more malleable in the moment of heat, and then sets very hard. Damascus type steel is a good one.
Okay, and with his answer, I kind of look at him and I was like, I don't think I would ever use metal in a handle, and I just turn and walk away, and like kind of like just
as you walk away, they both start talking.
Yeah.
At once, and they are just complaining towards
you. Yeah. Are they complaining at me or to each other about each other?
You're better than us? You're gonna go talk to that lizard person, aren't you?
And so knowing that, I kind of go over to the woman blacksmith, and I introduce myself. I'm Earl of the Mountain. I'm a self-proclaimed blacksmith with a lineage in the craft. What brings you to how? I guess I would just kind of introduce myself, expecting a return response.
You notice she just keeps kind of going at what she's making. It looks like a small dagger at this time.
Okay.
And she's tink, tink. She looks up. She smiles. She looks down. A little nervous, are you?
Yeah, I'm in a new spot. A lot bigger than I'm used to.
Well, what brings you to my tent?
I'm just looking to, see if there's any way I can try and work with you to either gain some knowledge or if you need any hands around the shop before the tournament starts.
I really only work on my own stuff. I don't have people helping. I do appreciate the offer, however. If you'd like to buy my wares, you're more than welcome to. If you have questions, I'm humbled to ask.
Well, do you know of any place where I might find some writings on different foraging techniques specifically for war axes?
Foraging for what, my?
Like battle axes. I want to continue to grow my craft, and this is my specialty, but I don't know where to start looking.
I'm gonna pull you out of character for a second, Sam.
Yeah.
Are you looking for materials? Are you looking for
Not
like descriptions of how to do it, like how to make it?
like how-to manuals, like
Okay.
like different
This
different
time, 'cause
techniques.
That's like the third time you've said it the same way.
Yeah, different
And I'm like,
techniques.
are you looking? Okay, different techniques. I was like, are you looking for like a special kind of ore? Like, what are we?
Yep.
She talks to you for a little bit longer, and she goes through some, she has some old manuscripts of battle axe style. She goes, it's not my best work. It can happen. And she gives you some, of her work that she's done just to kind of push you in the right direction. And she turns to you and says, but we all know the best of the best armor, weapons, trinkets, whatever. You only find those in the farthest reaches of this area, written on ancient scrolls, many people, protected by many people. So, and then she goes, and now I must get back to work. I'm falling behind. Starts going at her, stuffing.
Okay. I'm gonna put the parchments in my pouch. I'm gonna thank you for your time. That's a beautiful dagger you're working on. I must be going to find my place before the tournament starts. It's gonna take me a while to get my bearings in this area.
She smiles and she says, for all the trouble of walking up here, and she hands you 2 dwarven throwing axes.
Okay.
And says, you can have them.
Nice. I just hook them to my belt, kind of on the outside of my attire.
Yeah, make sure you put them in your inventory, buddy. And then I think in the player, if you wanted to look that up in Beyond, it's just going to be a little hand throwing it.
Okay.
All right, so Sam, it sounds like Arnold, it sounds like you're moving towards setting up camp and finding a spot.
Yep.
So while you do that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to Isa for a minute. Or not. He is gone. So Zerg, come on in.
What up, dog?
All right, man. So you scurry between people. You can't see a ton walking up here. About a mile away from this temple is it's just a crowd of people. And so you're just scurrying through it, following the path to be where the temple's headed. And you see some other kobolds in the area, scurrying around as well, between everyone's feet. And you also see gnomes running around. They are abundant here to take part in the tournament tomorrow. They are looking around. They're crafters. You see them all over the place in this huge sea of people. As you get closer, again, you're walking up. You are coming from the right side of this path, so you are getting a little bit different of flavor going on. You are seeing as you walk up, there are light source candle makers. There are some general store type where they just kind of have a variety of little petty things. You see food, you see beverage. You notice that off to your right, you do see some smoke coming up in the air. But before that, right in front of it is a huge tent. And the entrance of it has a guy standing outside, just hollering at the top of his lungs to try and get everyone's attention. Come on, get some drinks.
Extra, we'd all about it.
Yeah. And you notice that on the tent, it has like a really shoddy sign that says tavern. As you move down a little bit farther, you're now starting to see weapons and armor and adventuring supplies. And then as we get closer to the temple, you're kind of noticing that it becomes more relic and religious. into almost like it goes from that, and then right before the big temple, you notice that it's almost anti-religious item as well.
Okay.
So what would you like to do, man? You're probably pretty awestruck. This is the most amount of people you've ever been around.
This temple is mesmerizing. Like I'm just standing here. Is there like braziers or anything? Not is that the word I'm looking for? Like
Braziers, like
braziers?
the
Yeah, not braziers, but
braziers.
I mean,
Yeah, there's
Looking for
there's like
those too.
can't
every
forget Isa and his braziers.
about every 20 feet alternating the sides of the road, there is a brazier. I said it right the last time.
Brazier.
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 They're stone columns with little little pots for a fire to be in. They're not lit right now.
Well, Zerg's uneducated, so he's gonna call them braziers all the time. So, yeah, walking through though, I would like to like stay close to those. I don't know really what the weather's like, but I'm not a fan of being too cold, so I want to keep by the fire every now and then. And
Well,
just
they're not lit right now. It's middle of the day, and it is
well,
a hot
that's not a very smart temple.
day. And it's a hot day. Sun's beating down on.
Okay, well we're good then. So,
Yeah,
um,
it's always the hottest day when we have the. You hear someone in the crowd next to you. It's always the hottest day when we have the awkward, and
that's
just
weird.
turns away and walks.
Right on. Yeah, as I walk up to the temple, then I'm going to. Is there a lot of stairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
figured.
probably about 30 or 40 steps up to the mouth of
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just take my time, just trying to like suck in all of the sights. Um, this is like the first big city I've seen above ground type thing, so definitely want to just catch a glimpse. I'm kind of a get straight to the point guy, so we're gonna catch what I see and head into the temple.
Okay. As you walk up the stairs to the temple, you turn around and get a glimpse of how big and massive this is. With 40 stairs, you're halfway, just under halfway up the tree line, and you notice that looking down on all these tents, you're standing above them at this point, most of them at this point, and it is just massive. It is like Mardi Gras meets Warped, bro. People are just muddy, moving around, and for someone like you feel at home with the fact that it's
Bustling and just
you feel at home because it's very dirty. I mean, they're in the dirt. It's a bunch of people moving around. You see a couple people rolling around on the ground fighting, and that makes you feel at home. But the bustling nature of it does kind of off.
all the different languages.
Yeah.
Definitely like
didn't
that
know-
caught my ear quite a lot. Like I was
Right.
just like, am I hearing things?
Yeah, you had a couple people talking, strictly unheard of to Cobalt culture languages. And you might have looked around at them, but it would have been something that was like you had no idea what you're trying to.
Yeah, and they would have had to look pretty hard to like make eye contact with me all the way down there. So
Right. So, and so as you move up into the temple, you notice that it climbs these 40 steps, and it has a big platform kind of wrapping after you get up the steps. The steps open up, like this, and there's a big platform that leads into a tunnel. The tunnel does go on a steep grade, not steep grade, a downhill that brings you back down 40 stairs, but a little farther off in the distance. You probably walk a good 200 feet before getting to the bottom of back to like ground level. As you walk in, you notice that the stones on the outside were really worn and kind of oldish, showing off the age of the building. But as you got inside, you notice that they keep this very pristine. A lot of the brick and a lot of the stone around you is polished, and where you would normally feel a brick would be broken, you can see that it's been replaced with. So they keep the inside of this building pretty. As you're walking down this corridor, you come to the end and you see the mouth of this open up. And as it opens up, there are 3 statues. There is one. There's one of an eagle, and its wing spanned up, holding the roof up, and he's looking down like. There is a large, round man. It looks human to you. Statue who is sitting with his hands tucked in a robe, and his head is holding the ceiling up. And then off to the side, you see a almost tentacle-ish creature statue, kind of stuck to the wall as it goes down to its podium, but it is also as well touching the ceiling with its head. And it makes 3 distinct paths, leading to the left, to the right, and straight up, down the middle.
Just standing there in awe. Like this is I've seen drow work, but this is just wow. This is pretty. I'm assuming, and then there's no one around, right? Just these statues and the 3 paths.
Correct. At this time, there's not a lot of people coming in and out. You do have people walking by, but it is much slower in here than it is outside, where the kind of the festival's going.
Ooh, I do know common. All right. I would like to. I want to look around and see if there's anyone like in the same awestruckness or like roughly stance of being fresh and new to this around the area. Like, kind of just see if there's anyone that's new here. Like,
Sure. Go ahead
you
and
just
roll
tell.
the perception, bud.
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Sam, thank you for the text.
That would be a 1.
Oh, and that one or just a 1?
Just a 1.
Okay. You kind of spin around looking for people, and at this moment in time, there's no one around at all. You're kind of
Nice.
alone in this corridor. You do hear above you birds chirping from like inside the temple. Just and you do notice that they're, while the statues are all of these different shapes, that the bronze on them has been repainted. Like they keep these very pristine, very bronzish, goldish, bright in your face, while the rest of the temple is just stone color.
Okay.
So these things are sticking out a lot, and you're kind of mesmerized by them. So you don't see much going on around you.
On that note, can I would like to pull out my the invitation I stole
Okay.
and see if I can't look at it, because I don't remember seeing if there was any markings on it, like including one of those 3 statues.
Sure. I think that's on here. Give me a second. We're gonna go there. We're gonna go to Zerd. You pull out your invitation, and you notice that at the your invitation says, I don't even think you read your invitation.
I glanced at it.
You glanced at it, knowing that you were going to the temple. So you're taking a good hard look at it, and you notice that it says, "Dear Gits Broken Sprocket, you have been cordially invited as a leader in the gnome world to come and come to show your best and most tinkered gears here at our tournament during the halftime show. Please make your way down to seat," and that's on a different page. let me get over there.
It's like B something.
Yeah. To B, or I'm sorry, you're G16.
Oh, G16.
As you look around, you do notice that there are little plaques on each one of them, and with arrows pointing. To the left, you see that it says tavern, utility room, and seating. In the front, you see that it says in the middle. Well, there's 3, so 1. So yeah. So as the first statue is kind of up against this wall, and that has the sign pointing that way. The one in the middle is the big humanoid, but kind of like big guy, and he's making a path to your right that states main seating and arena floor, and then to the very right, the tentacle monster, his arms are making another path that says training grounds and pop-up market. So like during the show, that's where you can get wares or where people might go to get stuff fixed from battle and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna head down the aisle where my seat is supposed to be. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, so as long as I go sit in this seat.
So you head down. You're actually in what would be considered a nosebleed.
Gnomes. Halftime show? Am I like Britney Spears of the gnome world?
So you head down to your seat. You're in the nosebleed. So like as you walk down to the main seating area, you literally are 3 seats off to the right in the very back. So
Nice.
You're not sure why he was invited or why his seat is so bad, but you know that this person was someone of importance. So that
I'm gonna have to come up with a show.
I don't know if that's necessary. They're gonna call him by name, and he's not going to be here.
Yo, this seat wasn't taken, bro, so I just sat down. There was snacks.
So, anyways, you you guys have a whole day. So this is you're here a day before the tournament starts. So if you're just scoping out, this is meant to be like looking at, checking it out, seeing what's going on. And do you want to look around any more in this area?
I mean, could I just be a weirdo and sit in the seat until tomorrow?
All right. You're a weirdo sitting in the seat until tomorrow, if that's what you'd like to do.
All right, so and then like from my seat, what do I see? Do I just see like a stadium-esque type thing?
Yeah. So you notice that as
I'm up so high.
Yeah, so you're in the nosebleed, so it does make a steady staircase down to a rounded arena with 2 staircases coming in from the left and right.
Or like at the Cowboys Stadium.
Kind of, sort of. So you do look down, and you notice that there is a 20-foot wall before you would be on the ground. So you're kind of, even at the lowest level of this, you're kind of far down.
Okay.
Like to get to the arena floor. You notice that this area has been, while it has pillars in it, and you also notice, actually, give me a perception check.
You gotta do me like that, dog.
I gotta do you like something. You gotta roll something, bro.
Hey, a 5.
You don't notice anything, and you sit back in your chair just twiddling.
Dude, this is really hard for me to like advert my seeing from underground to above ground. Like it's still all new. Like it's only been like 3 days since I escaped. So it's still really hard.
You basically scurried from where, like, as this crowd became to get dense, you scurried to get somewhere quiet and safe. That's what you did. Too. So you're
trying
just
to look at
like
stuff.
Home. Something's got to be like home around here.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm kind of just gonna meander really in the stadium until someone tells me I can't.
You do notice that the middle of the stadium has a giant face, like in the arena. In the very center of it has a giant face and a stone hand reaching out above the ground. like reaching for the sky.
Okay,
Um,
okay. And that's in the ground, you said, in like the center,
Yeah. It's just
Okay.
like it looks like a stone carving almost.
like a
Um,
statue that fell or broke or something has been
yeah,
buried.
and you do notice that they have makeshift wood barriers and stuff like that in there, and there's some rock formations. It looks like it's been made difficult to fight your enemy on just running head to head and beating each other up. There are terrain and different ways to move around this area in order to best your opponent.
Right on, right on.
So if you have somewhere you want to go specifically, or you think you're just hanging out, getting away from the sound, we can move on
No,
to somewhere else.
I would like to. I know my sight has been pretty spotty, but maybe when the lights shut off, I am gonna be that weirdo. I'm gonna sit in my seat, and I'm gonna study
Okay.
the arena,
Okay.
like the platforms. You know, just it's new. Reminds me of like the not really the nature course we would call it when we did the gnome games. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna study it.
All right. I'm gonna send you a message on Discord. Not that first one, but I'm gonna send you a message on Discord. Because you are sitting there focusing on it. You will get to kind of see a actual layout of the land here.
So
And so I sent that for you. You can look into that. We're going to move on while you're studying. We're going to
Okay.
jump back over to Isa Northerner, who has now entered the arena or entered the temple. As you walk in, you see similar sights, very clean walls, 3 statues, and you notice off to the right, there's like a holy symbol. So that's the way you're going to probably head. Up to you,
Yeah, but let's head that way. Let's head
Okay.
that direction. And yeah, so what is the symbol that we're looking at here?
It the symbol is of a cross, which is the generalized symbol for religion in Arendale. So the cross is known to just state religion, but it doesn't necessarily belong to anyone in this realm. So that's like your sign, like, hey, I need to head that way. That's where like religious people will be, not necessarily your religion or someone else's, but
So it's like a
gathering.
sign on the wall I'm looking at, or like a
On one of the plaques, on the sign it says, training room, and then you see the little cross that leads you to know, being
Yep.
growing up in the church, that's
Makes
the
sense.
religious grounds.
right.
So
Is there anybody over there?
as you walk down the corridor, the stage to the right, you do notice that you see was it Raider or Rider? Sorry.
Rain.
Rain, that's what it was. Oh, that's right. Rain, you see Rain setting up a table where he's putting out religious relics that he had brought with him. You notice that there is a pool of water that he has brought with him. He also has some trinkets that you've never seen before, but you are relatively new to it, so you're not sure if they're like religious in intent or not. And you do notice that there's a door behind him where you see him disappear to and come back out from a couple times while he's setting.
So I want to know what he's doing. Obviously this is all very new to me. To him, he looks like he's been here before. He hasn't said a word to me since he's gotten here, and he's just doing all this shit without really even explaining anything. So what's going on, bro?
You you catch him as he's coming back out the door, and you notice that he just seems like really busy and out like just trying to get the job done. And you kind of startle him when you stop him, and he goes, I'm just trying to set up for the day. We've got a lot of people that come through here, and we need to get them a part of the sun group, and he almost forgets for a second, and you're gonna correct him. You step in and correct him.
The Sun God and Joe Pesci.
All right, and he goes, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm really scattered right now.
Well, what can I do to help?
You know, he looks at you and he said, "Well, while you were off playing, I set up all of our religious relics, and I'm getting us ready so we can just uncover the table tomorrow and be ready to spread the word of Joe Pesci. So I'm pretty much done. What I could use from you, you see, he looks and kind of points across the way, and he goes, "Will you see if the tavern in here is open? I'm thirsty."
Yeah, man. Let me go. Let me go see. Do you have any money?
You see him look around, and he kind of pats himself, and he finds a couple. He hands you 2 gold, and he goes, "That should be plenty."
All right. I'll go get us a couple drinks. I'll be right back.
Thank you. And you see him just start scurrying again. From where he's at, you do notice you're kind of up on a brim above the seating. So to get over there, you can either head back to the entrance and go around, or there are stairs leading down to the arena side that cut across and then back up.
So as I'm doing this, I kind of get the sensation that he's kind of just dismissing me, right? Like he's got stuff that he's trying to do. So as I'm going to get these drinks, like I'm definitely paying attention. I'm still watching what he's doing. So because I get the sensation that he's trying to do something without telling me, or I don't want to necessarily say secretive, but not necessarily include me.
Okay. Yeah. So okay, we'll keep tabs on that. So as you get over to, and just remember that for something like that, if you ask the question properly, just out of character, if you ask the question properly, I'll ask you to make like a roll to see if you can tell if he's lying to you or anything. But in that case, you know what I mean. You didn't really argue with him or question him. You let him be on it, and you walked away. So just remember that as you role play, if you want to know something, or if you want to, I really want to. Can I see if he's lying to me? Like, you can ask for that. Can I see if he's lying to me, and I'll ask you to roll. Okay.
But what about if I'm still going to do this? Can I say, can I see if he's doing something suspicious, or can I?
Yeah. So if you wanted to make a investigate,
Right.
sorry, not an investigate, a perception, or I think it would be a perception for him specifically. You're looking at, you're staring at him, but trying to see if you notice if he's doing anything out of place.
Right. Is it too late to do that?
No, go ahead. No, you as you're walking across, you can definitely do that. As you're walking across, you're kind of like keeping your head tilted so you can see, like, keep an eye on him.
Right.
And just depending on the roll, we'll see what you see.
Okay, here we go.
Hopefully better than me, buddy.
Whoa!
That is a nat 20. That is a nat 20.
Wow.
So
it's all downhill from here, folks.
right. So you notice that he's moving pretty fast. Nothing like too out of the normal, but really jittery for how you've trained with this guy for a couple years before being sworn in. You've been around him quite often, and he's just not acting right. You also notice that he has, with that nat 20, I want you to roll me a insight, or actually, yeah, an insight. No, we're going to do a religion. I want you to roll me a religion with advantage. So you're going to roll twice.
Okay. Hmm. Hmm.
So it looks like 9 plus your intelligence.
So I get no bonus from intelligence, so it's 11. But so I get no bonuses from it. But it's 11. It's base 11.
Oh, but okay, so you don't get a plus. It's a plus 0.
No,
Yeah.
right. It's plus 0.
So you got a 9, for flat 9.
Right.
So You remember in some of your training, him kind of going over a little bit of like your religious like motives and features of like how he would like set it up and do that kind of thing in like in an event like this, but this is your first time actually like witnessing it, and you kind of feel like there's more going on the table now that you've walked away than he had initially let on. So like religiously, he's not doing what he had shown you in the past. As you head across to the tavern.
Okay, so I grab the drinks. I head back to Rain, and just as he was kind of perceptive with me earlier in the day, I'm kind of like, hey, you seem to kind of be acting out of the ordinary. You've clearly been through this before. I've been around you for a while now, but something just seems a little off. So I want to know what's going on with him.
You notice as you finish saying that he gets pretty mad pretty quickly. He doesn't he doesn't try to shove it off or do anything. He looks right at you and he says, "How dare you talk to your superior like that?"
No, I don't mean any disrespect, sir, from one human being from another. We're on a journey together, and I've noticed that, you just seem to be acting differently than at any other moment of which we've experienced. So, I apologize if I've offended you, but, being in this together, I just wanted to know what was going on.
You notice he's like moving stuff around the table pretty like ornamentally. Like it's not really doing anything or making more space. He's just kind of moving stuff around. And he just looks up at you and he says, "I don't have to explain myself to you. You're just learning, and I've been doing this for years." He says, "Why don't you go have fun at the festival, and I'll see you tomorrow."
Yeah, well, the thing is if you've been doing this for years, like I haven't been doing this for years. So if I'm to learn, I do want you to teach me. You've been good about teaching me over the last couple of years when we've been back at the church, and now when we've gotten here, all of a sudden it's silence. So I want to know why you've done this. I want to participate. Ca- Can I still help you today and learn from you, or do I just need to leave?
He he looks over at you and he says, 3 years and you're still asking for how this is done? Be gone. And he just turns around and starts doing what he's doing again.
Well, fine then. I'm out to the town.
All right. All right. So as you head back down to the town, you notice that it's probably getting to midday and towards dusk, but not the sun's not going down yet. And the amount of people has not died at all. This is a rager. Like people are just all over the place. Having that happen with your mentor, how's Isa feel? What are you thinking, and what do you want to do?
Well, at this point, he's obviously a little bit older than I am. I'm kind of looking for people my age. So
Are you looking for people like similar, like paladin? Like you want to look for another paladin or something like that, or are you just looking for people your age in general?
at this point, I'm feeling kind of, I guess, disappointed. I guess in the relationship that I've built, and somehow I've disappointed him, and I feel like maybe I shouldn't have. So I kind of feel like I'm looking to connect with maybe my age group
Okay.
to kind of get my spirits back up.
We're going to take a timeout for just a second. I have to ask everyone, none of you are watching my stream, right? I didn't think so. Are you, Isa?
Yeah, so
No
there's
one
too
likes
much
you.
lag.
What?
If I watch your stream,
You lag.
I hear it like repeats.
The reason that I'm asking is that I do.
Oh, I'm watching your stream. Yeah.
Oh, you're watching my Twitch stream?
Yeah.
Okay. I just need to know that if you guys are going to be popping in and out. No big deal. Anyways, back to it. Isa, so are you?
Yeah, might as well keep the viewers, homie.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Like half of my family is watching right now.
So
Hi, guys.
Hi. So you guys are just trying to find people of your age, maybe just to hang out and relax, maybe take your mind off of the whole paladin thing.
Yeah.
Because it has been a big focal point of your life for 3 years. I mean, it's nonstop with rain for 3 years. So maybe you notice that as you're coming down the steps, you see some little kids, 10 years old, 7 years old size, running like all over the place, like playing tag and whatnot. And you see that as you walk down to the right of the stairs, as you're walking down, so it'd be off to your right. You do notice that there are some people hanging around back there, and there's a tent lit up with a fire, and you hear the voices coming from the fire, and it's relatively. You feel like it would be people of age for you, so you can hear their voices, and you feel like that's somewhere you'd want to maybe try to just get yourself in and see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna head on over there. It sounds like a jovial kind of sound. You can tell by crowds. It sounds like a good crowd noise. It doesn't sound like there's any sort of danger or risk. So I'm gonna head over there and try to make some friends.
So as you walk over there, you're kind of like squeezing between the wall of a tent and the side of this temple, and you're just kind of like side scooting, and you notice that this area has almost been tented off. It's circular and with tents, just tent all the way around, making like almost like a cubby hole with a fire right in the center. These guys have you see them just hanging out. All different races. We've got a dwarf, we've got an elf, we've got some dragonborn, just kind of all scattered around, not necessarily right next to the fire, but just kind of scattered around in front of the tents and whatnot. And as you get to the back of this tent, headed toward the fire, you take a big whiff of something you remember fondly.
Hush leaf.
And you almost lift up off your feet and get dragged towards the fire, where you see a satyr, half goat, a satyr sitting there with this massive pipe that just Sherlock's down, right? And he's just to town on it. And you just kind of make yourself comfortable next to the fire. It has been a year or so since you've done this, since the church has like banished your friend out of your life. You haven't really smoked a whole lot, if at all, right? Just because
you're not allowed to, right?
As of right now, where you were at, you were smoking before. You kind of got this religious path that led you to maybe every now and then you snuck it somewhere, but you weren't doing it as a hobby anymore.
Right.
And at this time, your training got really intense within the last year of becoming a paladin, that you really didn't do it at all. So this is your first time like smelling it like intensely in a long time.
So I look.
I actually want you to real quick for me. What is higher for you, wisdom or intelligence, or charisma?
Charisma.
Charisma. So I want you to do an insight check with charisma. So add your charisma to it.
Okay. Oh my god.
It's a nat one. So you're so mesmerized. It's been a year, dude.
Hold on, there's a +2 to that, so it's a 3.
Doesn't matter. Nat one is a critical failure. Doesn't matter the pluses, buddy.
I'm sorry.
You're good. So as you're like I said, you're almost off your feet, sliding across the ground to this, and you're kind of mesmerized. It's been a while since you've done this, and you trip over a log in your way as you're just gliding across the air. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Yes, sir. Let's well, it can't get any worse than 1. So we've had a 20 and a 1. So it's been
It's all or
we've
nothing. All or nothing.
no way.
Wait, is that a nat 20? Why doesn't it show
Again.
the roll?
It doesn't though. Yeah, that's weird, but I did roll again.
Why doesn't it show the 1d20? Reroll that. Make sure it spells out. Like, reroll that. If it comes up the same, we'll keep it. Okay? That doesn't look right. It looks like you typed in the result. Not that I know that you can. I don't know if you can even do that, but it doesn't look right.
Oh my god.
There you go. All right. We'll keep the 18 plus your dexterity. What's your dex?
It is
Plus 0.
I get no bonuses yet.
Okay. So on an 18, you kind of trip over this, and you do almost like a scary Busey. Thanks for the follow, man. You do almost a circular spin, just like real fast, and redirect yourself to what looks like a log to your left, and you kind of fall down and clunk down, and just kind of sit there and go, "Hi."
Yeah, what's going on, gang? I happen to be walking by. It's my first time around here, but I noticed a familiar scent in the air, and quite frankly, it was hard to resist. Do you mind if I sit down and maybe take a hit?
This satyr looks at you and he goes, "Yeah, you can sit down, man. You
What
can
kind of
you can definitely sit down."
Thanks, bro. I'm kind of already sitting down, but I'm glad that it wasn't impeding on anybody. Ooh. See, is that still going? Like, is it still burning? Like, can I still hit that, or is it like KO'd? It's cashed.
I've got more, man. I've got
Oh,
more. Slow down.
I don't mean to
So
sound like the
uptight.
best, but it's been a minute for me. I would sure love to fucking just take a nice big rip off a freshly packed bowl of hush leaf.
So you see, I mean, this guy's probably the most blown you've ever seen someone still interacting with people. And he's like, "You got any like stuff to add? Some hush of yourself, or hush leaf of yourself, or like what about you got any gold so I can get some more later?"
I do have one piece of gold that I had with me, and that's all I had. I'm traveling. I don't really have much.
He stops you, goes, "Oh, just kidding, man. Here's the hit."
Oh, thanks, bro. Dude, you're the man. I really appreciate this. I could really take an enjoyment out of this right now.
You see, as you go to light that, he just goes at another one. He just pulls it out to start smoking again.
So how often do you guys chill out here? Like, is this like a daily thing? Like, what do you guys do? Is this like a community? What's going on? You guys brothers and sisters? What's happening here?
Man, we all just smell the hush leaf, and we come over here every year, make our little tent circle, and smoke our way through the tournament. Half the time, most of us don't even make it inside.
Hashtag not a cop.
Yeah.
Hey,
How many tournaments have you guys
wait a
been
minute.
to?
Are you a guard? Because you have to legally tell me if you're a guard.
No. No.
What's with like the shiny armor? I'm just now noticing you for the first time. Really?
To be honest with you, I traveled here as a paladin, as a member of the Church of the Sun.
You're not like one of those paladins that's gonna get me in trouble, right?
No, sir. My friend, you
You know
helped
hush leaf is
somebody you
illegal.
never met. Yeah.
I think actually, now that I think about it, you're pretty all right because you smoked it, so like you'd be in trouble too. So all right,
yeah.
all right.
No, we're all good, man. I appreciate it. If anything, I owe you, sir, Mr. Sater.
The satyr, you notice he, as soon as you say you owe him, he kind of smiles real quick and he's like, "Yeah, you do, don't you?" And he looks at you and he goes, "Well, I'd like to cash in on that favor if I could."
Well, I don't have a ton of time, and again, I do appreciate
It's not
everything you've done.
it's not going to take long. And
Sure.
I'll,
Well,
and
all
I'll
you
even,
do is ask, right? So,
if-
what's the favor,
if
Mr.
you
Sater?
if you complete the favor, I'll even hook you up with your own hush leaf to take with you.
I don't even know if that's necessary, but I will certainly listen to your offer.
So, we travel here, and this area is heavily patrolled by guards. I mean, if you haven't seen, it's like Burning Man back when Burning Man was cool. Um, and your character has no idea what he means by that. And he goes, but like, we only like sneak in a little bit at a time because we kind of look sketchy, so we don't want them to find our stash. Do you think you could go behind the tavern, the pop-up tavern here outside in the festival? Not inside. Don't go inside. Okay, inside. Could you go behind the tavern? There's a rock with a little leaf on it. Underneath that is a chest. Will you bring it here? Now, I will tell you that if you get caught with that, that's a hush leaf, dude. You're gonna get in a lot of trouble. However, you look way more noble than we do, so maybe they'll leave you alone.
Yeah, you know what? I really want to help you out, but I'm not going to be able to do that.
Total vibe kill. Okay, well, I guess we'll just smoke some more, and you can hang out if you like.
Yeah, man, I can help you out in some other ways, but I'm not going to break the law like that. Absolutely not. That's against my oath, and I'm not going to do it.
As you say that, you hear footsteps up behind you, and Rain grabs you by the shoulder. And he turns you around and he says, "Come with me."
Yeah. So, obviously I'm a little bit nervous, especially being that I just smoked. So some of those paranoia vibes are going on right now, and I wasn't expecting that, right? So right now I'm I'm kind of nervous as to what's going to happen next. So I'm basically just
You're
following.
also a 16-year-old paladin who's high as shit right now. So
Yeah.
just keep
So
that in mind.
Natural.
right, yeah. At this
Natural.
point, I'm kind of I'm really shitting my pants, but I'm hoping to just but at this point, I kind of know that with the smell, like there's no way that he doesn't know that I was there and has to assume, but I'm just going to play it cool for now and go back with him to the arena.
Do I
Okay.
swing my arms? Do I not swing my arms? How do I walk?
uh, yes, to answer your question, Zerg, technically.
But my breath is like reeking
Okay.
right now.
So he doesn't take you all the way into the temple. He pulls you up onto that, like I said, that balcony as the stairs come up. There's like a balcony that wraps around, and he just kind of pulls you off to the side, and he says, "So what's going on?" And his whole demeanor is different. Like you notice right away that his whole demeanor is different.
Yeah. When I look at him and I say, I was just out exploring, kind of looking for some people my age because I kind of felt disconnected, right? I have no family. The only thing I had is the church and you. And I was looking for some guidance as we get to a place that I've never been before. And quite frankly, I felt like you really weren't there. And for the first time in our relationship, I honestly felt disappointed in you. And what was weird is that you were disappointed in me. So I just look.
You notice a bigger smile comes on his face while you're talking really fast and really like he knows you're high as fuck, but you see a smile come on his face. And he looks at you, he interrupts you, and he goes, whoa, 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 whoa. We all know your past. We know that you have, you enjoy that. And in the religion of the sun god, it doesn't state anywhere specifically that you can't do that. It is just in most church settings, it's frowned upon. So he looks at you and he says, and it is against the law, but it morally, I mean, you're not doing anything to harm anyone else. So it is a moral decision of yours to do it from where you came from. And he goes, what I'm is the test you just went through of your paladin stature, your paladin tenets, how you held to when he asked you to go do something illegal, something that you could get in trouble for, something that while you were partaking in it, you weren't advocating illegal measures. And that I am proud of.
Yeah, I kind of knew where to draw the line there, and I appreciate that, you were there and observing. And honestly, I think for my growth, it's good that we're having this conversation. And
he kind of stops you and he said, "You're talking really fast. I don't know if you know that, but you're fine." And then he goes, "I actually set up a tent not too far down the path, off in the woods a little bit for us for the night."
Yeah, you know what? I think that's good. I'm ready to pass out anyway. It's
So
been a long day.
as you stagger back to where he shows you the tent, you notice that you hang a left at where the armory style booth is, where there's just armor, weapons, and all that. There's a small path leading to the left, and you walk quite a ways. There's tents everywhere, and as you walk, you notice that tents start to fade. There's not like a ton of tents around you. They're now sparse. And you notice that as you come to an opening in the woods, there is a cliffside overlooking a massive, a massive sea. And he's set up tent right off the cliffside. The fire and all that, you can see right down over this beautiful landscape of cliffside ocean.
The first thing I do is I walk over to the edge and I piss off the cliff into the sea. Just as like I'm a teenager. We're just having fun out here. I just want to see how fun it is to watch my pee drop like 400 to 500 feet.
Can you roll me a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah.
Pissing in the wind, baby.
A dexterity check. A dexterity check. It's not a saving throw. I have to be careful of saying check versus saving throw. Saving throw, something's happening to you. Check means something could happen to you.
Oh my god.
Nat one.
So you watched Jackass, right? Where they pissed him.
So you're pissing off this cliff, right? Rain had as you started to do that, Rain kind of tucked into the tent, and you stumble a little bit. You're head high, like your head feels 1,000 pounds, but your body's weightless, and you kind of start to stumble down the cliff edge, like you're trying to save yourself from a massive fall into the ocean, and you bang the side of your tent pole, like where the pole goes into the ground, and you tumble off and are holding on to the edge now of this cliff with about a 50-foot drop below you. Please make a strength saving throw.
With piss running down your leg, by the way.
Yeah, right. Multiple reasons now. Now there's a new stream of piss happening.
I was
Your
hoping he
dick
just
might
got
even
to
have
pull
got
his pants
scraped.
down and just start pissing himself.
He didn't describe it, but I didn't do that to him.
All right.
Can you imagine the dick scrape?
It's a 10, but I got a +4 in strength.
So you got a 14. You pull yourself back up. You're onto one arm, and you see Rain stumbling out of the tent, And he comes over and he grabs you up by the back of your plate mail. Or, are you wearing plate mail? You're wearing plate mail, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what your guy wears? No, you're wearing chainmail, actually.
Oh, I didn't.
So he grabs you up by the chainmail and tosses you up on the ground. And he goes, "What are you doing?"
I don't know, man. I felt like I just needed to pee off of this ledge. I can't really explain it. It just had to happen. I'm sorry.
He just starts laughing, like hysterically, like, "God, you idiot!" And he walks away from you.
Yeah, so obviously I'm gonna do my best to try to pick up this tent and put it back together and
You
fix
didn't break
everything.
anything. You hit it, like it hit you off the cliff, basically. You didn't do nothing to the tent.
Oh, okay.
You
So
were
the tent's
stumbling.
fine.
Yeah, tent's fine. You were stumbling, and you kind of like hit your head off the side, and it like pushed you off the cliff, and you grabbed on.
Right.
Like this. So
Right.
the tent's fine. He's laughing at you, and you see him disappear into the tent. You also notice that across the way, he has set up your own tent. Like across the way from the fire. So you guys are facing each other.
So at this point, I'll thank Rain for, everything that he's done to getting to this point for teachings of the day. And then I'm asking to go to bed for the night.
Rain, Rain looks at you and he says, "Yeah, get out of here, kid," and sends you off to your tent. And he draws the door of his tent closed. He's
So
going to bed too.
and you know what? When I get back to my tent and I'm kind of taking everything off, I noticed that the satyr slipped a small amount of hush leaf into my boot. So I was pretty excited about that.
Okay. All right. I'll give that one to you. You can have that one.
Okay.
All right. So as you go to sleep, will you do me a favor and roll a perception check, and this will end out your. We'll move on to someone else. Mind you, he's falling asleep at like 7, 8 o'clock at night, guys. Like he's high as fuck going to sleep.
Right.
13.
Yeah.
What's your persuasion? Or not your persuasion, your perception. +1, so 14. As you close your eyes, and you're so high, you're not able to catch yourself. But as you close your eyes, you see a small purple light coming from Rain's tent, and then you fall asleep. So you're out. You're done. You're good night. High on. All right. We are gonna move over to
Iggy.
I think it's Iggy. Arnold, where were we at with you, Justin? Where are you at? What's your headspace? You just did your encounter with them, and you set up your you're currently setting up your tent and stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I don't have a tent, so
Well, you're trying to figure out where the hell you're going.
yeah, I'm pretty much gonna. I was going to find my seat at the tournament, and then I was gonna pretty much find a tree to cozy up on.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna jump over to Ig and start his journey through the first half of the day, and then have you. We'll probably cut back to you before night, at the end here. So Ig, you come strolling into town. This is nothing you haven't seen before, and this, as you walk up to this looks around and goes, "Ah, my kind of place. Too many idle heads, so many unidle hands. Perfect for us to steal from."
You know what I'd appreciate most of this? Is if you told me how the fuck I'm supposed to be a goblin in the next 24 hours.
This just disappears. He left his he doesn't say anything to you.
So he just leaves the door open or closed.
Yeah, basically.
Metaphorically, I hear my brain close.
In your head, you heard, "Eeeh," And he says that, and then you hear "Eek," as he closed the door.
All right.
And he's still, obviously he's still watching. But
Cool.
you walk up from the right side again, so you're coming up more towards where Zerg came up, and you notice, as you walk up, you've got some more crafty items, less just buy items. They're crafty, like candles, handmade candles, and you have some jewelry and stuff like that. There is a general store or two around. You see the big, large tavern tent. And what are you doing, man? Still walking? You want to stop and do something? What do you think?
Mostly, I'm just gonna scope it out to see if there's anybody not like vendors, but street performers that are like drawing a nice crowd, so I can like scalp some of their scalpings. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you're trying to rob from the people.
Basically,
working.
I'm trying to outrob the other con artists in town, because
So you're looking
I
for
definitely
people specifically doing con artist stuff, not the street guys that are like doing street magic and people are putting money in there.
yeah.
do you-
So I'm looking for the guy. Like basically,
Are you
I
looking
have
for the guy with the 3 cups and the ball?
yeah. See, I'm
that
not
no
looking
one
for
ever
that
gets-
guy. I'm looking
That
for
no one
his
ever
buddy.
gets the ball because it's a trick.
Yeah. I'm looking for his buddy in the crowd who's pit pocketing people, and I want to
Oh.
pit pocket his pit pocket
Oh, okay.
because I'm that asshole.
I'm gonna assume that you probably have a pretty decent perception. Maybe.
Actually, that's my dumb stat.
Oh,
Investigation.
good.
Pretty decent.
I would say, okay, for you being in this kind of limelight, you're used to it. You're just kind of snaking through the crowd. No one's like, you're so good at this that no one's like really touching you. You're able to kind of freely move around, and almost go unnoticed in the crowd. And then, so I'm gonna have you roll and investigate, looking for specifically that kind of gambit going on.
I'm pretty sure that's a +8. I'll double check it quick. +6.
So +6 on that makes 14. You notice that there is a guy at the fork in the road where you're coming up one side of the fork. There's the other side of the fork, and it just comes to this kind of little half circle, like road that then continues up to the temple. And you notice he's standing right in the middle of that half circle, on a little podium. And he is doing something you're not sure of. While you've been in crowds quite often, a lot more of your stuff is, like you said, trickery or sleight of hand, stuff like that. You notice this guy is spinning circles around his limbs that are lit up. And you're not sure how they're lit up. They look like they're just made of like sticks and stuff, like braided together, but they're projecting light. And he's just doing that while a buddy of his is standing nearby, making noises with his mouth. He's just, and you see him trying to dance along to his buddy.
All right. So these guys. So the crowd probably seems pretty into it, and I know this isn't quite my usual gambit, but I'm gonna double check to make sure like there's nobody trying to pit pocket anybody else in that area. If I can, I don't know if my roll's high enough to check.
Muted, bud.
Thank you. While you're kind of like making your way up to him to kind of see his gig, because you've never seen it before, so you're a little mesmerized by him, just a little bit. But as you're getting towards the circle, it almost acts like a roundabout. people are kind of like swirling around him as they go different directions. But he has like a string of people in a complete circle that are just constantly standing still. That are like watching them, and they'll, as one moves, like it's almost like clockwork that another one comes in and just like takes its place and starts watching. And you notice while you're standing there for a minute that there are two faces that you keep seeing go around you, just over and over.
All right, I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and put my Mage Hand over my coin purse.
Okay. I don't think that Mage Hand requires a roll for it or anything.
No, it's just a cantrip. It only
That's all
moves 30 feet as like a bonus action. Maybe I don't have that unlocked yet, but
I mean, I think you have that cantrip. I think it was on your sheet.
yeah, it's more the bonus action move. I get at a certain point, and I just
No,
don't
it
know.
gets 30 feet, or you get to move it every 30 feet. You get to move it 30 feet away from you. Or, if it has ever moved more than 30 feet away from you, is when you lose. And it also can only it can't carry more than 10 pounds, which also means that it can't withstand more than 10 pounds of force.
Right. So I just have it like kind of as like a second. I'm using it as like a secondary protection of pit pocketing. So it's basically like if someone pit pockets it with more force, it'll break it, and I'll know that my casting is broken.
Okay. So you see these guys moving around, and you're trying to protect yourself. Do you do anything to like confront them at all, or are you just gonna try and like slip in and shank some of their earnings?
Yeah, so I'm gonna try after I cast my like I both believe I'm the best, but also have enough self-doubt to like kind of reassure, like hedge my bets. That's the whole like extra cast. But I'm gonna try to stealth up to one of these guys and
Okay.
kind of like try to act like I'm trying to see around him and see if I can relieve him of his earnings.
Okay. I will have you. First off, I want you to roll. I want you to flip a coin. So roll a d2. I think that you can do that on here. It's just a coin. I think you can do like 1d2. Yeah, okay. Okay. So you, as you're doing that, you notice that there are two people swirling around the outside of this ring, just kind of coming in, going out, coming in, going out, and one of them has blue hair and the other one has orange hair. And you take a liking. You feel like you see that the orange guy is getting in and out faster, and so you are going to go after him. As you excuse me. As you notice him going in and out, you start to mimic him. You're going in and out of the crowd at the same speed as him. And you kind of play it off like you're stepping in and then you stop and then you move forward again and you stop, but you're letting him catch up. And then as he's going behind you, you turn to walk and you're within 2 feet of him, and at this point in time, I would like you to roll a stealth and a sleight of hand check. I want both rolls to see if you're stealthy enough to make the turn and to try to pick his pocket.
Bum 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 bum.
Start with the stealth. Was that stealth or sleight of hand? No,
Yeah, that one's stealth.
And then sleight of hand, you have a +6, I think. Yeah. Okay, so you got a 16 total on the stealth. You're stealthy enough. He's in a crowd. He's moving. He's not really paying attention as much as he should because he thinks he's doing really good. So you're stealthy enough. And then you got a 20.
A dirty 20 on the sleight of hand.
A dirty 20. Oh, geez. As you turn to walk away, you don't even make a notion of walking with him. You're able to just turn, walk straight past the back side of him, and reach in his pocket and quickly swipe something out of his pocket. A little bag. And
Yeah, whatever I can get.
you just keep walking out of the crowd at that point from where you had just swooped the bag out of his pocket. So you just walk, like, beeline it out. What are you doing?
I'm gonna let
You
my
gonna
mage hand open my coin purse. I'm
open
gonna
your
pull
coin purse or his coin purse?
my purse.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna throw the little pouch in it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna close it back up. And I'm just gonna keep walking along.
All right.
I will be looking for some kind of lodging that I feel like will have acceptable accommodations, but also probably be seedy enough that there'll be gambling.
Say that again one more time, just the last part. You're looking for lodging that's seedy enough to have gambling, right?
Yeah, but also like ritzy enough that it's not quite fully luxurious, but like decent enough, you know? Somewhere middle of the road, but also like close to like a seedy area, so they're probably gonna be gambling. But
So here's your thoughts as you're like trying to come up with, well, you know, we'll steal some money, we'll do that. He goes, my boy, don't you know that I get a very special place to stay here?
well, you did. How are we gonna exactly get that now?
Well, if you do exactly what I say, it might just work.
Has this happened to you before? Like, what the fuck?
No, but I know the people involved in my realm, and I know how to manipulate them how I'd like to. So if you just go along with it, I'm pretty sure we can get you some nice digs, and there might even be some gold involved, because obviously I'm not able to spend it.
I think we're gonna go along with this plan, but we're gonna be super cautious. And then as I realize I'm thinking that and he can hear it, I'm like, fuck. And I just kind of like say it to myself, and I was like, well, I guess we're just sending it.
All right. Um, so you're walking along, and he goes, "All right. So when you get up to the temple, I want you to walk up the stairs to your right, and there is a small on the balcony. There is a small tunnel, like doorway to a hallway. I want you to go over there. I want you to knock 4 times in quick succession, and 1 time after 5 seconds. Exactly 5 seconds.
All right. Well, I guess we're gonna give it a shot.
All right. So you walk up the door, and you do this ridiculous knock at and the door swings open, and you kind of like look really fastly to see what, like, the big guy that opened it, and you see down below there's a goblin standing there. He goes, "What do you want?" This comes up in the back of your head and goes, "Tell him that this sent you to get his room ready. He's running a little behind, and that the word is peppermilk."
Well, you see, this is collecting some extra dues and is caught up in. Now I forget the name of that podunk shitty little town. Oh boy. Sorry. But anyways, this said to tell you that I should come prep his room, and the password is peppermilk.
The goblin looks up to you, and he gives you like a little smile, like, and he goes, "The password's not Peppermilk. Peppermilk's who's waiting in his room, but only he'd know that. So go on in."
I'm just gonna cuss at this in my head and then just be like, "Thanks." He doesn't tell me everything.
You just hear him go, "It got you in, didn't it?" And so he tells you this in your head. He tells you, go down the hallway. Last door on your right leads to a staircase, spiral staircase leading up. You're going to go all the way up to the top. Don't stop at any of the other doors. Once you get to the top, you're going to walk down another long hallway. There's absolutely no doors or windows, and his door is at the very end of it.
Well,
So
I
you
guess
So you
we're
make
off.
your way that way. And you notice that as you go down this hallway that has no doors or windows, there are stones in a pattern going up and down, and they're all touching, and they all have a very special symbol on them. You also notice that as you get closer to the door, that same pattern continues, but the actual stones get smaller. So it now instead of having bricks with it on there, now you have smaller stones, and
Am I shrinking?
and they get smaller and smaller and smaller. This laughs. He goes, "No, you're not shrinking." Um, as you get to the doorway and pull the door open, you turn the handle and it's locked.
This, buddy. I don't know where the fuck I am anymore.
My keys are on my body. You're gonna have to try to get in.
Oh. This chick's in here, right? Can I just like knock and let her know I'm here, or do I
You
need like?
You hear him in the back of your head. He goes, "I mean, you could try, but she's probably not gonna hear it."
Between you and my brother, I don't know what's worse. And I'm gonna pull out my thieves' tools and try to pick the lock.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll me uh, a sleight of hand with advantage because you are proficient in that, right? With a +6, I think you're proficient, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I use that as my other expertise, so it should be a +8.
Okay. So go ahead and roll with advantage.
Oh, that's some solid bullshit right there.
So you got what?
2
11 both
threes.
ways. Yeah, 11 both ways. With your tool set, you're proficient in it, I'm assuming. Let me see. Did you take any proficiency in the tool set, or did you just take the tool set?
No, I should have taken proficiency in the tools. Because I'm not seeing another +8 on my list.
It looks like you are proficient in sleight of hands, acrobatics, performance, and persuasion. But persuasion and performance use a different. That's why you're not in deck or not in sleight of hand, but you are in stealth. It looks like. I'm just reading your character. But you are proficient. Your proficiency bonus is double for any ability check you make for 2 chosen proficiencies, and thieves' tools is one.
Right, if you chose it. And it's the only one I can't see on my Roll20 is thieves' tools. And that's the only one that doesn't.
You have it on your D&D Beyond.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It's
Yep.
just
It shows down. You have to scroll down. It says expertise, stealth, and thieves' tools. So a sleight of hand for thieves' tools, man?
yeah, usually.
Okay. So, yep. So you get a +8 on when using your thieves' tools, is what it looks like. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyways, you fimble with the lock for a minute, and you notice while you're doing it, you're kind of sweating. There's no doors, no windows. It's a long, long hallway, and you're breathing, and you're starting to sweat. But
And I'm pretty exposed here.
you also notice that the underside of the door has no light coming from it, and you also notice that it's almost like wind is going under the door while you're doing that. You unlock it, and you pull the door open, I assume, right? So
I'm gonna be like, you better be right about this, and then I'm gonna open the door.
As you pull the handle, you turn the as you turn the handle and pull it open, you hear this go, "Hang on," and you get sucked into into the plane where he stayed, into his little hut. He doesn't have a very nice digs, but it is like a 3-bedroom hut, the castle-esque. It's like castle.
So he's got like his own little pocket.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is his own pocket of. He doesn't have a whole world. You're not going anywhere. It's just this hut, but it's his hut, and he can. And this is how he gets to it. So in the hut, you notice it's very nice looking. Like, it's a hut. It's got stone walls, but it is very nice looking. The inside of this entire room, the stone hut, is gold. Like, all the bricks look like they're polished gold bars. He has tables that look like they're made of pure bronze. He has coins, or not coins. I'm sorry. He has furniture that looks like it's made from pure silver. And you notice that he has a pile of gold coins just overflowing from next to his bed, where you could almost see like he slides out of bed down to like start his day.
Why, you sneaky little fucker.
Listen, he goes, well, I am a devil, so wouldn't you expect me to have a bunch of money and riches?
To be honest, I thought this would be a giant heaping pile of shit, but you're trying to be a little bit better than I anticipated.
As you say that, you notice that where the pile of gold is going up a small staircase to his small bed, because he's a goblin, there is something under the covers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with that. It's either his pet or his girlfriend, maybe both. And after last time, I don't know that I want to get entangled with some cows.
While you're thinking about that, in your head, this says to you, he says, "Oh, no. We didn't come all the way here for me not to say hello to my little girl." And you hear him go, out of your mouth, his voice comes, "Hey, Peppermint!" And the bed starts to rustle. I need you to roll initiative. Is that an 18?
Yeah, plus dex.
Okay. So you got a, I don't know what that says.
22.
You got a 22. So you go first. This thing's rustling, and you notice that it pushes. You see it starts to pick up the blanket and stand up. So you decide what you're going to do.
So this is a pretty small room. You said there's a table.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to get on the other side of the table, and I'm gonna draw my. Oh god, now I don't even remember what I have. I'm gonna draw my 2 daggers, and I'm just gonna kind of like be ready just in case it attacks me.
So you'd like to ready an action if it attacks.
Correct.
Okay. So this thing, because you still don't know what it is, stands up, and while it looks like it's on all fours, it's standing about 6 feet tall. Like it stood up, and its body is that of the size of like a large dog, but its legs are extremely long, to the point where they're coming out of the underside of the blanket it's covered in, just barely, and you see a lot of hair and pincer looking. They're very they have tips at the end. They're not fingers or anything, it's tipped. And you notice that it kind of stands up kind of straightish and then slunks back down and scurries right at you. Does a Oh yeah, that definitely hits. Does a 17 hit?
Yeah, that hits.
Readying an attack. Do you get to make your attack first?
It kind of happens at the same time.
Same time. So this thing scurrying, as it gets about 5 feet away from you, the blanket gets caught, and you see this giant white-haired spider come out from underneath the blanket, and it jumps at you and grapples you to the ground. And you hear this in your head go, "There's my little girl!" And it starts licking you.
Okay. This is new.
You hear in your head, this is just going ecstatic. He's like, oh, that's such a good girl. So he can kind of feel what's going on when stuff happens to you. You guys are sharing a body basically, but he doesn't have any control. And he's
Right.
like, you hear him talk from you again, and he just says, "Down, girl, down." And you see that this giant spider, slinks back down, and kind of just sits there, noise as it hangs out. And he says one more time to her, "Go lay down." And so she goes back up to the bed and lays down. You notice
Politely ask this how the fuck I'm supposed to like pet and interact with this thing.
"Oh, you don't. She'll eat you. The only reason she didn't is because I talked for you. Now let's get you some gold."
All right, let's cash out, I guess.
So you notice that this is room. As that interaction was happening, the room morphed because you got aggressive and defensive, and while the gold almost shunned that and turned purplish for a second in that interaction. So you can tell that this room is susceptible to emotion.
Okay, that's interesting.
And this tells you there's only one thing you have to grab, and then you are allowed to have exactly 50 gold pieces. No more, no less.
Well, it sounds like beer and gambling's on you tonight then.
That's perfectly all right. 50 gold pieces. No more, no less. I'll know.
Are you my new personal banker? Do you do my taxes?
Not at all. The money is cursed. If you take any more than that without me in the room, which I can't physically be in the room, you will take you don't want to know. It's something beyond your knowledge. All right? Just know you don't want to get what's going to happen if you take more than 50. 50 exactly.
I'm going to take 45.
That's fine. Just no more than 50. Because it's not like I need all of this money. So if someone wants to rob me of 50 gold, they can have it. Any more than 50, Grady. All right. He's having this like big long monologue in your head of just like, the last guy that did it, he didn't even realize what was going on to him until he made it out the door. I don't know what happened to him. It couldn't have been good. And you notice he tells you, he goes, I only need one thing from this room. And we can always use this room if we need to. I have ways of getting here from almost anywhere in the world. However, again, they take you doing something exactly the way that I tell you to. But I need you to grab that amulet on my mantle. I need it. We need it.
Okay. If my mage hand is still active, if it hasn't been too long, I'm going to grab it with the mage hand.
As you ready to cast that, he goes, stop being a pussy and just grab it, Ig. If I wanted to hurt you, I'm just hurting myself.
He's going to squint his eyes and just be like, this motherfucker. And he's just going to go grab it.
All right. So you look at it. It's got a purplish rock in it, but as you stare at it for a second, you notice that the rock morphs. It looks like black plumes of smoke are going through this solid rock this solid rock gem in the middle of this amulet.
Am I a third-party warlock? Is he he has a demon patron, and then he is my demon patron?
Are you asking that in character or in towards me?
Neither, because it
Okay.
just I don't want to actually know, but
Okay.
it's also hilarious if that's what's going on.
So you're so as you grab that, this tells you just put it away. Forget that we grabbed it for now, and I'll explain later. And he tells you to grab. He goes, grab that little sack on the counter and put it in there. You're gonna want that. You don't want to hold that thing for too long. Like, you want that thing touching too much stuff. So put it in its own sack and put it in your bag.
Oh man, here I was about to hang that thing around my neck. Jesus. All right, we're gonna throw the amulet in the sack and throw the sack in the sack in the sack.
Sure. This goes.
Sarcastic.
You got something with sacks, boy?
Well, apparently I just don't want to get whatever you got from this thing.
Oh, I didn't get anything. I created that thing. Just don't worry about it. All right? And you guys head back out his room. He does explain to you he is not going to let you stay in his room due to the fact that Peppermilk doesn't like visitors that aren't him.
That's fair enough. I don't know how I feel about her yet anyways. She's better than a cow.
Is she though?
I don't fuck her. Hold on. As you have that thought, he goes, wait a minute. Let's get that out of the way right now.
Oh, no, don't worry. That's not what I'm saying at all.
You're just going to bring it up in your head that it's not like it's a cow. Like, we didn't just see your brother fucking a cow.
Hey
That's
man,
not
I'm
like
really
that.
trying to get over that, and I was just trying to make a little bit of polite conversation. I'm just saying that you have a cooler pet. You know, I
Yeah, you're damn right I have a cooler pet. All right. I apologize.
also is this drool super acidic? I don't want it eating through my armor.
Not at all. Not at all.
Are you sure? It kind of burns a little bit.
Well, it never hurt me.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to like rub it out and keep walking.
Yeah, you're able to shake it off. It was a very playful kiss. It wasn't trying to secrete stuff on you.
I
So
know.
while there might have been some residual, and you might have got a little burn on your neck, it wasn't poisonous or acidic enough to do like a lot of harm.
Yeah, I just
Kinda
want
like
to
a
lick
hickey.
him mostly.
Um,
So you got any good suggestions for where we're going to go spend this gold or what?
the same place I go every year to spend gold. We go to the tavern,
You got it, buddy.
but not the lame tavern outside in the festival. We're gonna go in the tavern inside. So you notice as he says that, he goes, all right, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go down 3 flights of stairs and you're gonna you're gonna open the door there. We're not going all the way to the bottom where we came from. And you open the door and you're gonna walk out, you're gonna look left and right, and you're gonna run to your right until you pass about 7 doors. And when you do that, we're gonna go to the left again. We're going to go down 3 flights of stairs, zigzagging back and forth. Remember that the last flight of stairs, there is a stair missing. Don't miss it. And you get to the bottom, and you come out, and there you'll see 2 twin doors. You open it, and you'll be in the arena floor. And did you get all that? Did you write it down?
That'd be a natural 1.
Did you roll for it?
No, I just.
No, you didn't write it down. So he goes, all right, I'll just explain it as you go. So you go through this like maze of rooms and stuff in this temple, and you come out. Roll a dexterity saving throw for me for the stairs. See if you miss it. Because of course this doesn't tell you until you're like running down that set of stairs and you're like 1 step away, and he's like, hey, watch out for the step.
Yeah, that's a 13.
A 13. You jump over it. You stumble a little bit and kind of roll off the bottom stair and stand back up. No harm, no foul. Just kind of like daring and dashing, and you kind of like sweep your coat off and you walk through the double doors. And knowing you in your endeavor, you push both doors open, and you just like badass walk into the room.
Yeah, I am kind of a showy fuck.
Right. No one's out there, so you just did it for your own amusement. This laughs and he goes, nice entrance. And you can see that he lights up the tavern where he wants you to go, and he goes, there it is.
All right, I'll head that way.
All right. So you head over to the tavern, and you walk in. And at this point in time, there's not a ton of people in here. There is a couple Dragonborn in here, and there's also they're up at the bar area to your left, and there's some circle tables to your right, and you see some just like bandit looking people, but they don't really seem to be doing much. And this he kind of disappears for a minute, kind of leaves you to your own devices for a second to see if what kind of person you are, if you can find the fun. But you really don't see much. There is stairs going up. So what do you want to do?
Well, I suppose I'll. When you say Dragonborn, are you talking like fighters, or like do they look like any specific?
Yeah, go ahead and roll. I could have sworn there was a knowledge check. Did they get rid of that? You got a 17. We'll
There's
make
like
it
insight. There's.
We'll do a knowledge history. You're just like not history, like you're going through your memories. What would that be? history would be it, right? Kind of.
History would be if you're going through your personal
Yeah,
memories.
you're going through your personal memories of like what you would see, and you're trying to like pick out like what kind of people these are. Um, and you notice that one of them one of them is they're not standing close to each other. They're a couple feet away from each other. One of them is in some tad leather. Looks like he could be, you know, like a merchant of some kind. Um, and then the other one is wearing some chainmail, and you notice that he is blue in color, and he's grabbing 2 drinks up at the bar.
All right, I'll approach the chainmail dragonborn with the 2 drinks, and I'll inquire politely about
Isa,
opportunities for coin exchange.
Isa,
Yes, sir. Sorry.
go ahead and role play it, guys.
Well, hello there, my shiny friend. You wouldn't
Hi
happen
there.
to know any good ways to trade, swap, encourage growth of said funds?
You know, I've always done things the right way, and I've really never had a trade or any sort of profession. So, um, and I lived in the church after my parents basically passed and had no family. So, as far as accruing means, I don't have many strategies.
Oh, you may have found the right man.
Ooh,
You and I are going to have a lovely time. I assume that second drink is for me then.
absolutely, sir. Indulge, please.
Isa, just so you know where we're at in time, because we went through your story a little bit, but
Right.
we skipped this part. This is when you were feeling a little distant uh, Rain when he told you to go get him some drink, like go grab some drinks. So you're in the
So we're
tavern.
back. We're back
Yeah,
with Rain in the tavern. Okay.
before you got high, before you did all that with the hush leaf, you're back in the tavern grabbing drinks, and this guy taps you.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, actually, you know what? This drink is for my mentor, Rain. I'm heading right back over there right now, but it's nice to meet you. If you hang out just for a second, maybe we could get to know each other and have a drink, but I got to run this back to him right now.
Well, I guess I should ask if you're staying in town then, because
Yeah, we are staying in town. We're obviously here. We're setting up right now for the event, and we're gonna be here for the duration. So,
Isa,
um,
while you're talking to him, you notice you had paid for the drinks, and both of them costed 1 gold. So you have a whole nother gold if you wanted to hang out and have a drink real quick. Um, he didn't make it seem like he wanted to be rushed back.
right. Hey, you know what? Hey, bartender, I got 1 gold. Can you just get us like 2 shots? I don't care what it is. It's cheap shit. Just throw us 2 shots.
actually, please don't do that. I'll I'll get the next round. Clearly, this man needs to be shown a good time. Please, anyone, anything better than that?
Oh, come on. All right, come on, bartender. Come on. Just all right. I got 1 gold, bro. Just give us something good. Give us something good.
Actually, I didn't ask your name, but I'm feeling quite good about myself and my condition. If you have 1 gold, please save it for something better than this. Please.
Oh, you know what? We plan on doing lots of big things. So, to be honest with you, I've always been kind of one to just have a good time, right? If presented with the opportunity, we'll worry about the funds later. So I'm offering to you, friend, right now. I'm slapping you in the face with a free drink. Either you want it or you don't.
Well, I guess I can't say no. So
Fuck yeah, you
let's
let's
do
do it.
this. and then
All right.
I'll get the next one.
All right. Totally cool, man. So let's slam this drink, and then I'm gonna run down, give this drink to Rain, and then if you're gonna be in the area, let me know where I can find you, brother, and we'll catch up.
Basically anywhere you would not normally go. It's from the sounds of it. So we'll have to work on that. But I'm gonna see you around because you and I are going to have a good time. Otherwise, I did not do a good job.
And what was your name again, friend?
My friends call me Ig, but you can call me Ignatius or whatever you like.
How about Iggy? Is Iggy cool with you?
That works.
All right, Iggy.
I'm going to pause you guys just for a second. So obviously we've gone through what you do for the rest of the night after getting feeling a little torn from Rain, so you obviously don't catch him later this night, but we can definitely leave this into like tomorrow morning or tomorrow sometime. The
Yeah, I
tournament
could have
doesn't
went and
start
met
until
up with him after the conversation. No, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, couldn't that have happened, or is it just the way that the turn of events, the timeline?
Honestly, a lot of this is off the cuff, bud. So it just worked out. I just played it back through.
Nice. Okay.
So we'll probably, you guys will probably
Close
touch
on
base.
that. You get DM inspiration from the players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I just give you a little wink, just
right.
You hear. By the way, Ig, you hear this in the back of your head as you finish up this conversation with this very noble, kind of uncultured in your sense, paladin, and you hear him go, "I don't like that guy. Let's go gamble."
Whoa, this. I think you got to be more open-minded, bro. Like, you're a demon, aren't you? We're supposed to be the guys who like show up at a party and we're like, hey, you're the guy that's kind of teetering on that
He
fence.
gets a little upset as you're trying to like talk him into it, and he goes, "You understand? You are one spell away from him knowing exactly what's going on with you. Let's get away from him for a minute."
I just think it's a good idea for us to keep tabs on that kind of person because a good loyal companion like that could be the perfect alibi we need.
He interrupts again as you like finish off that sentence. He goes, "You look like an idiot standing here talking to me. You better say something to the poor guy."
Are we talking?
Me and you are talking in your head, and you're just kind of standing there in front of this guy, talking in your head with this.
I'm just gonna pound the drink in front of me and throw a couple coins down for the next round. Like I was just like a little bit out of it.
So Isa, you're gonna go ahead and take off. Your events unfold. As you guys close out, Isa says, "Let's meet up later." Doesn't really specify whether tonight or tomorrow to you.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy that would keep an eye out for him anyways.
Okay.
Because he's friendly enough. So
if you want to do a history check for me to see if you could just like take a mental image of him, so you'd be able to recognize him if he came near you again. You're like saving a memory. And that's intellect, which you probably aren't
+4. So
oh, is it? Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay. So with a 10, you succeed. You definitely would be able to see him if he came, close to you. You might not be able to pick him out of a crowd, but if you saw his face, you'd know him.
Right. I'm like blue dragon guy. Finer details kind of missing.
Okay. We're gonna pause for a second. I need to take two minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, guys.
Sounds good.
Feel free to chit chat, guys.
You're not my real dad.
Well, you're muted, Isa.
Craig, do you know you're muted?
You're muted, Craig.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to my chat there. But what's up, gang? Can we get Sam a bandana? Can we get that going on? Where's yours?
Ooh, I need a bandana.
Yeah, I want to see Sam in a bandana.
Um,
That's your requirement next session. I need a bandana of some kind.
Dude, I'll break out the American flag bandana for next session.
That's
It'll
totally
be-
what I see Sam wearing is an American flag bandana.
I don't know if I brought it.
Yo, hold
I'll
on.
be right back.
Uh-oh, we've inspired content on the channel, folks. You know, and I've only streamed. I have not streamed that much recently. When I do stream, usually nobody is there. And because you guys are asleep. Yeah. Yeah.
Get hyped.
I am a real American.
Wait.
Now that is hot.
Even better.
Yeah, that's hot. Oh,
I didn't
man, I
bring
was
it.
really.
I got
Damn
I
it.
got an American flag hat. From like when I was doing my American truck sim.
Yeah, I knew you had that.
I'm playing the rest of the game like this.
Yes.
Hi, Kyle. How you doing, Kyle? Hey, Kyle.
What's up, guys?
Kyle, I would like to
Kyle.
introduce you to the real version of this.
Come on, Iggy.
I might allow it.
Craig, I don't know if you saw what King said, but he told me to tell you that you were muted in your stream.
Yeah, I did notice that. You know, when you're running so much shit, sometimes it gets confusing. Early on, you guys were muted, but I got that fixed. Then I muted myself, so you know,
Yeah, the fun stuff, you know.
fucking great. I mean, it looks great. It's just nice when people can hear what's going on.
Eventually, we'll get like an actual producer that'll do this.
Right.
I mean, right. I mean, the cool thing is like it really gives you a perspective of just like what really goes into making something look good.
Right.
It definitely requires more than one human.
Bow tie and glasses, duh.
Yeah. Yeah, then no one gives a shit. There could just be shit all over your screen as long as you're wearing that. Viewers.
American.
So, you guys, we'll cut back in. So
Hi,
you
guys.
go on your way, Isa. Ig, you're heading into the tavern, or you're in the tavern. You grab your second drink and you pound that. Can you make a Constitution saving throw for me?
Yeah, you got it.
Iggy, this drunken monkey style.
My favorite.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be drunken monkey style.
What's your con?
Your chat. Your
Plus
chat,
3.
the Wish version of Macho Man.
I saw that. Sorry, I didn't say anything because they were talking. That's funny.
Thanks, Aunt Val. Thanks, Aunt Val.
So I'm not sure if you got a 6 or a 5. It looks like you rolled those at the same time.
Weird. It should be the.
We'll go with the 6. So 6 plus 3, you got a 9. You're feeling kind of intoxicated. Sam, turn your mic off.
Wanted to say hi.
So you're feeling kind of intoxicated. You're feeling it. You're not wasted or nothing, but you're kind of feeling intoxicated. So you hear Ig Ig, you're hearing this in the back of your head, and he goes, I can't get drunk, right? So you just look real dumb to me. And he goes, but nevertheless, let's go check out where we're going. He tells you,
Aren't you feeling good? Like I feel good, so shouldn't you feel good?
not at all. That's not how this works. While I can feel some things, I can't get intoxicated. I am merely a spirit absorbing feelings from you and witnessing and that kind of thing. I don't feel when you're intoxicated other than you feel real dumb to me.
That's the whole point of being intoxicated.
So you're having this conversation. He goes, all right, here's what we're going to do. You're going to go over to the bartender. You're going to tell him, sir, I need a slippery fang moth. All right. You're going to say that. He's going to look at you funny. They always do. He wants to see if you know what you're asking for. When he looks at you, and listen, you have to do this exactly as I tell you.
I'm
Otherwise
already
we
on
can't-
my way over there,
Right.
and I'm hoping he's continuing to talk as I just keep going, but I'm still chuckling.
Okay. Again, you're asking for a slippery fang moth. He's gonna look at you. He wants you to finalize what you're saying, so he knows you mean what you mean. And you say, you let him know. You tell him. He goes, tell him. After you say that, tell him, I'm going to let the waters run and the coins spill. And if you say that, he's going to take us where we need to go.
So Fang Dog, let the oil
What the hell?
run
Do
and
you
the
even
water
listen when I talk?
Oh,
You're
this.
asking for a slippery fang moth. And then you're going to tell him that you're going to let the waters run and the coins spill.
I'm gonna do the proud boy, like throw an elbow on the bar and lean over and be like, barkeep, I'm looking for a slippery fanged moth. And I'm just gonna smile awkwardly and then like
Barkeep
get
looks
him.
at you and he looks really intensely, and he's not making any notion of what you said meaning anything to him. You notice that this barkeep is earthen. He is an earth elemental, and so he just has a stone cold look on his face.
Well, let the waters run and the coin run? What?
It's spill, you idiot! Spill.
Coin spill. Oh,
the
Ig's gonna say that out loud as well.
as that comes out of his mouth, as he says that out of your mouth in that voice, the earth elemental bartender goes, "Oh, this! I can recognize that voice anywhere. Get yourself trapped?" And you hear this talk for you again. He goes, yeah. We're really not trying to bring any attention to this because I'm not sure how I'm getting out of it this time. But we're just trying to go down to see Shangma. Can we do that? Is that all right? And you see the earth elemental goes, oh, of course, anything for you, this. And he just leads you to the back room. There's a set of stairs going down with dual doors on the floor, like a tornado. You pull the doors up from the ground.
Right, into the cellar or something.
Yeah, cellar. Yeah. So as you walk through there, the back of the bar is empty. There is no alcohol at all. There's no store of alcohol. There's nothing back there. And you're a little intoxicated, but you passively see that you're like, how are we making drinks? What's going on? And this in the back of your head, and he goes, geez, kid, don't you know that most of the things that happen around you are magical?
Ig's just gonna stand there and he's just gonna kind of lock up and just be like, what?
He's like, just keep moving. You're gonna look suspicious, and I don't want anyone else knowing that I'm here.
Right. Don't look suspicious, and I don't trip at all.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Sorry. That's immediately what I thought about when I said suspicious. So as you walk down there, you walk you walk down, and there's two paths, one to the left and one to the right, on the staircase. Like the staircase splits into a fork. And he goes, "You got to take the right path. Don't go the left side."
I'm gonna like start walking down the right and like kind of lean back and try to look left to see if I can see anything.
You don't see anything. So as you walk down the right side, it starts to spiral, but it's not like a small spiral staircase. It's going in a big circle. It's like a 10-foot staircase circle. And you come to the bottom of this, and you notice that the floor is sort of brimstone, like black, and the walls are also made of brimstone. And it's significantly hotter in here. For you being just a normal human, you're sweating. Like, you're drinking and you're hot. You're sweating a little profusely. So as you get in here, this goes, my old stomping grounds. Every year I take this place for all its money. Where do you think the stockpile came from? And he looks at you, and he says, he goes, "Shangma runs this place. You cannot let him catch you cheating, or you're in big trouble. Big trouble." He said, "Can you tell me which one you think it is?" As you look around this room, you see a giant sitting in the corner, and he's like on a couch that's way too small for him, so his knees are kind of like largely protruding off the table, and he's kind of slumped back, and he's just got these little pixie girls all around him. And then you look farther ahead, and you see a guy playing music up on a stage, but he's not just playing one instrument; he's playing four at the same time. He has all of them strung out amongst multiple arms. You're not sure at this point whether they're real or not. All the arms are. And then you look, and as you scan the room a little bit more, you do see a bunch of Minotaur guys all huddled around one table, and they're like shoulder to shoulder, with like no extra room, and you just hear grunting and slurping and eating. And you notice that one of them has this small gold earring in one of its ears, or not small, a large gold earring in one of its ears, and it has a bull ring that's made of pure gold as well. And this comes out, and he goes, "Egg, which one do you think is Shangma?"
Shangma. I thought you said Fangma. Okay.
No,
So
Fang Moth was the code word. Shangma is the guy.
Well, if I were to, all right, so I would just like kind of wing it and go off of luck. So I would just kind of like, I'm just gonna roll, and it's gonna be like Giant 1, Magician 2, Centaur 3,
It's
and then whatever I roll.
It's Minotaur.
Minotaur, got it.
Minotaur, different than a centaur. Centaur is half horse on the leg side. Minotaur is half horse on the like.
Can I get a picture of a Minotaur though, please? Can we do a 3D printing of that?
They don't like D3, so I guess I'll have to use a D6.
I don't think. Well, you didn't do an exclamation either, bud.
Did an exclamation.
God damn it!
You must exclaim the dice.
Well, I guess it's the big boy. He who bent the knee.
He this laughs, and he goes, "Well, why don't you go talk to him? Find out for yourself." And you hear that same door closing noise as he leaves you to your own devices down here.
Well, that's not comforting. All right. Well, second thought, Minotaur. And I'm gonna try to sober up. Hopefully I've sweated it all out, but per the fact that I was like, this is what I'm doing, and then I'm doing the opposite. To the Minotaur.
Okay. You do notice that these guys are all like kind of spread out around like the edges of this room, and it almost looks like VIP section, like in a club.
Right, so each one's got their own table.
Yeah, kind of. So they got a section, one in one corner, one in the other, and then of course the guy on the stage is separated from everyone. But in the middle of this floor, there's a small like dance floor in the front. But in the floor, you see a bunch of card tables set up and people playing. And so as you walk up to this, you notice that they're playing a game that you've heard of, but not very many people play it. And that you're not sure how you would cheat in this game.
Is it card based?
It has cards in it, but there are also, you notice that there are dice, tokens, and a spinning wheel board at every table.
Oh boy.
Is Barney Stinson in the room?
But anyway, so you're not sure how you would cheat at this at all as you walk by. So you're kind of contemplating that, and you're not even sure of the rules a whole lot. Like I said, you've heard of it, but you've never like probably sat down and played it.
Are the Minotoads playing this?
No, they are specifically eating and drinking.
All right.
Aggressively eating and drinking.
I'm gonna like
at this table, shoulder to shoulder, just enough room with their elbows on the table, going as you walk up.
All right. Well, if I can't walk in direct eyesight of the one with the gold earring, I'm gonna find the closest table, throw down my 50 gold coin purse, and then I'm gonna set the little coin purse that I pickpocketed from that guy off to the side, and be like, "And this is the mystery pot."
Okay. Are you saying that? Are you trying to get his attention?
No. I just went up to like whatever table was open.
So you're trying to play this weird game.
Yeah, not. Yes and no. I'm just trying to see, like, feel it out. But I am gonna throw down 50 on the game and see how I do.
So, and I just want you to know, you're not going to cheat at this. Just so you know, not very well at least. You might come up with a thing. Actually, what I'll have you do is roll a. I'll have you roll a deception check with disadvantage because you have no idea how this game is played.
I don't think I would try to cheat off the bat, so I'd play straight up.
Right, but this deception is to see. You're not actually deceiving someone, so maybe I should call for a different roll. But we're just trying to see if you can pick out how you might cheat. Like while you're playing this game, maybe an investigation. That would probably be better. Let's do an investigation check for how you might cheat at this. Not saying you are, but how you might. So as you're rolling this, the dealer is slapping. He puts two cards in front of you. As he lays them down, he gets through everyone. You notice that everyone picks up a set of these multifaceted, multi-sided circles, which to you would know as you wouldn't know exactly what that is because you're used to like a six-sided dice, but it kind of looks like the same functionality. And they have like 6 of them in their hand, and they roll their dice. So, what'd you get? 18. Let's see. And as they do that, depending on their roll, is how many times they can spin the wheel. Now they don't like if they roll a 15, they don't spin it 15 times. They get to spin it 3 times. If they roll a 10, they get to roll it, or between a 7 and a 10, they get to roll it 2 times, and so on and so forth. And you're watching other people. You're like the last one at the table, so you're kind of getting a feel for it, seeing what everyone's doing. And you see, the first guy, he spins the wheel. the wheel has markings on it and pictures. And you notice that the first guy, he gets a picture of a snake on his and with a little marking on it. And you see he gets kind of excited about it. And the next guy goes and he gets, he spins it and he gets the same marking. He's not as excited about it. So you're not exactly sure how that plays in, but you know that something makes a difference somewhere. Whether it's your roll or your whatever, and no one's explaining this as they go. They're just going. Like, this is fast paced. Everyone's just piling through it, and you're trying to keep up as fast as you can. Now with that 18, you notice that everyone gets 6 dice all the time, and you also know that the cards that they're using, the 2 cards, do play a big role in it. So as you're coming down the table, you're noticing that face cards mean more than like regular numbers, unless you get a 2, 3, or 4. Those ones mean more than a face card, but the ace is the highest card of all. So you kind of pick that out as it's coming around. You're watching everyone play, and some guys got a 2, and some guys got a 3, in the same hand, and then another guy's got a 10 and a 5. You're just kind of like picking this stuff out as you go. And you're seeing them spin, and every time they spin, they're getting excited and not so excited, and you're not sure why. But if you had to cheat somewhere, you would probably cheat at the cards.
Yeah, cards are my specialty.
So your first time around the table, we're going to go ahead and have you roll a d20.
What up, Greg?
Okay, so you rolled a 16. So you roll your multifaceted dice across this table, and you roll pretty good. You see that you got a couple 15s, a 12, and a 9. A couple 15s, a 12, 2 9s, and a 19, which to you was like a really good highest number, right? And then you get to average those out, and you get 3 spins. Yeah, because you would have an offset, so you'd get 3 spins. So you go ahead and spin this wheel, and the first spin lands on the snake thing, and everyone looks at you and go, oh! And you have no idea what is going on. Meanwhile, how much did you bet?
Well, I guess what's the minimum at this table versus what's the max?
You see, everyone has like 1 or 2 gold out right, like at this game.
All right, then I'd probably throw 5.
5 gold. Okay, so you have 5 gold. So you hear them gas, and you spin again, and you get this little owl figure with another symbol at the top, and this guy slaps you on the shoulder, and he goes, "No way!" And you're like still not sure what's going on, and then you spin it again, and you get 2 femurs crossing on this little thing with another symbol at the top, and the whole table busts out laughing, and it wasn't out of like excitement or they were scared or anything. They just bust out laughing, and
so I was on a hot streak and then bust.
So you see the guy pull all but 1 of your coins back, so you got to keep 1 of 5, and the guy next to you is kind of laughing. What do you do?
Well, I got 10 more hands of this. I'll re-up.
Okay. We're not gonna play through that all.
No, that's
fine. You have some good hands, some bad hands. You have some good hands, some bad hands. At least you think. You end up losing a little bit of money after about your 8th to 10th hand. So you're up to you if you call it, but you're down about 5 or 6 gold by the time you're done. So you haven't lost a ton. You got to play a little bit, and while you know you could cheat on the card side of it, you don't know how that would help you that well. Like, other than like, you still haven't figured out the wheel or the dice 100%. And you notice while you're sitting at this table, just passively, you get a drink given brought over to you. You notice that they didn't ask for any coins; they just dropped a drink off for you, and you see that everyone at the table gets one too. So it's not like you're singled out. And the music's playing, and it's a little weird to you. The kind of music that's playing, it's like a, you would perceive it as like a offbeat jazzy almost. But your character's perceiving it as noise. Like, I mean, for you as a character, it's not something they play very often. He's using an instrument you've never seen before, too. And so it's just interesting music to you. You're not enjoying it, but you don't hate it either.
Right. Well, I'm fine with being down a few coins down. It's the first night. I'm just going to learn this game. So if I feel like I'm getting a good feel, and if like I'm trying to follow etiquette and just kind of like blend a little bit. So if people left and they tipped the dealer, then I'd probably tip the dealer like a gold coin if that was customary. Especially because I'm down, I wouldn't overdo it.
Yeah, you could definitely tip the dealer a coin. You see, the dealer at the table is like undeadish. I mean, to you it was a little weird but he doesn't have anything super. He's just really pale and he's got big bags under his eyes. Like he looks like he's just real sick. But he kind of winks at you when you give it to him, and he deals you one last hand.
Cool.
Hold on one second. As he deals you the hand, you do notice that you got pocket aces and no one can see it. Okay. Your cards are hidden. You know, it's a hand game. You got them in your hand. But you have to lay them down after the roll. And so you see you have pocket aces. Now you're not sure what that means. You kind of notice that big hand games. You kind of notice that as you roll your dice and you're holding your cards, you roll pretty good. I mean, you got 2 20s, a 19, 2 16s, and like a 15, and the table's like just staring at you. And you lay down the pocket aces, and the dealer looks at you and says, "Finally, some luck coming your way." And he grabs the wheel, and you notice it just pops off the front of it, and he puts up a different wheel. This wheel has bigger pie shapes out of it. Like the other one was kind of like smaller pie shapes, and they were repeating quite a bit. This one has 6 cutouts, and each one of them has a symbol on it similar to the like the repeating ones on the one before, but it's just one big section for that. But you also know that the symbol is a little bit different. You've played a couple hands, you kind of know the symbols you're looking for, the snake and the little.
I hit the bonus, didn't I?
Kind of. And you notice that he spins the wheel. You don't get to reach over and spin it. He spins the wheel. When he spins that wheel, the whole thing lights up in a circle, and it seems like it's going super fast. Roll me a percentile, please.
All covered in cheese.
Okay. I have to try and remember this game so that if I bring it back later, I can actually like redo it. Hold on.
Jelly bean. Jelly bean.
What? What jelly bean? What are you talking about?
You remember that episode on How I Met Your Mother?
Oh yeah. What are you talking
He's
about?
got to pick the black jelly bean from the model's hands.
Yeah. With I'm just making some basic notes. This might actually become a real card game that you might actually learn one day. So, probably not tonight. You probably will not learn the whole game tonight. So you're sitting at the table, and this thing spins, and it seems to be spinning really fast. And you hear this come, like, open his little door in your head, and he goes, "That's my guy." And you hear him chuckle a little bit, and you see just inside the little circle of light, it starts to pour out coin in front of you, and it does this for a couple minutes, and then it shuts off. And you know, the whole crowd's going crazy, clapping. The music stops for a second. All the Minotaurs are looking over at you. What just happened was kind of a big deal, and everyone knows it.
I'm gonna take the little mystery bag I set aside, and I'm gonna toss it to the dealer. I'm like, "Thanks for your business."
As you go to toss it, your hand doesn't open. This stops you, and he goes, "Don't throw that bag away."
Or not. I'll put that back in my pocket. I'll give him like, I don't know. How much do I think I got from that?
Like, you were playing with 50 gold, you were down about 6. You got about 150 gold out of that.
Yeah, I'll throw the guy like 10, 15 gold.
He winks at you, and he slides it back across the table to you.
Okay.
He says, you hear him kind of say, "I don't want any part of this." And it looks like everyone from the table stands up and kind of meanders away. And you're the only one sitting there now, and the table's kind of closed up a little bit. This specific table. Other tables are still playing, but that table closed up.
I get the feeling that I should either go talk to someone or I should leave.
I mean, there are 3 people of importance, relative importance, that were described to you. So your call on if you want to talk to someone or not. They are of relative importance. I mean, it wouldn't be game changing.
Right.
Especially with what just happened. I want you to know that on your when you said you were gonna stay and play 10 hands, I rolled an 18, and then when you tipped the guy, I rolled a net.
Hey man, that's how it works.
So, what happened was it was supposed to be big. Like, you know, you shut down that table for the night.
Cool.
So yeah, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna see who's like eyeing me in the room. If anyone's really clocked me as a metaphorical threat.
Yep. Go ahead and make a perception check for me. As you're scooping up your coins, is that a plus to anything?
I think it's just straight.
Perception is just straight. So you got a 14. You notice that the Minotaurs have kind of slowed down their eating and are like keeping an eye on you. The musician, while he stopped the music when it was all going on, he kind of started playing again. But it turned to more like taverny music that you kind of can recognize. And you notice that the giant and the pixies are gone. They had during the commotion they had left.
Okay. I think I'll go give the musician a couple gold. Not say anything to him. Just like if he's got a tip jar, I'll put like 5 gold in there.
So you're walking up kind of close to him.
Right.
You notice that as you get closer and closer to this guy, it is a spectral being with tentacles and a trench coat. Like, he is in a trench coat and like a jazz hat, but he is spectral as can be. Like, he literally looks like a shadow in that. now that you're getting closer. And so you're gonna leave a tip,
Yeah, I'll leave him like $5.
5 gold.
Yeah.
As you drop that in there, you let's see. You hear him start talking to you, and you don't understand it at first, and as he's talking, you kind of hear it go, and like change as he's talking, into a very bad thieves' cant. And he's just going about it, and he's like, I saw what you did over there at the table, really bringing down some aces, throwing the house down. Thanks for the tip. He does not have a hat, so you kind of just threw it up on stage if that's what you were doing.
Yeah, I would have like looked for like a jar or something.
Okay.
I didn't want to like ruin his performance, but I wanted to make sure he got something.
Okay. So are you just gonna set it down on the table then?
Yeah.
So or down on the stage. He leans down and he sees him and he pushes him off to you and he says, "Nice to meet you. Name's Shangma."
Well, I suppose I have you to thank for this then.
Why would you thank me? I'm just out here laying down these sick grooves, man.
Hey, man, somebody's got to run the house, and if there's not a house to run, there's nowhere to go.
Oh yeah, man. But I don't think you're digging the vibe. You've been here for 8 hours. Just playing that game.
My eyes are going to get real big. I probably did not know it was 8 hours.
You did not. No, you felt like, 10 hands of that were like 30 minutes. He sees your eyes get big and he goes, "It's always the newbies that try to tip me. It's always the newbies that think that I'm just some magic music guy. Or I'm just some music guy." And he goes, "But man, I really just get off on you guys playing. Even if I lose money, it's not a big deal. I'm Shang."
All right, man.
And as you're like, as you say, "All right, man," he goes, "You could stay longer if you'd like. Could really use the energy."
I kind of love that idea.
You notice he reaches out with one of his shadowy tentacles, and you see it curl up towards him. And as that happens, you hear this start talking out of your mouth. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you doing that?" And he goes, "That's what I thought. Were you letting this guy cheat at my game? This?" And you hear this, a little shake, and he goes, "No, not at all. How did you even know I was here? I haven't talked to him all night." "Well, it's not every day that someone wins the golden wheel." And as you see that, and he goes, this goes, when he tipped the guy, I may or may not have moved some cards around in the deck. And I may or may not have pushed the dealer to deal him. But he didn't do anything. Leave him out of this. Well, leave us out of it. You can't. I don't know how that works, but it wasn't him. And Shangma goes, "This You've gotten in trouble for this before. What am I to do with both of you? He's like, come on, man. We're here for the tournament. That was like 20 years ago, first off. And just, you can't really do anything to me without doing it to him. That's not fair. And will you roll for me? Will you roll a insight check real quick? Six
that's
plus.
not good.
What? Insight is wisdom?
Yeah, so 0.
0. Okay. You don't notice anything other than you're real scared. Like you're like you are actively trying to yell or like use your own voice and you can't at all. You're just like, it's almost like you guys switched places in this time right now. You're switched places. You're in the back of his head. So he finally has to stop and he goes, Ig, I need you to stop yelling at me. Just give me a minute. We're having a conversation. He says that in his head. He doesn't say it out loud. And he looks up the guy and goes, man, you know, like you said, you thrive off the fun. He brought you a bunch of fun. Isn't that like a good thing? Shouldn't you be happy? And the guy goes, well, he did bring a lot of fun. He did bring a lot of energy. But he did close down one of my tables. Ig pauses and in his head he goes, listen, he's either gonna throw us in a jail cell or he's gonna feed us to the Minotaurs. I am trying my best to save us right now. And again, not out loud. So the other guy's just kind of sitting there waiting, and he goes, well, you know, Shangma, you thrive on the energy that's brought in here. Why don't we make a deal? Shangma goes, that's interesting. Can you even make a deal in your current state? And this thinks about it and goes, I'm not sure, but I could definitely post-date the deal. If this ever gets sorted out, we could, and you win, we could totally have an agreement set forth after I figure this out, or not. Otherwise, I'm stuck here. So either way, it's a prison. What do you think? Shigma looks off in the behind him. The room's kind of cleared out at this point. You notice that the entire edge of this room is now covered in these black tentacles that are just seeping from his jacket. He goes, I know you're going to hate hearing this, but instead of making a deal, how about you owe me and I owe you? And I can get it from you after you sort this little mess out. Ig sucks back into your head and he's like, I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. But I can't. If I say no now, we're fucked. And he comes back out and he says, all right, I owe you. And you, as he says that, you see the words come out of his mouth. And you see Shangma grab him out of the air and go, perfect. And he lets you guys go, and you get to take off. He lets you leave with 20 of the gold that you won. So you're up about 14 gold. But he lets you leave with 20 of them.
Down for that.
As you're walking out, everyone is cleared out. There's no one in this room, so you're on your own. You're walking out the main thing. Did you drink any of that drink that they brought by?
Negative.
So you head out, and you're kind of shaken, and you're now in control. This is no longer in control of you. That was the power of Shang Ma. He pulled this to the front because he had noticed something was off. You're now in control, and you hear this in the back of your head, and he goes, "I am so sorry. I've done this a million times, and I don't know if I did it wrong, but you never want to win the big prize when cheating. Never." And he just kind of closes the door and leaves.
All right. I'm gonna think to myself, and I'm gonna be like, so we're back to square one. How about a tavern? And I'm gonna try to find some place to crash for the night.
Yeah, it is like 1:00 in the morning. As you come out, the stone guy goes, how'd it go? How good? Did you do good? And you respond, this is gone. And you go, you go ahead and respond to him. Sorry.
My eyes are gonna get big, and I'm just gonna kind of like shake my head no really quickly, and kind of just like give him the awkward gotta go bye face.
Okay. So you take off. He stops you. Go. Aren't you gonna grab a room? It's like 2 in the morning.
Kind of was hoping to get as far away from here as possible, but what do you charge me for a room these days?
Oh, you know this. It is free.
I'm gonna throw him a gold anyways.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you so much. And he puts it away. All right. So you head up to your room. It's a little 1-bedroom, real small room, but it was free. And you're sweating. I mean, you are definitely gonna have anxiety about that for a couple minutes while you're up in your room. And let's see. We just closed up Ignis for the night. Zerg, you're awkwardly sitting in your chair, sleeping in your chair in the crowd. We got Isa crashed on the crashed in his tent on the cliffside. And Arnold, we're gonna cut back to you real quick. Rewind a little bit. It's like 10 o'clock, and you found a nice birch tree to kind of lean up against. Seems like the branches are relatively thick for you, so that you're not getting a ton of wind. It almost makes like a little cove. The branches are heavy enough that, hey, your kid's up on your TV, dude. Isa. Craig, your kid was standing on your dresser behind you. Sorry. It didn't look safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you see it kind of makes like a cove. And you're relatively hidden from like people around you since you're not like in a shelter, an enclosure. Can you do me a favor and roll a D20 stealth check?
Savenya Baba T roll 20. 17.
Yeah, you make it through the night just fine. Like you don't have anything to worry about. You sleep pretty good. You're hidden enough in this little brushed area, and you're good, right? That's where you pass out. So the day of the tournament. Now, you guys were just supposed to go to the tournament. Isa and Ig meeting each other threw that off a little bit. We are going to role play Isa and Ig running into each other the following morning, and then we are going to start the tournament. So Isa, you wake up in the morning. You're cliffside. Your memory is a little hazy. You're not sure if that was like just like the glint of the tent light on your eyelids as you were falling asleep high on your hush leaf. And so you kind of leave it alone, unless you'd like to check in with Rain. On unless you want to look into that light. But I would say that your character would probably think it was just like the side effect of the hush leaf.
Yeah, you know what? I'm good. It's early morning. I'm cool. We'll chill.
So you pop out of your tent. You put your armor back on. You got your weapon and everything, and you pop out of your tent. And sitting by the fire is Rain. And you smell something burning. It's a little weird. You've never smelt it before. And you look down at the fire, and nothing looks like out of place. So I think you're just gonna ignore it. Maybe it's a normal fire, like out in the distance. But you do smell something weird.
Muted.
I am?
Oh, Craig.
Oh, I was like,
No, yeah. Is it like a faint smell, or is it like it seems like it's fairly close? Like, is it strong?
it's pretty strong. You can't tell if it's coming from the fire in front of you, but it was strong enough that you, at first glance, thought it might have came from the fire in front of you. But from what you can see, nothing is.
I want to take another look because I know what fire smells like. So if it smells out of the ordinary, if my senses detect, it's not normal. I want to look around and see if I can see what's going on. Anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Okay. Good God Almighty!
What'd you roll?
3.
Yeah, you don't notice shit, dude. you're like squatting down and like looking at this fire all weird, and he's like, hasn't the hush leaf worn off yet? Something wrong?
Nah, sorry. Something was weird. I guess my senses are weird this morning. I thought I saw something. I thought I smelled something. So whatever. Don't worry about it. I'm just shaking off the effects of the hush leaf.
Okay. He tells you, he's like, I'm gonna stay here by the fire this morning. Why don't you go? Because he's technically in charge of you. So while he doesn't seem to command you, like as in like grunt, go do something, he still makes you do some like of the work around. Like the running around. So he hands you 5 gold and says, why don't you go get us some breakfast, and I'll take some elven coffee.
All right. Yeah. I'll take the gold and I'll run into town and grab some grub and an elven coffee. Do you want that with? Hey, does he want that with cream?
You kind of yell that back to him as you're walking away, and he looks at you, or he just looks at you and he goes, "What are you, fucking sick?" And you just walk away.
Okay.
And so so you're heading back towards the temple. You're straight across from where you smoked the hush. That the little pathway tucks behind those armor. But you're actually Kitty Wampus. It's off to your right hand side as you come out of your little trail from the cliffside. It was a kind of a long walk. Pause. Ignatius. Iggy.
Iggy.
Iggy. Ig?
Iggy.
Are you muted?
You're okay, honey.
Aw, thanks, Dad.
Well, okay, so I'll kind of explain his thing and then see if he comes back. I'm not sure what happened. So Iggy's gonna wake up in the morning. He's still a little shook from the night before. He's got that on his mind. And this is just in the back of his head, like, I'm so sorry, and like just constant noise. But he looks at Ig, or he says to Ig, he goes, you know, why don't we take some of those winnings? Let's go grab some breakfast. You know, I'll make it up to you. So, you know, shakily, Iggy agrees, and they walk out of the tavern. Ig doesn't, you know, obviously know where he's at, so he walks up to the bartender, who's now a normal person, no longer a golem, and he goes, "You guys serve breakfast around here?" Bartender goes, "No. The closest place to get breakfast is going to be down, you know, at the market in the festival. They have a bunch of that going on. You can go check it out down there." And so he's going to take off from the tavern and head towards the marketplace.
I think I saw
Where
Ig's mic light up.
Ig, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just kind of played out your morning a little bit.
So far, you're doing all right.
Okay. So obviously, you're gonna probably head down there. What kind of breakfast, Isa, are you looking for you and your pally friend?
You know, I'm fucking starving. I'm looking for some meat and some protein. You know, we got some big days ahead of us, so I'm looking for some cooked meat.
Okay. So you're looking for some meat with hashed potatoes and stuff like that. Tater. And you're kind of just walking around looking. You do notice that some of the stuff that you walk by is kind of exotic. It's like fried tentacle on dragon egg and stuff like that. But you get over to a point where it's like where it's just like you see a cow in the background and like the carcass of a cow hanging up in a tent where they've shaved off meat and they've put it on the grill for you or on the grill. And you notice that they do this interesting thing where it's kind of a thinner sheet of meat wrapped in this hashed potato like shell. And it also has a little bit of vegetables on it and some sauce that looks really delicious. You smell this and it immediately catches your nose.
Yeah, how much for the tater wrapped, thinly sliced meat?
Yo, hook a brother up. I want one too.
You don't know him, unfortunately.
Yeah, fuck you, pal. Get your own.
He calls to you. He says you can get 2 of them with you wanted 2 of them?
I want 3.
You want 3 of them?
Yeah, I want 3 of them because I'm gonna eat one on my way back. It's a long walk.
Okay. So one of them, and then 2, 3. It'll be 4 gold for 3 of them. And he looks a little confused at you. He said, and for another $1, you can get 2 pints of grog. Or for another gold.
Do you guys have elven coffee here? I'll take that as a no. So why don't you just give me those 3 tater wrapped meats, and I'll pass on the pints for now.
Okay. He hands them to you. It is as he hands them to you, he goes, 3 gold, right? That's what I said. 3, right?
Yeah. No, actually, you said 4. You said 4. You did say 4.
So you hand him 4 gold, and you take your steak things. And you're looking around for some coffee, and you see a nice little tent with a kind of a line coming out of it. And you get in line, and you're waiting for a minute. Cut to Ig. Ig, what kind of food are you looking for? What sounds good to you in this?
I don't know. I'm a little upset with this. So if this is like thinking that he wants something, I'm gonna ask for the opposite.
So so you say that. This pops in the back of your head, and he goes, "You know what sounds really good right now?
Know this.
I would love.
No, you don't.
I absolutely would love some mushroom wrapped dog leg. Can we get that? Can we get mushroom wrapped dog leg?
All right. This. 2 things. 1, that sounds like shit. 2, fuck no.
Ah, come
You're
on.
in timeout. You're in timeout.
You hear him. He goes, "Fine, be that way," and he slams his door like a 16-year-old. Big dude in the back of your head. It shakes you a little bit, like he slammed the door, and it kind of startled you.
Yeah, I accept that. I'm gonna look around, see. I need a boost, a pick me up.
So you're looking around, and you smell some of the best elven coffee you've ever smelled in your life.
All right,
You
give me some of that dank shit.
you know that you like your elven coffee with 3 shots of dwarven espresso, and a little bit of needles in it. So you head over to where you think it's coming from. You see the tent with the line coming out of it, and you get in line. As you're like walking by the line, roll me a perception check for you, real quick. Okay.
Doy.
You notice Isa immediately, and you see the things in his hand. He's got 3 steak wrap things, and he's waiting in line to go in this place.
I'm guessing he's either further up ahead of me or behind me.
Isa, roll me a perception real quick too.
Okay.
Like a Well, what's your passive? Passive perception. Am I on the right account? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. You got a nat 20. You immediately, like, the minute that he walks by you, you look up, Ig, you turn your head to the left, and you guys lock eyes, and you do one of those like cartoonish, like where you like walked a little too far, and you leave your head way back, like locking eyes, and then your body catches back up to you. And you stop, and you guys talk. So go ahead.
Oh shit! What's your blue chainmail guy?
What's up, brother? You talking to me?
Well, yeah. Hopefully, there's not too many more blue people around. Otherwise, I'd feel really awkward.
I'm blue.
Oh yeah, you know what? I don't really pay attention much. So I'm kind of in my own world right now. Kind of had a rough evening last night, so I apologize. What's going on, man?
Yeah, let's not talk about last night. You
You
want
had a
that?
similar night.
You want some of this drink? Because I still
You
owe
got-
you one from yesterday.
Oh, you got that elven coffee, brother?
Yeah, I'm about to go get some.
Oh yeah, let's go grab that coffee because I gotta grab some.
All right.
So you actually steal him out of line because while the tent he was walking into smell okay, the elven coffee that you smell, Ig, that you're very fond of, it's not in that tent. So you snag him out of line, and you guys head off into the woods a little bit. You're just like following your nose, and you pull up to looks like a lemonade stand, but with a tent over it and a very small slit window. And
I'm gonna do this.
you stop, and you're like, "This is it." Isa, you keep walking for a second and realize that Ig stopped. Role play.
Hey, why'd you stop?
Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. I was following you. Shit, I was walking with you. I thought you knew where we were going, and then Like I said, I'm not really
Yeah,
paying attention
there's
this morning.
the tent right here, and I'm gonna try to do the this 4 quick knocks followed by a 5-second pause and then a single knock on this tent that I assume that my friend here can't see for some reason. I'm
No,
only slightly.
he can see it. He just walked right by it, not thinking that's where you were getting coffee.
Yeah, that I didn't know we were going to Jason Voorhees' place for coffee. My fault.
As you do your little knock, you hear this laugh, and he goes, "I don't know this place." And some from behind there's like a little wood door on there, and you just hear it swing open, and he goes, "What are you doing?"
So I appreciate a real fine craftsman, and my nose tells me that you, sir, or the occupants of such tent, are a fine craftsman.
You can kind of see her. It's lit up in there a little bit, but it's not super bright. And you can kind of see who you're talking to, and it's like a walking blob. Like it's some obese, like circular shape, no neck,
I'm
no.
not paying attention to that. I'm just like closing my eyes and just smelling the coffee, and I'm like, I'm just trying to praise the
Eyes up,
coffee.
you're seeing this as well. You guys are like standing next to each other, like peering in this little entry.
Anyways, I was saying, really the good elven coffee is the stuff that just you smell it in your nose. Just it's almost like a tuning fork, and your nose just tingles just right. Oh, so good.
So do they like sell coffee here, or did you just follow your nose to some place that might have what we're looking for?
All right, here's the deal. I go wherever the wind takes me. I follow my heart.
You followed your nose, right? So let's if we've got to try to use some humility and charm here to get some coffee, uh let's uh let's get right to the point here. What's going on with this lady? So what kind of a creature is this lady?
Um,
It's a lady. I was just saying lady based on your voice. Do we know it's a lady?
uh,
I may or may not have already called them a man.
yeah.
Oh,
And you also cannot tell.
You're both
And
just
you guys are
calling
having this little
opposites.
dialogue, and she's just kind of, or it is just kind of standing there, and it looks out at you, and goes, "Will you two buffoons tell me what you're doing outside my tent?"
what, ma'am, sir? Uh,
Excuse me? Can't
I
you tell what
apologize.
I am?
I'm trying to cover all my bases here, but we just smelled some coffee. We were wondering if you could possibly spare some of it. We do have a little bit of currency, if you'd like to share some, but if it not, we would be on our way.
Go ahead and roll me a charisma. What is
Persuasion.
it? No. Yes, persuasion. No. Yes. Yes.
I'm going to tap my large friend on the back and be like, "Ma'am, can't you see that this dear paladin is in service of the light, and we're just trying to brighten other people's day?"
Go ahead and roll me a deception, David. I saw. Dude, hold on. Will you do me a favor?
I'm
Hold on.
gonna use a luck point on both of those rolls.
Hold on.
That's my third one of the night.
I know. Will you do me a favor? And go up to the general chat and roll like 6 times for me. Just roll them.
Okay.
I'm gonna use 2 luck points on both of those.
Can
like
you
one
use luck on
each.
other people's roll?
I actually, now that you say that, I can use it on people who attack against me, but I don't know that his is technically considered an attack against me. But I'll use it on mine anyways.
Okay. Let's see.
I mean,
It was a charisma, or for you, it was a deception. What are you adding to that?
+6.
So 14. Um, you notice that Isa tried to be kind of charming, and this lady, as he's saying his thing, trying to be charming, trying to look like as good as he can, she hawks a loogie on him. And she goes, "Ain't no good-looking priest man thing coming in my tent trying to charm me." And she looks at you and goes, she looks at you and goes, "I don't care about your priestess, your priest man thing over there. Get away from my tent."
Sorry for the disturbance, ma'am. We'll be on our way.
Ma'am. Ma'am. How much would it cost for us gentlemen to peacefully relieve you of your coffees?
She closes the door for a minute. You kind of hear her scamper around her tent for a second, and she comes back around, and she's waving a stick at you now. And she says, "You're not just gonna take my stuff from me and say some cute stuff and get things from me. So I don't need money. I don't need anything else. I need you to stop acting so weird. You're all weird, and you're all nice weird. And I can't do this with either of you."
Can I do some kind of a check to see if this chick's evil so I can possibly punish her for her ways?
You could. I think paladins have
Detect good and evil.
detect good and evil.
And
Is it
just if she is evil, I can attack with no relent, right?
No. Actually, you can't, because evil still needs to prove wrong to you. Evil, you distaste them, but you cannot harm something that's not actively harming something else or yourself.
Well, I can only assume that spit that she hawked on me was poisonous or some kind of contaminant.
I will tell you outright, not at all. She spit on you. That's all that happened. Let me see though, real quick. What does detect good and evil do? And do you have to cast it? I don't think so. I think it's just like a sense for you.
Yeah, it should be like a smell or taste.
What is it called? Feature. That's what. He doesn't have it.
As an yeah, it says right here under paladin features and traits, define sense. As an action, you can detect good and evil
Okay. So
until the end of your turn. Yeah.
Okay, so you're using an action to detect good and evil.
Yes.
So you notice that when you activate this, you can see presence around all things around you. And you notice that she has like her. You notice that most people have like a ring of light, like making them glow, white, yellowish light, making them glow around them. You notice that hers is kind of tinted, like yellowish purple, but not like a ton. And you can immediately tell that she's not a bad person. She just does bad things every now and then due to the way she was raised. So she's almost like ignorantly bad or evil.
Okay.
You, however, immediately see a large purple hue around Ignatius.
Well, I I guess that tells me a little something because I haven't really had much interaction with him, and to me at this point, he's been nothing but pleasant. But now I guess my antennas are up as far as Iggy goes.
Hey man, you doing all right? Like, you feeling okay? You kind of staring weird.
No, man. No, you know what? I'm good. I was just trying to see if what kind of aura was surrounding this woman. See if she was good or evil, but it's nothing. I think that we should maybe just move along and try to get our elven coffee elsewhere. What do you think?
As you do that, she kind of got sick of you guys standing there for so long, you staring at her, and kind of like glancing around at all the stuff, because this would probably be the first action of divine sense that you've done. Like, this is the first time you've kind of seen the hue. In your training, they've talked about it, of what it would be, so you have an understanding of it, but this would be the first time that you're actually getting to see it. And one thing that you wouldn't have noticed in your training is that normally it's like purplish black bad, and yellowish white gold, or good. And so that the lady kind of freaked you out a little bit, because she wasn't really like super white and good and super. So they didn't really explain gray area to you.
Right.
So like you said, so you were a little confused, and that's why you're staring a little longer. But as you turn around and have the conversation with Ig, you notice that you hear the door slam, and there's 2 cups of coffee sitting.
Look at that. What do you think changed your mind, Iggy?
You hear from the tent,
She's
as soon as you say that out loud, you hear from the tent, she goes, "Now get away from me!"
I think she just wanted us to get the fuck away.
Man,
let's
this
grab
lady reminds me of my grandma. And I'm just I'm gonna say that, and and then I'm gonna be like, nah, I'm just kidding. I never knew who that was. But anyways, and I'm gonna hand him his cup.
It does smell good. It smells very good.
See what I mean? Can you not like feel it in your nose? Like good elven coffee? Ugh.
Ooh, aromatherapy. I better get this back to Rain before these sandwiches are completely cold and this coffee is cold. But man, I really appreciate you guiding us the way to some amazing coffee. You're the man. Now I think I probably owe you one.
Ah, dude, don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll see you around. It's a big festival. Plenty of trouble to get into.
Oh yes. Oh yes. It's amazing that we met at the bar and our drink ended up being a coffee, but it was great to see you again, friend. I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
All right. So you guys take off from where you're at. You head back to the cliff edge. You notice that Rain left you left a note that said, "You took too long. Meet him at the table. The tournament starting." Well, you notice that a bunch of people are heading towards the tournament ground, so you're assuming that he got in there before everyone started pouring in. So he wants his sandwich and stuff with him. So you got a little note that says, "Bring me my breakfast and drink to the table." It doesn't look like it's mad or anything like that. He's just restating that it took you longer than he thought, so he left.
So I'm gonna make sure I have all my shit. Obviously, we're headed to the arena for the day, so hurry up, grab my shit, and head to the arena as fast as I can.
Okay. So you head that way. Iggy, you're going to go ahead and just head. You've had your little thing. You see all the people start moving. As you slide through, you're trying to get inside, and you're pretty dexterous. No, you're not. Yes, you are. You're a dexterous person. You're a pretty dexterous person. Will you roll me 3 sleight of hand checks for you?
3?
Sorry.
Should be.
So that's 2 22s and a 17.
I think it's a little less.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. That's 2 20s and a 15. Because you have +6, don't you? On sleight of hand?
Oh, sleight of hand? I was like, a flat dex is just a +4, but sleight of hand is more.
Yeah. I said 4 sleight of hand checks.
Yeah, +6.
So as you're heading through and you're kind of making your way through the crowd, you sneakily steal some stuff off some tables as you walk by, but it's weird because you're not just grabbing like expensive things on your way up there. You're grabbing clothing. When you left that area, I think you're grabbing from like clothing stands, and you're not exactly doing it. Like you're cool with it because it's like something you do as you walk through crowds normally to steal from people, but you're not doing that. And this comes in and he says, "I just need to grab a couple things."
Hey, as long as it gets me to see this tournament, I don't think that anyone from my shitty podunk little town would ever have gone to this thing. So, just another way to prove to them that I'm fucking superior in every way.
You start heading that way. You notice you picked up a scarf, a little top hat, and a cane.
Very nice.
And so you guys head in. All right, so now the tournament's going to be starting soon. You guys make your way in, and you sit down at your respective seats. Zerg, you've been there all night. You kind of like are waking up at this point, like,
munching on badger.
Yeah, munching on bits of badger. And so you're in your seat. Arnold, you make your way over to the armory section. It's over by the training grounds. You notice signs leading you. There's a shield on the little placards, and they're leading you over to the right-hand side of the arena, where they've already set up this forge for you. It has a nice built into the temple wall furnace and some anvils. You have weapon racks. You have everything you would need to fix armor for combatants. And you get greeted by a relatively tall, lengthy, well-dressed elf. And he goes, "Thank you so much for coming. We have set up your new, what do you call this? What do you guys work in?"
Smith shop?
Oh, yeah, a smith shop. That thing. Like he had no idea what that was. He's never been around it. So he was he didn't know the word. And he turns, and he points at it and he goes, "I hope these are," and you see his hand, he does one of those don't touch it. "I hope these are enough accommodations for you."
Sure. I say thanks, and I hold out my hand like thank him, like a handshake.
He kind of laughs and puts his hand up like this, and he goes, "No," and he walks away from you. And so you're making yourself at home. That's like your seating. You do have a seat you can go sit in. But for you, I think you would be getting accustomed to your area, and there's seating there as well. So you don't have to sit in your chair, but they do offer you a chair if you want to get away from it. Ig, you're in your top hat with your cane. You're making your way down to your seat, and you're just kind of hanging out, man. You get down to your seat. You got your little top hat. You're kind of being like inconspicuously suspicious, would be the best way to put it. Like you're standing out so much that they just think it's normal, right? With your top hat and your thing, and no one has stopped to talk to you specifically. And Isa, you are over at the table. You make your way in there. You got your breakfast. You hand it off to him. No big deal. He's like, "Thanks so much." "Man, I'm starving." Just takes a huge chunk. "Thanks so much." And he just kind of mouths and drinks his elven coffee that you didn't buy him.
Well, that's okay. It was a gift.
No, nothing like that. What I mean by that is that you didn't get any elven coffee.
I did get a Melvin coffee.
Well,
Did
no.
I miss something?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
the lady slid you 2 cups, one for
Oh,
you
but
and
there was-
one for Egg. So
yeah,
you,
but I took
you-
it back to him. I didn't drink it.
no, that's what I'm saying. So like you haven't had any elven coffee yourself.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
no, absolutely not.
Because you wouldn't do that. Because
Right.
you did good. You did good. And he, he's got all his stuff out. He's talking. There looks like there's a cleric of the stone pillar set up next to you guys, and it looks like they're talking just about religious, stuff, and it seems to be a very good conversation, but it's kind of boring you. I mean, you're still learning so much about your own thing. You don't really want to hear about more religious stuff. You just want to believe in Joe Pesci to the max. So I think what do you think you're doing? Do you think you're gonna enjoy that conversation, or do you think you're gonna?
Yeah, and you know what? I've after everything we've kind of been through since we've gotten here, we came here, yesterday. Rain had said that we were here to kind of support and kind of spread our word, right? So, I'm here to support Rain. And at this point, I'm not really feeling like I need to be off on my own. The conversation may be boring, but at the same time, I'm here to do my role and to play my part for Rain.
Okay. So they're talking, and he's like, "But Joe Pesci is so cool. Like, you can't even tell me that that's not the coolest god to follow in the world, right? Joe Pesci is just unbelievable." And the other guy's like, "So you, who do you pray to again?" And he's looking at you because the other guy, he's at this point, he seems a little like he seems a little like he thinks the other guy's crazy, so he's trying to ask you what's going on.
Yeah, his name is Joe Pesci, and it is a he. And while he might not be big in stature, he's big in power, and to my knowledge, has never failed at getting shit done. So, in honor of the sun and in light of the Pesci, um, he is my god.
Um, can we clear something up real quick between me and you? Is Joe Pesci the shorter guy that plays in Uncle?
You talking about not Uncle? You talking about my cousin Vinny?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that Joe Pesci? Okay.
Yes.
I haven't Googled him yet, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I know who that is. But now I'm picturing that, and as soon as you said he's small in stature, but he's never not gotten shit done, that's the movie I thought of, him in there. So sorry.
Yeah, Casino, fucking Goodfellas. Joe Pesci. Hey, and of course Home Alone, right?
Right. All right. So this guy looks at you and he goes, "Well, that was a lot of heart for something I don't understand. Your God must be pretty powerful." And you guys are gonna continue that conversation, and he's getting like this cleric is gonna get kind of interested in your conversation. All of a sudden, you guys are hanging out at the. You guys are just hanging out. Your conversation's going on. Arnold, you're probably just tinking away at something, or just getting the fire started in the furnace, or
Getting
or
at
whatever.
the right temp, making sure I'm ready.
Yeah. At this point, Egg, you're just sitting there, kind of sticking out like a sore thumb, but just not on purpose, almost.
I'm looking at some of those flyer or parchments the lady gave me.
Okay. And Zerg, at this point in time, I think you're standing on your chair, like stretching, like you just woke up, and you're staring down at the arena floor. All right, so everyone's where they need to be. Let's see. Ig, you're gonna be sitting in the crowd, and you hear someone off to the side of you. They're just like chit chatting about the tournament and stuff like that. And you hear one of them go, "You think Boris even has a chance to get Kilobus? Or you're out of your mind. There's no way. He would lose to Abigail, a girl, the worst participant he's never won. He's never won." And you go, you're just listening to that, and Zerg, you're standing up on your chair. You're doing your stretches, man. And
Getting loose with it, baby.
yeah, you're just doing your stretches, and you hear someone say something. The amount of fighters this year is slim. Should be a fast tournament. Make sure to get your food and drinks before, or you might miss the entire event. And while you're talking to the cleric there, Isa, you hear someone at the table next to him talking while they're waiting in line to hear more about the stone pillar. And you hear him say something like, it took me 6 days to get here. They don't allow horses or cart anywhere near this place. Hey, buddy, where are you from? And he points to you.
I'm from, a small church right outside of here, but who's asking?
You notice that this guy just says, I don't see many of you guys, you people, Dragonborn around, and are you local? Did you travel far to get here? And just to your knowledge, your like hometown's probably like 100 miles away. So yeah, you traveled really far. Not 100
Right.
miles, like 50 miles away. 100 miles. Actually, you'd probably be 100 miles. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, that's really far. Yeah, you know what? We did travel a good distance from here, and we traveled for the tournament. You know, we just got here yesterday. Um, I find that flattering that I'm able to check one of your boxes, I suppose, and see a Dragonborn. But we're just as normal as anybody else. But I'm astonished at your at your surprise to see one of my kind.
You notice that he kind of blushes a little bit, and they turn away and walk away from you. And Arnold, you're working on a piece of armor that someone had brought up. It just looked like it had a little bit of damage to it, and you're just cleaning up some edging. That's all. It's nothing, no serious damage. It's kind of like petty work to you. You don't even have to try. And one of the guys standing there, because you were like, oh, this shouldn't take long. And so he's standing there, and he goes, have you seen Tokul fight? He can literally create anything out of the ground. Nobody stands a chance. Why do we even have a tournament?
I mean, with an attitude like that, you're never gonna win. Should I even continue fixing this?
Whoa. Oh, yeah, fix it. I need that.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. Just don't like quitters, man.
And then, you guys are having your little conversation. Some people in the crowd are talking around you. And all of a sudden, you hear a loud bell ring, and you hear a voice that booms overhead. You guys can hear it from all over. Like, no one's missing this. And it says, thank you for coming today. We have a roster of the best fighters from around the world. First, let me bring out the fighters. You might know him. He might be small, but he is mighty. Boris. And as you hear this, all of you guys are kind of intently staring, because while Arnold got invited and Isa got dragged, and Zerg stole something and ran away to here. And Ig, you won yours and are basically playing the role of a different person. Y'all don't know nothing about any of the fighters. No names, no nothing. You have no clue who's going to walk up on this. And you hear parts of the crowd go wild, and a very short, 4-foot tall man steps on the battlefield of gnome descent. And you hear parts of the crowd's laughing, and he smirks. Very small parts of the crowd, like almost like the people who don't know who he is. And he smirks, and he starts yelling real loud. And you watch his body just tear open, and he turns into a tortoise-colored bear. Full, massive, 8-foot tall tortoise-colored bear.
Who does the Borg?
Boris the Beast.
The gnome?
The
He's
gnome.
the gnome? All right, cool. Just needed to note that.
You hear the announcer come back out, and he goes, "Boris the Beast, everyone!" And he just stands there, just clapping, as Boris, is showing off his bear skills. And the announcer turns to you guys and goes, "Next, we have Abigail the Tower." Abigail stomps out to stand near you, near Boris. Near Boris, sorry, not you. Boris. She stands 10-foot tall, 4-inch Goliath. And she, the announcer says she stands 10 foot 4 inches tall and creates a shadow on a sunny day. She stands with this huge handcrafted bow that also has a blade edge on it. So, you realize that these people are all very special people. As you're seeing them come out, almost no one is just like a normal, fighter, a normal warlock, a normal rogue. You guys don't notice that any normalcy to these people. They are interesting, to say the least. The voice comes overhead again. Next contender is returning fighter Tokul the Stone Guardian. You notice the ground start to swirl and shake next to Abigail, and slowly basically like a golem comes out of the ground and stands there next to him, next to Abigail, and you hear the contender say, "Let's just say he is going to give the competition a hard time. He might even rock them." You hear boos all over, like the worst boos. Like all of them they've each had their excitement, like yay, boo, like little, and that joke alone was just like boo, like the whole crowd.
Arnold's laughing in the background.
He goes, oh my god, like he says, like you can see him, he's all shooken up, and he goes, next we have the duo, the twins, Corbius and Steve. You watch this mage float in. Very nice robes, crooked crown, esque head attire, and you see him start floating out, and as he gets to the center stage, he turns, and you immediately notice that he has two heads. And let's see, where was I? And, And you hear the announcer come out and say, "Let's hope the competition can stop these two in their tracks. We don't need a repeat of last year." You hear the crowd laugh a little bit and cheer Corbius on. You see Corbius, and one of the heads is not right. It is slightly demented, in the sense of how he interacts. But you see that Corbius is like very dapper. Like he's like cleaning off his shirt, and he's just like, yeah. And that's all you know so far. Finally, the announcer looks around and he goes, 4 contestants? And you can kind of hear this. He's like whispering, but like the speakers going up, like the big loud noise is above. And so he's like kind of, what are we supposed to do? These guys are going to fight just each other? What is this? And you see him, he like pops his hand open and a little ball pops up and he goes, what do we do? What do we do? You're gonna pick random people from the crowd? I guess give me some numbers. And he goes quiet, and you can see the guys like writing it, like, or whatever, trying to remember it, and he's just over there like figuring. And it's been a solid 5 minutes of this. They were coming up with other ideas in the meantime, and everyone's just staring at this guy, and he is so nervous right now. And he goes, and finally, we have some special guests. And he goes, these guests have been added to our randomly from selecting seats. Please check your voucher to see if you are selected. So Sam, David, Corey, Craig, you all pull out your invitations, just to make sure that, if you were selected. And you notice he goes, seat A14, B7, G16, and C25. All come down to the stage. And all of you at the exact same time look down at your paper, look up, and notice that that's your seat.
Let's see.
So you head on down.
I'm just going to cuss out this as we walk down.
This comes by. He goes,
ready?
This comes up in the back of your head. He goes, I had no idea that this was going on. I did not want to fight anyone. And he slams the door on you. And he opens it a little bit. He goes,
I'm super excited. I really want to fight the gnome. That's all I'm thinking. I don't even care that it's dangerous.
He cracks the door on you, Ig, and he goes, I'm not a fighter. And he closes the door. So you know you're on your own. So you guys all come down, like, kind of rag shack. You don't have a cool entrance. Like, you're completely unexpecting this. If you would like to, though, and if you'd like to detail how you would show up on it, you can roll me a performance check, and I will let you describe it based on your roll.
Can I just roll to make sure I don't stumble down the stairs in awe anyways?
You can just give me a athletics check for that. Or acrobatics. I'm sorry, acrobatics check for that. But if you would like to perform like an entrance, feel free to roll.
Yeah, I ain't performing no entrance.
And that is charisma for performance? Yeah. So add your charisma to it. Add your dex.
+3, so
13. Yeah, you're good. You didn't trip. You
That's
did do
good.
one of those things like the rat from Ratatouille when he's trying to like stand up and walk, where he like shuffles his feet all weird down the stairs.
Yeah. And I have a tail too, so it's all like weird going downstairs.
Right, and then you hit the sand and you like spatter real quick, like your feet like aren't sure how to make the difference between dirt, like the sand, because you're used to like rock and dirt, and this is like sand. +6 is 15. Ig, go ahead and tell me how you would like to enter this arena.
All right.
15, you succeed in doing a pretty well performance.
So I'm going to be like, well, I guess we got to do this the Ig way then. And I'm going to, as I walk up to the edge, I'm going to continue to act like the old man costume I got on. I'm gonna get to the ledge, and I'm gonna vault over it. And as I vault, I'm gonna throw the hat, the cane, and lose the jacket. And I'm gonna land superhero landing.
Are you
Nice.
throwing away the stuff that you put on to walk in here?
Yeah.
It's a scarf.
Superhero landing. Bad for the knees.
Go ahead and roll me a dexterity or a dexterity check to see if you land gracefully. It's like 25 feet.
Another
Plus-
15.
Yeah, you definitely land gracefully. You 3-point stance.
Sand.
It is sand, but it's not that hard. It's not like quicksand. It's just it's sand. So he lands comfortably, and you stroll out to stage, kind of separate from the group. But it looks like Isa, you got a 9 plus. Is that a 12?
Yeah, no, +2. It's an 11.
Okay.
Because it's plus charisma, right?
Yeah, it's charisma. Yeah, you can.
So, yeah.
You can describe how you get out there. Nothing, too fancy, but you can definitely strut your stuff a little bit.
Yeah. So as we go out there, like you said, it's nothing too fancy, but we're gonna go ahead and do, if I could, in the parlance of my time, do a Tebow, right in the middle of the
Like when
stage.
you start lining up next to everyone, you want
Yeah.
to get down and do the Tim
Yeah,
Tebow.
do the knee, do
Yeah,
the
you
little
can,
kneel.
you can definitely Tim Tebow these guys.
Okay, yeah, and then just to
Just don't
quiet
cry after.
confidence, right? Yeah. And then I promise I won't go out for Major League Baseball.
Okay. All right. So you guys are on the battlefield right now, standing next to 4 other champions of the realm, selected for their ability to fight. So
Somebody's gonna get the ass kicked.
hold on one second, boys and girls.
And obviously, you two, well, side note, you two have met each other, so you're like, oh, hey, what's up, guy?
Yeah,
Yeah. Like, what
Go
the
ahead.
fuck? We were
Go
just
ahead.
drinking coffee.
yeah, you can do that. Go ahead and act that out for a second.
Dude, what are you doing here?
Like I said, it's better to be lucky than to be good, right?
Holy
The
shit.
week, real quick.
Well, you know what? I hope that coffee had something special. I didn't even drink mine. I gave it to my mentor, but hopefully that gave you the special sauce, son. Probably gonna need it today.
I'm going to look around and be like, temporary truce? Frenzies?
Yeah. You know what? I did kind of say that I perhaps owed you one. I'm gonna stick to that. So, yes. Agreed.
All right. So you guys get pulled off. They let the crowd settle down a little bit, and then you hear the announcer come up and say, "Can we please get?" This is the name he wrote down. Okay. Can we please get Arnold the Mountain down to the battlefield and Abigail?
I just kind of begrudgingly walk out.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. We're gonna roll off to see who gets to go first. You guys are now no longer with your people. Isa, you're the paladin. Obviously, this is a huge honor for you to be in this fight. So you are hanging out in the bullpen of fighters with everyone else.
Is this initiative that we're rolling?
Yeah, why?
I got a 10.
Why'd you roll a
I thought you said everybody roll.
No. This is a 1v1 fight. I'm rolling
Okay.
off with him. Yeah. We're going to do this a little different.
I misunderstood. My bad.
That's okay. What is your initiative plus?
2. That's why I got a 10.
Okay.
I rolled an 8.
You vigorously rubbed that eye. It was pretty awesome. And if you guys don't like Hostess double chocolate donuts, you guys suck.
Oh, you're muted.
Wow, you're muted.
Yeah,
My book muted me. My book muted me.
Kyle, you're unmuted.
Thank you.
Ooh, I want some donuts.
All right,
There you
so
go.
Abigail, you walk out and you're going to see, you're in a circle. There are 3 big pillars towards the back side of the circle, of this big circle. There's one towards the front. The big face and hand are coming out of the ground in the center. And then you have scattered rock on all sides. It's basically most of your movement will either be heavy terrain or avoiding terrain. The fight is meant to make it difficult for you to reach each other. Right? So that being said, you see Abigail. You guys are on opposite sides of this arena, standing on stone structures. They're stone rocks coming off the ground, and you're both kind of like up on top of them with like almost like a runway to start running into the battlefield together, right? To fight each other. This is where the hand is, all that kind of stuff. So you see Abigail clomp down her little ramp. She gets to the bottom of it and she sticks behind a rock, a relatively big rock, and she is going to fire a shot at you with her.
Oh, she's got a bow.
Yep. She's going to go ahead and fire a shot at you.
Oh, lame. We don't even get initiative. Sons of bitches.
No,
you do.
It's just me and her.
It's just Yep. It's just 2. It's 2v2. You're not all fighting one guy. Come on.
Oh, I thought it was 4v4. Come on now.
She misses.
Who's in right now then? Well, I missed that when I was peeing.
That's Arnold. So completely misses. Shoots this arrow and it sticks into a rock about 6 feet to your right. And it is your turn.
So how far away are we at the moment?
The setup where you guys start up on the rocks puts you at about 50 feet away from each other. Coming down the rocks, like you said, you do have half movement. So just remember that. So to close the gap between the two of you, you're definitely going to be wanting to try to duck behind stuff, being that she's shooting it.
How far is it down the ramp?
She got to the bottom of hers with her 15 feet of movement. So it's about 15 feet down this rock. And you have, like I said, rocks scattered all over. So that you could definitely find one within 15 feet behind you.
Sure. So can I jump to avoid half movement down the ramp?
What is your... No. Because your jump uses your speed. So you'd end up jumping out a certain amount of distance based on your height and weight and going down. So it would not... You'd probably end up in the same spot, if not closer.
Well, so I don't have 30 feet of movement. I have 25.
Okay, so you have 25 feet of movement?
Mm-hmm. And then half that.
Okay. So we'll call it 15. You can have 15. That's weird that you have 25. We'll say that
the dwarf.
Right. We'll say that you have 15 feet of movement. So you get an extra, little to get out there.
Okay.
So what do?
I'm gonna get down, and I'm assuming at the bottom I have a little like barricade I can duck behind. And I'm gonna grab one of those hand axes that the lady gave me and huck it at this tower.
Okay. Did you add that, and you know what the stats are?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead. I'm gonna have you roll that with advantage because while she is hiding, she's 10 foot tall, and what she's hiding behind is not big enough to hide her entire body.
Okay.
So she's kind of towering over a smaller like barricade.
And then it's +7.
So
a 19. Wait. I guess it's 19 + 7 and 12 + 7.
You get 2 attacks with that?
No, you said roll 2d20 because I had advantage.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you, let me see. I'm pretty sure you hit. Hold on.
So it would be 26.
Yeah, you definitely hit.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll damage.
It's gonna be a 7, but I get to re-roll ones and actually that's just with 2-handed weapons. Okay. So 7 damage.
7 damage. Okay. Do you have a bonus action? Or you're good.
I'm all set for right now.
Okay. You hear Abigail holler from across the arena, like, "Ah, you little midget! You think you can kill me with some small axes?" And it hurt, but it didn't do much.
Well, you're not gonna kill me with those bow shots.
She takes the axe out and just tosses it on the ground. It's way too small for her to throw.
Okay.
Accurately. She pulls back, she slinks another one in, and she fires at you. Does a 15 hit you?
It does not.
All right. She's gonna make a angled move to hide behind the tall pillar. So she's gonna be obstructed by a tall pillar at the end of her turn. At this point in time, she's now moved up that you're about 15 feet away from her, roughly. But she's on the other side, so you wouldn't be able to reach her in one movement and attack.
Can I copy her movement? Like, am I
exactly?
Like, is there a pillar opposite her?
So you want to go to the opposite side?
Yeah.
You're not trying to go close to her.
Not right now.
Okay. Yes, you can.
So I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna ready an action for when she goes to move from the pillar. I'm gonna throw a hand axe.
Okay. All right. So you're moving completely opposite to a like pillar, and you're readying the action of like as soon as you see her, you're gonna whip that bitch.
Yep.
So she is going to.
I'm also gonna shout out a little taunt and be like, "Oh, I finally can't see you behind that pillar, you tall bitch."
You hear from behind there, "Ha ha ha! Very funny." And she is going to. Now this would happen at the same time, so she is going to step out and shoot her bow, and you will get to throw your axe at the same time.
Okay.
So she'll go first, technically. Wow, dude, and she misses. So go ahead and throw your axe.
Am I still getting advantage?
No, not at this point.
Okay. Uh, 13.
13 does not hit.
All right.
So you throw this, and she throws. She shoots her bow, and hers skips off a rock and just goes off into the crowd. And you hear ah! She did real bad. And your axe just flings into the pillar to the right of like where she just stepped out from.
Okay.
So it is your turn because that is a readied action. So I think you get to still take your full turn.
Yeah.
So.
How far away is she?
She is currently 30 feet away from you, so it would be double movement. You could do a dash to get to her, but you would not be able to attack.
Okay. Is there any form of cover between me and her?
What you're hiding behind right now is the giant hand. That's the only pillar that was close enough.
Okay.
So you're like behind this giant hand. Directly, like 15 feet away from you is the center of that head. So if you move your movement directly to that, you're wide open standing in the middle of the arena. If you wanted to follow the edge, the rocks kind of follow where the hand came out, so they kind of stone around that. If you wanted to head out that way and move across. Now, what kind of armor are you wearing?
Chainmail.
Hold on. Give me a. If you wanted to do a like as far of a movement as you can make, you said you moved 30,
25.
25. Do you? What's the reach on your weapon?
5 feet.
Give me a athletics check to see if you can ignore the difficult terrain to just tank over to her and hit her. I'm gonna need 3 of them.
So the first one was 17, 22, and 18.
You make it all the way over to her if you want to.
Okay, so, and that's just my normal movement?
That's just your normal movement. You being in the military, you've navigated difficult terrain before, and so athletically, you were just able to overcome the obstacles without taking negative to your movement.
So I have 2 sets of... Oh, that's damage. Okay. We are going to... What I had. All right, so we are going to do just a regular attack with my battle axe. 20. So 24 to hit.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
And then how does this go? Hit with a attack. Okay, so we're gonna roll for damage. Which is 1d plus 5. So it's 11 damage, and then I get to roll another 1d8. I'm gonna spend a superiority die, which I get to re-roll because it's on a damage attack. For an 8. So what was it? 11 plus 8.
Are you wielding a two-handed axe?
Yeah, it's a great axe.
Okay.
Or a battle axe, I'm sorry. And so it's 19 points of damage, and then she has to make a strength saving throw on a DC of 15. If she fails, she gets to be knocked prone.
She got a what is it? Strength saving throw?
Strength saving throw of 15.
What's the wording again? Say it one more time.
It must make a strength saving throw on a DC 15. On
Okay.
failure, you knock the target prone.
She made a 15 exactly, so she's not going anywhere. She's got big honky chonky legs, dude. You
Okay.
ain't making
So-
nothing pro.
So she takes 19.
Okay.
I'm also going to
And you've hit her with 7 so far, right?
yes.
Okay.
I'm also going to action surge, and I'm going to attack one more time. Roll d20 plus 7. 18 to hit.
Just hits.
Okay. 8 plus 5. And then 7 more damage.
Okay, so you have. Oh, I gotta write this down. You started doing way more damage. 7 plus 7 plus 19.
Yeah.
14 plus 19 equals 33. 33 HP. She's looking rough.
And I
Yeah.
just shout out to the crowd. I was like, "Are you not entertained?"
You don't knock her prone, but you take your axe and you've swiped. You swiped left leg, right leg. You're really trying to just chop this tree of a woman down,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you're just, and you deal 33 HP, and she's severely injured right now.
Okay.
She's going to turn to you, however, and make 2 attacks.
Come at me, Bertha.
Does a 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay, and she misses one of them. She is then going to roll damage. Put these in here really. Toy like a toy again. So she is going to deal. Does she get a bonus to that? She's going to deal 10 damage to you.
Okay.
And let's see. That is all for her turn. She is going to hold on. Yeah, she's not gonna do anything. She's just gonna stand there and stare at you and say, "Haha, short man. Hope that hurt."
It may have hurt, but you're looking a lot more rougher. No one said I was a scholar. As I say that, I'm gonna roll for attack. 17.
17 misses.
All right. I am going to
It's
use.
John Cena.
I'm just gonna roll for my second wind. So I get 10 HP back.
1d10 plus 3. Damn. All right. So she didn't do anything. What do you say as you like use that? She just sees like this kind of like almost like light come and just like absorb what she just did.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say?
I was like, I've worked in a forge all my life, and I've had more I've taken more damage from daggers.
She looks at you and you go, and she says, "That's okay. Next time I'll do more damage." And it is your turn, is it not?
No, I just rolled for
No.
damage.
You just rolled for damage.
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
I missed the attack.
Oh, okay. So she takes her turn again. She is going to use one of her attacks to attack you, and she's going to use the other one to grapple you.
Okay.
So in a grapple, When you grab a creature rest with it, you make an attack action to make a special melee attack a grapple. If you're able to make the multiple attacks with the attack action, this replaces one of them. The target of your grapple must be no more than one size larger than you. You're not.
I might be 2 sizes smaller.
That's what she said.
Using this one free hand, you try to seize the target by making a grapple check instead of an attack roll. A strength athletic check contested by the target, strength athletic or dexterity. So you're rolling a strength on the second one. So let me see if she hits the first one.
Okay.
Does a 12 hit? No, it does not.
Nope.
And then go ahead and roll off with me. So go ahead and roll.
13.
13 with your.
No, it's 6 plus 7.
Wait, where'd you get 7 from?
That's my athletics.
Damn. Okay. She has a.
That would be a savings throw. You did a skill throw.
No, it's my strength athletics roll.
It would be
against her
savings, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter either way. Yeah, that's what I meant. Saving throw. You would be doing a saving throw from her. You're basically just doing a head-to-head.
Yeah.
She failed. So she tries to grab you, but you're a pretty small little dude for her, and she's like half bent over, like chasing you around her legs.
Yep.
She missed both attacks.
Anytime she got close, I just batted her away with my axe.
It is your turn.
And so we're gonna do this. It's lowercase d, because size matters. That's yep. I just ruined my mojo. 9 does not hit.
A 9 does not hit.
Wah wah.
So what are the rules of this? Like of the fight? Is it to the death? Is it to knock out? Is it till someone yields?
I should ask that.
Do you want to find out? Do you want to find out the hard way if it is to the death? Do you want to lose it? So you got to think about that. They didn't announce it. They assumed you knew the rules. It's a worldwide tournament, and almost every single one of you would not have been a follower of the tournament. So you have
We're
no idea.
We're kind of in it already. There ain't no going back now.
So I guess I'm a little. I'm just gonna call out, like, there's obviously like a judge or something, like the guy, the announcer.
Mm-hmm.
I just call out. I was like, "How do we win?"
You hear the voice kind of come over the arena again, and he said, he kind of laughs a little bit, like, "Oh my god, he doesn't even know what we're doing here." And then he says out loud to you, he goes, "Well, to the death, my boy."
All right, and I end my turn.
All right, so she is gonna make 2 swipes at you. That one hits. Does a 15 hit?
Nope.
1 hit.
Okay. For 2 damage.
For 9 damage.
Okay. 9.
And she is. You notice. So she swings this big bow that like the upper half of it is a. She can't grab it. It's a blade edge.
Yeah.
But she can hold it by the bottom half, and she takes that and she just swipes that across your chest.
Okay.
As she does that, she stands back up, and she stands back up and she calls out to you and she says, "Give me an honorable death, or I will give you one." and she attacks again.
Again? For the third time?
No, that's.
Oh, that was the damage that I took.
No, she gets 2 natural attacks. She's taking 1 more against.
Okay.
And a 16 hit. Just hits. So she is going to do another 5 damage. So as she yells that to you, she pokes you with the front of the stick, like in the chest.
Okay.
Oh, what a coon!
It's your turn, sir.
All right, we're gonna roll. Come on, believe in the heart of the cards. 19, bitch.
There you go. Definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right, so +7, 8 + 5.
Wait, you have a +7 on your attack?
No, it's +5. So 13 damage, and then
Hold on, real quick. Your attack is a +7 with your battle axe.
so my chance to hit is +7.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Like your attack roll, not
Yes.
the damage roll. The attack roll is +7.
Yes.
Holy shit. Okay. Anyways, 13 damage.
13 damage, and then I'm gonna add a superiority die. Roll 8. So another 8 damage, and again we're trying to trip her if she's still alive. DC 15 saving throw.
How much total damage was that then? 21.
Yeah. If I kill her right now, I want to try and trip her and just chop the legs right off.
Okay. So yeah. You make this attack, and she's looking down at you. She just poked you in the chest, and she said, "Tubby little dwarf," and you feel something inside of you just spark, and you grab your battle axe with as much power as you can absolutely wail, and you slice both her fucking cackles off, and she falls to the ground. And she falls to the ground screaming as you axe her in the back.
Take that for honor.
So the announcer guy comes out and he holds your hands up and he's like, "Yeah, woo, blah blah blah." You know, it's Arnold the Mountain, right? Arnold the Mountain. And he tells you, go back to the pen. You see 2 medics coming out, and they pick up, her ankles and her. These medics are small, little. These are small, little robot-esque. They're living metal, and they just pick her up like it's no problem and like walk her off. As they get to the edge, you guys get up into the thing. They're taking the body past you, and. What are you guys thinking?
Not me, right?
Like all of us or him?
Yeah, you're all standing there as they're walking this huge Goliath body that Arnold the Mountain just killed.
Size doesn't matter.
So where am I? Am I heading back over to these guys right now?
You've climbed the stairs. They had to get the medic out. They brought her up as you're just getting back.
Okay, but we're in the same area.
Well, I believe we should congratulate this man.
I want to know how I can get some armor made of those robots.
I take out a cloth and I start cleaning my axe, and I'm just kind of sitting down there. Not showing much emotion, like I just won anything, just going through the preparations like I've been through, this before.
Okay, so you're just cleaning off your axe. Okay. Ig, what do
Probably
you
could
think
get
of all
looked
this?
at by a medic as well, bud.
Ig's uncharacteristically quiet. He's probably trying to figure out how he can get out of here with minimal damage.
You hear this in the back of your head. He's like, holy fucking shit, we gotta get out of here.
Like
And you hear his door close again. I like this. I like the fact that he gets to close the door on you. I love this.
It's like having conversations with yourself where yourself can get more angry than you and leave.
Right. So you guys are like standing in a group, like chit chatting. You guys, congratulate, whatever. Isa, how do you feel about that? He just murdered someone on the battlefield. It was on the battlefield. They both accepted to it. But I mean, is that?
Yeah, it was kind of breathtaking a little bit, just because I'd never really experienced something like that before. But you know what? I came to a tournament where there was fighting. I guess I had to expect on some level that death was inevitable. So I guess at first kind of shocking, but also kind of maybe that coming of age moment.
Like
Okay.
thrilling.
I kind of glance over and I'm like, have you ever seen death before, boy?
No, I haven't, but I have a feeling I'm going to see a lot more.
Well, doesn't get any easier.
So while you're having this conversation, can you all roll me a perception check?
Me?
All of you.
Oh.
I got
anyone who got over 15.
I got 18 plus my modifier.
Yeah, he did.
I got a 12.
You got 12?
Me too.
Well, I got a -1, so. Sorry, Egg, we're not that close, but we're close.
Isa, you rolled a 4.
God. You know what? I found this Microsoft Store roller. I'm going to start using that fucking thing.
Just don't start lying, I guess. I mean,
I'm going to put it up on screen share. So we should all just use that. It's really nice. I'll throw it up there if you want to look at it. Use it on screen share. It's kind of nice.
Wait, don't do that. Don't do that.
No? Okay, because it'll fuck
gonna,
your shit up.
Yeah, it'll mess with the cameras. I wish you. Do you have a D20 laying around?
No.
Oh, darn it. I was just gonna say you just roll a real dice. If it makes you feel any better, we just went through a fight where I literally hit Sam 3 times out of like 6 attacks, not 9 attacks.
Yeah.
So
I feel like a god right now.
Right.
I got hit twice.
So Sam, you're these guys are a little worked up. Like Ig's seen death before, no problem. But he's, like you said, he's kind of trying to kind of find his way out. Zerg, they've killed people before.
Yeah, this really isn't much new. It just kind of reminds me of a big, giant, fancier game.
Right. And
I'm digging it.
And then Isa, of course, we know where he's at. So you, having done this before, you immediately noticed that Abigail is now standing.
Like she's back on their feet and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You're putting an axe in her back?
And chopping her cankles off? What the fuck is this place?
Looks like they have
I
some
quit.
good medics around here, boys.
Abigail walks up to you, Sam, and goes, what a good fight. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And she walks away.
Huh?
She is now out. And Sam has the first win. Go ahead and roll. The last 3 of you roll for me. Did I already have you roll for me? No.
Are we going to have to fight each other eventually?
Go ahead and roll for me, guys.
Ooh, Egg with the 19.
I got you right here, Egg. With a 1.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Jesus.
Oh, Zerg with the 9.
Oh, Zach. You just doing flat rolls?
This is initiative, so you can add or not initiative. No, these would be flat rolls. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Ig, you hear the announcer come above. Everyone hears it, but you specifically hear. Next, we have Ig, and man, who are we putting him up against? Where
And this.
That's an everyday battle.
Constant.
Oh, do you think that's even fair? He looks a little okay. We're gonna put Ig up against Boris. Yeah.
Balls.
Is Boris the one that was the bear?
Yeah.
I literally was thinking this whole time, the one I don't want to fight is the fucking bear.
See, that's the one I've wanted to fight this whole time.
So go ahead and roll initiative, buddy.
Get her, son.
Me versus you.
Who got that 16?
You got a 16.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and start first. You do notice that you guys are not starting in the exact same space, but you're the same distance away. You notice that you are roughly 50 feet away from each other, but you guys didn't start on the big rock because Boris can't fit on it, so it wasn't fair for you guys to have to try and stand on top of it. So you guys are just off to the side, standing on normal ground. And why can't I do this? Because you're a fucking loser. It's
Good
your
job,
turn.
Rich.
It is your turn. Go ahead, David.
All right, how far away are they?
50 feet.
50 feet.
Are they in bear form yet?
They are automatically in bear form for the battle.
Okay.
Isa, I need you to start a chant for your good pal here.
I-G-G-Y, can you give it to me? Oh, yeah.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to pull out my 2 daggers that I have equipped currently,
Okay.
and I'm going to throw one of them because I don't think I can throw 2.
Not unless you have something that states you can attack twice.
Not yet.
Okay. So yes, you could throw 1 dagger if you'd like. Are you going to move closer, or are you trying to do it from 50 feet away?
I'm trying to maintain range.
Okay.
Oh, what happened?
Is this like your cards?
No, I'm going to use a dagger at range, figure out it sucks, gonna talk to this and be like, dude, we got to do something better than this,
Why did
otherwise we're
that
gonna get
change?
our ass kicked.
Okay. So you missed. I take it.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry, I'm trying to pull up the ship.
That's okay. So did you miss the attack? Oh, you nat 20.
No.
So,
No, I didn't.
what do you mean? No, you didn't.
So I tried to pull up Roll20 on my PC because my phone's dead,
Uh-huh.
and my push to talk is linked up to the back button, so it's really hard to keep Roll20 open.
Okay. What are you using Roll20 for?
Just to see my stats.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's damage is 1d4 plus 4.
So you didn't roll a d20
No, I did.
in chat, and you crit it, right?
Yeah.
That's a 20. So don't you do double damage on crit?
Yeah.
Yeah. So roll damage twice. Had me all confused for a second. I was like, David, what are you talking about? I read the rules.
I did that weird thing again.
You didn't type in exclamation point roll.
Yeah.
The weird thing is I did.
Okay, so it looks like a total of 13 damage.
That's way better than a dagger normally does.
What
That
happens
fucking
when you hit him in the eye?
So you toss this, dagger across, and you throw it, and normally when someone throws a dagger, they're straightforward, as much force as they can give it, straight at the target. You almost finesse this dagger. You toss it up to the right hand side, and you watch this thing curve across, and you pin this 8-foot bear square in the eye. And this dagger is now stuck in its head.
Little does Kyle know that this is my self-insert, and when I throw axes and knives, I literally throw it that arc that you just specified.
That's dope.
We've been corrected, David. You didn't do 13 damage, however. You did 8, because you don't double the modifier, just the dice.
Yeah.
So 8 total damage so far. And a dagger stuck in its head.
Cool.
Thanks, Mushka. So is it his turn? Do you have anything else to
I
do?
believe so. For right now, that's it.
Okay. He is actually going to dash right at you. So he is going to move 80 feet, cut in half for 40, puts him 10 feet away from you. He is going to roll he's going to roll 3 dexterity saves to close the gap on you, to see if he takes half movement the whole way. He saves one, he misses one, and he misses one. So he gets just in range for you. So every 10 feet, basically how I'm working is every 10 feet you can make a dexterity saving throw to save you from taking a penalty, which you guys can take as well, like I let Sam do. So he
Athletics is strength.
Right. So it depends on the character.
Okay.
The bear would use strength. You're correct, but it missed either way. It's a Dex 15 or a DC 15. So he makes it just to you, but he's not able to attack. So he is just right up against you, rubbing his hairy hairy big body on you. And it is your turn.
All right. I'm going to channel some Thys, and I'm going to cast Hex.
You hear Thys in the back of your head say, "This is what I've been waiting for." And what do you hex him? How do you hex him? What do you say or do?
I imagine all Thys needs to do is talk to him, and it's hexing enough.
Okay. What is hex require? Is it a saving throw or damage?
It's a saving throw.
So you're casting hex. What's the saving throw?
Probably
It should be 14.
No, there's no saving throw. You place a curse on a creature that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the chosen or to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. Also, choose one ability. When you cast the spell, the target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability. If the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a subsequent turn of yours to curse a new creature.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do strength then.
Okay. So strength, you're giving him a disadvantage on. We'll say attacks works for that. It says ability checks, but I feel like if you hexed his strength, he would just feel kind of weak. So I think we're gonna do that. And then when you next time you attack him, you do an extra 1d6, right?
Right. I
Do you
usually
have?
don't like to disclose this, but hex is a bonus action, and
Oh, good deal.
since he's up in my shit, I'm gonna draw a rapier and attack him.
Go for it.
Big dumb bear. His AC's gonna be real low.
He's a little special of a bear.
Does a 17 hit?
It does. And then what?
Is it
1d6.
plus 6 or roll d6?
It's 1d6 damage. Necrotic damage.
So I might roll nice on the d20, but my damage is real low.
Let's see. So what's that a total of?
7 plus the 8 he did last time.
7 damage. You can hit all day, bud. So you do 7 damage. When you do this, you look at the guy and you just talk to him and you say, you say something charming and hexful, and then you quickly zoom out your rapier and you stab forward. And when your blade touches him, you watch just a little bit around the tip of your blade. His skin starts to peel back, and it's just showing, and it's just a dead skin. Okay, but not much. And I mean, it's just around the tip of your blade. And you pull back, and he kind of snarls at you. And he's gonna turn around and make 2 attacks on you. We will call it. He gets disadvantage, so I'm rolling the first attack now. So that is a miss. And the second attack does a 19. Yeah, 19 hits you.
Oh yeah, that hits.
He does 9 slashing damage to you with his claws. So you stab him with that, and he feels it start like eating away at his skin. And he kind of just like turns and pushes your blade away a little and swipes you across the chest.
I'm not sure how many more of those I can take.
And he does not have any other bonus action, so it's your turn.
Cool. And by that, I actually know how much. But I am going to. That's probably not worth it. I'm going to do a main hand rapier attack and then follow up with an offhand dagger attack.
Okay, for sure. Roll that shit.
Roll that shit. I-G-Y.
Okay, so the first one will be the rapier, and that's plus 6.
Yeah, that hits.
And then I'm going to do something I forgot I could add last time, because I'm a fucking idiot.
The dagger misses, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's +6, so
Yeah, it misses.
it's a total 12. I didn't think it'd get very far. But I'm going to add sneak attack to that as well as the additional. So I should really get 2d6 on top of this.
Computing.
Yeah, I was double checking my d6s. I should have really added that sneak attack to that first crit because it would have doubled the sneak attack as well.
Mm-hmm.
Bummer, dude. Learn your shit.
Get your shit together, Iggy.
Right, so that's a total of 16 damage.
I-G-Y.
Hey, I apparently look good in a yellow and black.
He's looking
Plaid skirt.
pretty. I mean, he's looking pretty beat up. He's looking real rough.
That makes 2 of us.
So he's gonna turn around. He's gonna snarl at you, and he is going to make He's gonna make 2 claw attacks and a bite attack. Now he does. Didn't you give him disadvantage? Yes, you did. So he misses the first claw, goes for the second claw, misses. I'm assuming an 11 at you, right?
Yeah, no, my AC is 16.
And then the bite, he misses all 3 of them. Holy smokes.
That's what I like to hear.
You were just standing there, like, dodging everything. He swipes right, left, and then he just tries to chomp down on you, and you
Zerg digs that shit.
you basically do a backflip out from the bite and just land all finessed. Like, is that all you got?
Has anyone else picked up Iza's chant yet?
What?
Wait.
I-G-G-Y. Nobody?
In the crowd? After they just saw him like doing all this shit?
Wait, wait, what's going on? Isa's chanting?
Iza's doing a chant for his buddy.
He has been, like, this whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorta.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Where the fuck? Did he say he was chanting?
Well, he said
No,
Iggy. He spelled Iggy. Someone did.
Yeah, I told him I was gonna need a chant for his good friend, and that's what he started doing.
No. If you would like to roll a performance check, we could see if Iggy gets a little help from his friends.
I'm just studying the way Iggy's moving. I'm liking it. That's how I move. Yeah.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
Craig, roll that performance check.
Oh, just I thought you meant him, not me.
No, you.
Oh.
Come on,
You-
Craig. I mean, Isa.
Right. Oh, don't use caps.
Size matters.
Hey, we all
Fucking
forget it once in a
Discord.
while.
And what's your performance?
Jesus.
Oh Lord. You're making
probably
a
9
fool of
total.
yourself.
Plus, it says +2 on performance.
So with an 8, you guys see Isa. He's standing in the bull pit with you guys, the fighters pit, and he's like, I-E-G-Y, and he just keeps chanting this. And at this point in time, people have started like dropping stuff from the stands on him.
Oh, baby. It's working for me, though.
What does that roll for?
My attack.
Oh, is it your? Oh yeah, it is your attack. That's right. That's right. He just shot three misses at you. So
got that crit.
Was that Nat?
Yeah.
That's nat 20.
That's that.
Nice. Sneaky sneak.
That 5 would be doubled, so that's 10 plus 4 is 14.
And then you have your right.
Plus an additional 4 doubled is 8, so that puts me at 22.
22.
And and then maybe a dagger attack if it's necessary.
No, you can stop right there.
Double tap it, Iggy. Double tap it.
Just for flair, throw the dagger straight up as you're attacking.
What? How are you gonna? How do you see this playing out? You definitely kill it. So how do you see this playing out?
I like to see it as the last lunge he does for that bite attack. I anticipate it with my parries, and I just shove the rapier in his throat. And then as like he like bites down, I take the dagger and come over top and just close it so it like T intersections in his mouth.
All right. You hear the arena person just go off like, "Oh my god, that was so cool!" And he runs down to you and grabs you by the hand and lifts your hand up and says, "Ignatius!" And the crowd goes wild. So you take off back to the den. You have officially.
Shit, I might go wild.
G. Why?
Yeah, Isa's still standing over there chanting. No one's following. All right. So you guys get back there. Same deal. You guys get back there. Here's Ig. He just won his fight very finessefully, very dexterously.
If it
Just-
matters, I get 5 additional temporary hit points
For why?
because I have Dark One's Blessing per my pact patron.
Okay. I messaged you, Ig. Let's see what
Roll
was
again. Or go with the rolls we had.
No, go ahead and roll again.
That'd be me and you, Isa.
Yep.
You and
Okay.
I.
Imagine you and me. And me.
And me.
Okay.
Balls.
That's why we don't have nice things.
No
'Cause
space.
You guys can't learn a simple command for the computer. Sorry, Zerg.
That's all right. The best for
Isa.
last.
You're up. So the
Patient.
announcer comes across and he goes, "Now, the holiest Isa Northhood is going to fight Dokul."
Wait, I'm fighting Arnold's mom? Who?
The Stone Guardian.
Oh,
How do you know who his mom is?
they just, it kind of looked like him. Probably looked as ugly as probably what his mom looks like. So,
He doesn't know my mom just died.
yeah, I
Better
don't
than
know.
fucking cows. I mean, just throw that out there.
We're ready, prepared, focused.
All right,
dialed
so
in.
you guys enter the arena and you are
You got this, Pesci.
go ahead and roll initiative for me. Who did I say you were against?
The golem.
The Stone
Oh.
Man. He just comes out to Queens. We will rock you.
It's better than the announcer's lame jokes.
Yeah.
I'm
What
like imagining like episode 1 type announcers at like the pod racers.
we got another 14 plus what?
No, that's just the. Oh,
No, it should be
Initiative.
initiative.
Initiative has
So,
you have a plus on initiative.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can, you
so
can.
it's like his dex.
Yeah,
So
I
he
don't have
might-
a plus on decks.
Okay.
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah. So Tokul, you get to go first. You guys are standing up on the stone pillars now. And go.
All right. So So this channel divinity sacred weapon.
Yes, sir.
It says in action, you imbue a weapon with positive energy for 1 minute. The weapon is considered magical. You add +2 to attack rolls.
Correct. But if you read it, is as an action you do that. So that would be your first turn with your movement. So you could move and do that.
Okay, that I was just curious. That's I can move. Well, you know what? We don't need to do that yet.
How long does it last?
A minute.
1
So
minute.
it'd probably last the whole fight.
Yeah. So a minute is like 10 rounds.
Oh, okay. All
So
right.
it's quite a long time. So if you wanted to do that while you weren't standing next to the guy, might make sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that now then.
Okay. And then are you just trying to beeline it for him, or you think you're gonna?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I have a slower moving target if it's a stone creature of sorts. I'm assuming that I have the agility advantage. So, yeah, we're gonna move quick.
Okay. So you're doing. You put sacred weapon is the one you did, channel divinity.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you only get one of those per short rest. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see.
Someone in the crowd just screams Joe Pesci, just riles you up.
Yeah.
So you did that. If you wanted to beeline it, give me 3 athletics checks.
3d20.
Dude, I'm gonna hate work tomorrow.
Sorry, guys, this is
19.
going really long.
17.
So you had 12, 19, and 17.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have
Um,
do you have an athletics modifier?
He has a +4.
+4, yeah.
Yeah, you have no problem moving 30 feet. So you're only about 20 feet away from this guy.
Okay.
And you kind of run up, and as you're running up, you take your hand over. You use a sword or an axe?
I use a morning star.
Morningstar. You take as you're running up. You take your hand over your Morningstar, and you go from hilt to the spiked ball, and as you go over it, the thing just lights up as you're running towards him.
In the name of Pesci.
For his turn, he looks at you and let's see. Should have had way more time to prepare for this.
Yeah, get your shit together, DM.
Get my shit together. What the? This is what I. There we go.
Greg, I just messaged you.
He looks at you and he says,
Oh, he wasn't. He must not have been here earlier.
"Who?
Oh, sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
Wait, who are you talking to?"
Oh, your chat on Twitch.
Oh,
I forgot my mic was down. Sorry.
that's okay. And so he looks at you and he goes, you just see him crumple his hand, and you see the his rock like body gains more rock on it, and he just grumbles and he goes, "Not today." And he then looks at you and think he can use. He is going to. God dang it. So he you see him do that, and then you see a mist of rock swirl around him, and he teleports up behind you.
I turn around and I say, if you win, you win. If you lose, you still win. Think about it. It is a Pesci quote.
Okay. I was like, what? That makes no sense at all. All right, it's totally your go, man. So,
All right.
that was his turn.
So I'm gonna quickly turn to strike as he's behind me. I'd actually like to just basically quickly pivot, and as I'm pivoting, how far away is he at this point?
He's standing next. He's 5 feet away from you.
All right. So as I'm pivoting, I'm actually gonna leave the ground and jump attack Morningstar, like right to the center of his chest where he had kind of opened up.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
This is gonna suck because the other ones were good. Oh, it's not terrible.
What's your modifier to hit?
Wait, what? Wait, how do I do this? Am I rolling the right thing? I'm not even rolling the right thing, am I?
No, you did.
Yeah, you are.
So,
you did.
So it's a D20, and then on your character sheet, you have your actions, right?
Yeah,
And-
attack.
Yep, and it should have your Morningstar there.
Yep,
And it should have hit/DC. What's that modifier?
+6.
So
There
you
you
have
go.
a 21 and then +2 because it's magic.
Where do you see hit +6? Where the heck?
It's on the character sheet right there where your weapons are.
Yeah. It says hit/DC. There's like, you have a Morningstar and unarmed strike. Shows damage 1d8 +4.
I don't see that, but that's okay. So you guys all see that but me. That's cool.
Yeah, fuck the DM. We're Jesus
Yeah.
here.
So you
I
got
don't see.
Craig got a 23 to hit, is what he's saying.
He got a 23 to hit. That totally hits.
So now you're gonna
Damn,
roll
wow.
1d8 +4, and I don't know if you have anything.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I was on the wrong one. He also has Sacred Weapon up, so he had a +2 to the attack roll itself.
Yeah, that's why it was 23.
Okay.
Now it's a D8, right?
Yep, 1d8 +5 or +4.
Oh.
So 2 + 4 is 6.
Yep.
Greg, I'd like you to roll me a. I'd like you to roll me a Insight check.
Balls.
And wieners.
Do you
I
have,
What'd
would
you
say
get?
+1, so it's I rolled a 6, I guess.
Placidly.
So you got a six? A 6?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, you see this big stone guy standing next to you, and he turns to you and fires, picks up a rock from the ground, and flings it at you, using his ability. Like he's not actually touching it; he's just controlling the earth and flings a rock at you.
I raise my shield to block.
That's not how this works, sir.
Oh.
But on a positive note, you can ready to action the dodge action in the future. So, like,
Correct.
if you assume that he's going to do some crazy things, you can say, I would like to ready the dodge action, and that will therefore dodge.
will give you an advantage.
Yes.
Is it give disadvantage on the attack, or
Yeah, it's disadvantage.
I
On
was
the
going to say, I
attack.
think it gives him disadvantage,
Right.
which is still better than full advantage.
Not how this works. I'll fucking tell you how this works. Shove
Oh.
my morning star directly up his anus.
So he deals.
That would be rock bottom.
Yeah, oh yeah. Now there's a line.
Jesus, you guys suck.
I should have made a fucking bard.
So he deals. He deals 14 damage to you.
is that just his turn, or is that retaliation to
Jesus.
Craig's attack?
That is his action. He then, so he turns to you. He picks up these rocks. He slings 3 rocks at you, and they just smash against your body, dealing the 14 damage. He then turns around, and you see the swirl come back up, and he puts himself about 20 feet away from you because he realizes now that he doesn't need to be that close to you.
Okay.
And it is your go. Have you dealt damage yet, Craig?
Yeah,
just-
That
I-
much I think it was.
I did
11?
that damage roll where it was I
It was-
rolled a 2
it was
plus
2.
4, so it was a 6 or whatever.
6. Yeah, 6, not 7.
Okay. So it's 6 damage? Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your turn.
David, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So on my character sheet with my battle axe, it has 1d8 plus 5 as damage, or it has 1d10 plus 5. You know what the
So the
difference is?
D10
Versatile.
is two-handed. D5 is
So
one.
Oh, so I was rolling the wrong damage. Okay.
Craig, go ahead. What are you doing?
no. I'm just looking. I'm deciding what I would like to do. So he's now 20 feet away, but he's within range, right?
I mean, he's within range if you don't fail all of your. You only have a movement of 30, right?
Right. So moving
So
to 30. he's gonna be
if you make one of your athletics checks, as long as you make one of the 2 you would no 3 of the 3 you would need to get to him, you could get to him and attack this turn.
Um, I'm gonna cast. Can I cast? Can I cast Lay of Hands on myself? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Do you
That
not
is
have
very
any
much.
other spells?
I do. That was just a big hit. It's fucking 14 points.
Is it an action or a bonus action?
It's an action.
As I say, I believe LOH is an action.
Yeah, it's an action. So you can heal up to 15 points of health with that. If you'd like.
Actually, you know what? No, I would like to try to attack again.
So you're going to try and get in.
Yep.
So you need to roll 3 athletics checks. You need to pass one of them. Let's see. 3 athletics checks. You would have to pass 2. No, because you get 15 anyway. So yeah, one of them to get the extra 5 feet that you need. That's a
Off
fail.
to a great start.
And stubbed your toe
Ooh,
And
double,
fail.
double
twice.
twos.
I'm gonna let my stupid cat out.
What's your strength for? Yeah, you get kind of you start running towards him, and this rock sticking out, but it's not like a big rock. And you're kind of like trying to swoop through things, and you hit this rock and you just tumble about 10 feet away from, or yeah, like.
So now I'm out of actions, right?
You're just out of movement. You still have an action.
You still have an action, so if you have any way to, like so now for your action, you could heal yourself, or you could.
Do you have any like throwing weapons or like a crossbow or
No.
anything?
Yes, you
No.
do. Look at your attacks on your skill sheet. What's one of your abilities because of the race you chose?
Oh, the breathe
Breath
weapon. Or breath weapon. Yeah, I should learn how to read.
You can do it one time.
As an action, once per short rest, exhale. Yeah. Now it says Dex DC 11. What does that mean?
That means that the person you're attacking has to make a save of 11 or higher.
Yeah,
If they make the save, they still receive half the damage you dealt.
Yep, let's do it.
She fails.
So,
Or he fails, sorry.
Craig, what
Okay.
color is the flame? What color is the breath?
It is blue.
it is blue.
And it's lightning. So when he
Yes.
when he opens his mouth, he's got like a cusp of like a blue, like almost like fire, but it's just a blue in the inside, and you just see electricity coming off the sides of it towards this guy.
Do we hear thunder? Is it more like Chidori? What do we hear?
It's like a lightning strike from
When
raging.
he opens his mouth, it sounds just like Godzilla when he does his blast. So it's I'll let him make the noise next time. I apologize. I was trying to remember what the noise for Godzilla was. And anyways, so she fails. What's the damage? What'd you roll? You have to roll 2d6.
Okay.
Six. Okay. She failed, so she takes the full 6 damage.
So that's 12 total damage on her,
12 total so far.
on him, her, whatever stone.
It's a him.
They
'Cause he
prefer
can get
they.
rock hard.
What's the total hit points? Do we know? Do I know?
You're not.
No.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Oh,
He
fucking
looks
yeah.
unscathed completely at this point. You don't really see much of anything going on.
He
With
looks
him.
pretty solid, I would say.
I hate all of you.
He's breaking from the inside.
Dude, you started all this shitty jokes with the announcer. What did you expect?
I can't help it.
Well, neither can we.
He is going to. Damn it.
Dun dun dun. DM style.
He is going to look at you and use his rock attack again. Three coming at you.
How far are they away from us?
Total feet?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, when you first start?
How far are they fighting from us?
These guys, they're on the opposite side of the arena. He charged across to the mage.
Gotcha. Just checking.
We're about to see Kyle get murdered.
That's what I thought for a second. I was like, who the fuck is tapping? Thanks, babe.
Mama.
Mom!
Hi guys.
We
Um,
love
Bro.
you.
So, let's see. That's 5, 6, 7. Eight,
So
9.
wait, he's like 50 feet from us? Like as the peanut gallery?
He's gonna be from you guys about 80 feet away.
I was gonna say probably at close to 100 at least. If you said other side, because that is a pretty big stadium. Now that I look at it.
Oh yeah, you studied it, didn't you?
Yeah, boy.
You got all the nooks and crannies.
He looks at you. He throws those 3 rocks at you again, almost like toying with you. And it does 11 damage.
Okay.
And he's still standing right next to you.
Okay.
Oh, do we see the bear back in the stadium?
Yeah, it's alive. Well, he's now a little human dude, but yeah.
Well then, we're gonna have to heal.
You don't have to do anything. You just spend up to 15 health. Like you, as an action, you can heal yourself 15 health.
Okay. So then that's my turn, and now it's his turn, right?
It is his turn. Well, yeah. He's still standing right next to you. He lifts up his hand, and you notice that nothing happens in front of you. But all of a sudden, you feel something tap you on the ass 3 times.
Rock solid.
The fuck? So I'm
Joe Pesci?
yeah. Is it divine intervention? Can I do a check, a good
You can do
evil check?
You can do an Arcana check.
Arcana check? Okay. Mm-mm-mm.
Hey,
Tenor.
Any pluses to that for you? You spin around real quick and you notice that there's a little phantasmic hand just tapping you on the ass.
All right. Well, we're gonna ignore that, and
If you didn't realize what he did, he used Mage Hand to smack your ass as his entire turn. It is now your turn.
oh, what a
The golem
so
did that?
yeah. So he's coming on to me.
No, he is taunting you.
Right. I got you. I got you.
Gucci goo.
So how close is he to me right now?
You're 10 feet away. So you just have to move up to him. Because you can
Yeah.
move up to 15 feet.
We're going to we're gonna move into attack position.
Okay.
Red Squadron.
Okay. So you're gonna run up on him?
Yeah, so we're not amused, What am I, funny? Am I a clown? Do I amuse you? So we're pretty pissed off at this point, and we're coming with a mighty fury.
Okay. So if you'd like to roll an athletics check for me, I will allow you to run at him so you can attack with advantage, like full sprint for your 15 feet of movement.
Okay.
If you want to roll, you're looking for a DC 15. If you get it, you'll have advantage on the roll. If you don't get it, you will not have advantage on the roll. Boom! Go ahead. Explain what you're doing. Run up to that motherfucker.
So as I run up to him, I literally grab onto his arm and use his arm to swing up onto his back. And as I'm literally like on his back, I take my Morning Star and smash his head.
Well, you're going to pause right there, bud, because you still have to roll 2 attacks to see if you hit him.
Oh, well, that's the intention.
Okay. We'll go from there.
So I'm rolling a 6, right? The D6.
Mm-hmm. No, you're rolling 2D. You're rolling 2D20s.
Yeah, I was gonna say to
Oh,
attack
sorry.
it'd be 20.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize what he was doing.
Well, sorry. Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
That one definitely hits.
Yeah.
That one probably doesn't.
It's okay because he's only rolling with advantage. So you jump up on his back and you take your mace and you club him. Go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh. And that's where I get the plus on that too, the +4 or whatever, or no?
You
Like-
get the +4. Yeah, it's with your Morning Star. It's 1d8 + 4. Sorry, guys.
Push pimp. Good push.
Awesome.
Well, I rolled a 6, not an 8, but whatever. It's a 6.
No, roll a 1d6. Or
Oh, yes.
roll a 1d8 and then
Oh.
add 4 to it.
I don't like this. Oh my god.
I
The
got
6 was
We'll give you the 6. You did 10 damage. We'll do that. I'll give you that one. So you have a total. Okay. So you jump up on him and you're hitting him a couple times in the head. You see a little chip of rock come off, and he seems a little shaken, and but he On your turn, you didn't grapple him. You're just kind of sitting on him. So he's able to shrug you off without taking an action. You're just, standing next to him now. After the fact, and what he does is he grabs one big boulder instead of the three little ones, and he shoots it at you. Let's see. Does a a nat 20 definitely hits you.
Ruh-roh.
Bro, we might be losing Isa.
I mean, it sounds like he comes back. Knocked out of the.
He deals 14 damage to you.
Okay.
Are you still standing?
Yeah, I have 9 hit points left.
Did you heal?
Yeah.
For 15.
For 15. You have 9 left. He is going to laugh at you after throwing this big stone boulder at you. And tell you, you don't stand a chance. It was the first time you heard him talk.
Oof.
And it is your turn.
Obviously, he's still right next to me, right?
Uh-huh.
So all of them guys respawned. I don't know if we will.
At this point, you guys aren't like cheering for him, like come on, come on, Isa. No one gives a shit about him.
I think Iggy would be the one doing that. I don't know.
I
This guy.
definitely would be doing that. If they were closer, I would have been trying to cheat for him.
Yeah, David, I
I
sent
figured
you.
that's why I asked.
I
why
sent you a
Iggy
message.
was-
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Isa, what are you doing?
I was just looking at this, like this.
He's thanking.
Yeah, like the channel divinity. I'm just looking at all this shit. Ugh, grief.
Oh, on your last attack, did you do the +1?
He didn't. And
It's
it's
what?
only +2 to attack, so
Oh, it's
he
not
still would have
damage.
never got it. Yeah,
Well, he has smite, doesn't he?
he should.
Divine Smite, when you hit with a melee, you can spend 1 spell slot to deal 2d8 extra radiant damage
Oh.
to the target.
Yeah, smite the all smitiness of fucking Joe Pesci.
Yeah, divine smite. When you hit with a melee weapon.
And you have 3 spell slots at first level.
Can he
Oh,
spend all
yeah,
three
dude,
at
you
the same
definitely-
time?
Huh?
Can he spend
No,
all
you can
three
only
at
use
the
one
same
at a time, I think.
No, he can only use 1 at a time, but he can use he can use 1 per attack. So if he has 3 attacks, he hits and damages with all 3, he can stack. I believe he can stack it 3 times in a turn, but that would be all of his spell slots.
A lot of people save smites for crits.
That's true, because then it doubles it,
Right.
right?
But it's also just like, if you get a good hit, you get a good hit, and it's always better to do more damage than less damage.
Right.
For
I
sure,
think we
for
gotta
sure.
throw everything at him.
We got the kitchens.
All right, I'll give it to you. Go ahead and roll the 2d8 extra damage that we from your last attack.
Okay.
Why did I just now get your notification that you can make my dreams come true?
I don't know, because you suck.
6.
There's another. You rolled. Oh, so 6 total.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all right. And it's your turn. So that was right because he hit you with the rock. You just hit him.
Yeah, then we like mid game talked about it, and then you went back on it.
And then I went back on it. Okay, cool. So is it Isa's turn then?
Yeah, it was Isa's turn.
Isa, go for it.
You can. So really, at this point, I pretty much, other than like sanctuary or something like that, I think I just have regular attacks because I've used my breath weapon.
You have your Morning Star, and anytime you hit because you haven't spent any of your spell slots other than the one you just burnt.
Sounds like you can keep doing smite.
Yeah,
you can do smite.
So I'm gonna keep doing. I'm gonna do that again. So we're gonna use divine smite, and we're gonna attack.
You notice that with that last hit, the extra rock he had put on seems to kind of crumble off.
Where on his body is that?
Just all over. He had a coat of rock over him, and you just kind of watch it crumble off.
So
like an armor buff.
Right. So we've cracked the armor.
There you go, Corey.
Is there any other? Is there a point that seems weaker on his body than any other?
Can you not eat the cheese out of the bowl on camera, please?
No, I mean you would not be able to find. I wouldn't even let you roll for it. You wouldn't be able to find a weak spot on him. He's made of rock.
Looks like you're not as tough as it looks, fatty.
Did you just call me fat?
Yeah, I did, and I kind of feel bad for it. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead, Craig. It's your attack.
Okay. Oh my god. So, all right, I get to attack. I have to roll a d20 first, right? I'm sorry if I'm retarded.
Yeah, you did that right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just missed.
Yeah, I fucking missed hardcore.
So he's just kind of standing there. You see this crumple off of him. You go to take a swing at him, and you notice that maybe he's just a little lighter, and a little bit more nimble now that extra rock had fallen off, and you just swipe right by him. You miss him. He turns to you. He laughs and he does not hit. So it is your turn.
All right, so we're gonna conjure up our smite again, and we're gonna try this one more time.
Roll that attack, baby.
So before he fucking knocks my fucking teeth out.
20.
What is it?
So 7.
What plus
Dude,
what?
you are like
So 4.
improbable.
So 11.
You have an 11?
Yeah.
No, because you have sacred weapon, so you have a total of plus 6, so you're at 13.
Oh, 13. Yeah, right.
That does hit without his extra armor on.
Nice. So now I get to roll 2 d8s, right?
Yeah.
Plus,
No, you get to roll. Hold on.
so
You can go ahead and finish rolling it. That's fine.
So it's 1d8 plus 4.
So that's 10. Now go again.
Okay.
And that one's just 1d8 plus 1 more d8, right? Yeah. So 10, 19 damage that round.
We've done a lot of damage here. This fucker will not go down.
When you hit him with that blast, with you come swinging down with your Morning Star, and you smash him. As it comes down, the might of your swing and Joe Pesci in the background, just excited as all can be that you're there, being the ritual, the religious figure for him. Just swings down, and you see it light up as it comes through, and you for 19 damage. As you at this point have now dismantled one of his arms, and it's fallen off to the side. And he is going to attack you. Because he's spellcasting, he's going to do it with disadvantage. Does a 15 hit you? It's a 15. No.
I think
No.
It's 16 with chainmail.
It's 8. He is 18. So he misses with he fires that big boulder at you again, and without his second arm to stabilize the spell, you see it tumble off the front of his fingers and just hit the ground and roll towards you, but it doesn't actually.
Looks like it's time to finish this match, big boy.
You just see him grab his shoulder, and he says something along the lines of, "I'll get you back for that."
Yeah, it might take you a while because it's going to take a lot of time for you to pick up all the pieces of your ass lying over this arena.
Yeah.
He grumbles because he's in a lot of pain, so he grumbles.
And at that moment, we raise the Morning Star again and prepare ourselves for the next attack.
The last smiting blow.
Yeah.
As we will conjure up our divine strength with our smite yet again to finally finish.
Ignacia, roll me a performance check. He's spelling it wrong. He's like, is it ISA or is it IZ? ISA. ISA. The crowd's chanting with you, but at this point they're saying the wrong name, and Isa's on in the field, just like, what's going on?
Stop saying my name wrong.
Where did you do an attack roll?
No, I will now though.
Okay. 1d20. Coming at you, big boy. Oh, that's an 18. Definite hit. Go ahead and roll damage. So that's going to be 1d8 plus 4. So that's 8. $10.
How does he get? So he gets 2d8 for damage, or is that only if he smites?
Added to he's smiting. He announced it
Ugh.
again. 11 damage.
So that would be the last spell.
Yeah, now you're out of smites.
That's 21 damage?
Is it 21? No.
Or 19.
No. He only did 4 plus 4 is 8 plus 2 is 10. He did 11 damage that time around.
Oh. See, I'm not watching the rolls. You said 8 damage.
No. 11 damage would put. You go ahead and explain what you think you do to him, man. He's on his last breath here. Arm off his body.
So yeah, he's basically got one arm, and as I'm not really, there's not much pace to my step at this point, more of confidence that I'm going to win. And as I'm taking powerful strides towards him.
Lizard! It's a game of telephone that as it's going around, it started off as ISA, and now it's Liz, and then Lizard.
And basically, I grab his other arm, and I take my Morning Star and I break the other arm off. And then I literally kick him to the ground and I walk up to his head like it's a golf tee.
He disappears into the sand before you finish him.
Oh.
But he loses.
Finish him.
Well, at that moment, I just
Does he still have like just his arm in his hand?
Yeah.
so you know what? I toss the arm aside. I take a look around me to the crowd, and I just have a moment of just posture and silence.
Blizzard!
And then I just throw my hand in the air dramatically like this.
We
And then
can't
I
see your
walk off.
hand. Is your hand?
It was just like this, yeah.
Fist. Okay. Fist. Okay.
Black power, bro.
And then I
You
walk
see everyone
off.
looking around really weird, and like some people are like slowly raising their hand, like I think that's what he did. All right, and let's finish up the combat for this first round. We'll go into an intermission and we'll call it a night. So, Zerg, we're gonna go ahead and finish up your battle. Okay.
Dude, 15 minutes or less. I got this.
Got
Monk
this.
style.
All right. So the announcer, comes out, or he comes out, Isa, raises Isa's hand, and he goes, lizard, lizard, lizard. And you try to correct him, you're like, it's Isa. And he's just like, just go. Just go.
Roll with it, kid.
This is show business.
It reminds me of the
name.
Spider-Man.
And then he goes, and for our next contestant, we have, where the fuck is my note? We have Zerg Clawbender, the Cobalt Monk.
By the way, what is the brightness here? What am I working with here, dog?
You have your glasses on. You're inside a building. You're gonna be like the last fight before intermission. It's probably like 6-7 o'clock at night. But it's pretty bright. They want to show off this, so you might want your glasses on.
All right. Well, as I'm walking in, I'm going to slide on the Nomi goggles and put my hood up.
All
that
right.
I stole.
That I stole. So the announcer calls you in, Zerg Clawbender, the Cobalt Monk, versus Corbius and Steve.
Why do I gotta fight Steve? He's such a nice guy. Wait, is Steve the disformed one?
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's all I need to know.
And I think I have a card ready for him. Yeah. All right, man. Go ahead.
Map.
Roll D20. See who gets to go first.
All right. Lame sauce.
Lizard.
18.
All right. You are going first. You're standing across from a twin-headed humanoid mage. You notice that as you're standing across from them, you can see that they're actively bickering against each other. Like, you see Corbius and them just like looking at each other to the best of their ability and yelling. But you can't tell what they're saying.
How far away am I?
You're 50 feet.
50. I'm going to. What's in front of me? Which pillars? Or am I close to the hand?
Right now, you are up on the rock cliff on both sides of the arena. As you come down, you do have little barricades and rock formations leading up to the main face right in front of you, the face coming out of the ground.
Yeah.
And the hand would be to your right, hanging up over about 10 to 15 feet from the center of that face. That hand is like coming out of the ground.
All right.
and his side of the arena looks similar.
So the closest cover or the closest object is 15 feet.
Mhm.
I'm going to move that 15 feet to that cover, and I'm going to ready the dodge action.
Yeah, hold on.
Now, if I ready the dodge action, can I still deflect missiles?
When you take the dodge action, you focus entirely on avoiding attacks until the start of your next turn. Any attack roll made against you has disadvantage. If you can see the attacker and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage, you lose this benefit.
All right.
Oh no. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. Has disadvantage against you if you can see the attacker and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage. So you get advantage on a dexterity saving throw, or they get disadvantage making attack. So it makes it difficult for them to target you, basically.
Right.
So he is going to roll. He's going to go ahead and roll a. So you readied that action, right?
Yeah.
So he is going to go ahead and roll for. You see a ball of fire appear in his hand.
Sweet.
And he's
I'm
going to
about
move.
35 feet away.
You're about 35. He's going to move up his 15 and stand behind his barrier and hit you. He does have disadvantage. Yeah. He throws that fireball and it. Arnold, Isa, and Ignatius, will you all roll a dexterity saving throw for me?
A natural failed both of them, or just one?
He did real bad on both. Let's just say that.
It's the goggles. They're intimidating.
Zerg, you didn't need to make one. You just made.
17.
No, that was.
I didn't.
Isa, what's your dex? Oh, you're +0, aren't you? Yeah, you guys all pass it. You see this fireball just come whizzing by you guys as you're like in the fighter's pit, like watching the fight, and it comes whizzing by you and just stabs Abigail in the chest, and she gets knocked off her feet. Completely missed. Your turn, buddy.
So he's at least 15 feet away from me now.
He moved his 15 feet. So that puts him at 25 feet away from you, I believe. 50 minus 15 minus 15. No, that would be 20 feet.
That'd
He's
be
20 feet away
60.
from you.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be 20.
He's 20 feet away from you.
All right.
Oh, as a bonus action, before he ends his turn. Or actually, I'm sorry. Never mind. Go ahead.
I'm going to go. I guess I'm going to go right up to him.
All right. What's your range? Is it at least 5 feet? You can be one. You have to be within.
Yeah, I have to be right on top of him.
Okay. If you would like to make a dexterity saving throw, you can make the extra 5 feet. You can ignore some of that different terrain, being that you're pretty dexterous. So if you want to give me a not an athletics, but a acrobatics.
Acrobatics. So. That's an 8.
That's an 8. Oh damn. The 8, you're definitely not going to make it, but you don't stumble or anything. Nothing happens super special with it.
Well,
so.
Either way, I still have another 20 feet of movement, so I could either.
Now.
I have 40-foot movement.
Oh,
Well, right, but
you can move 20 anyways then.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you can move
so-
20 anyways. Never mind. You have 20 because it's difficult terrain, so you only get half movement in this arena.
So I have 20 then.
So you're good. You're all the way up to him. I thought you only had 15 like everyone else.
No, I'm a gangster, dude. I'm a monk and a kobold.
Fucking
This
Gangster.
is
kobolds
like
getting 60
this is
feet
like
of movement.
medium terrain for me, really.
Chicka. You got this.
So, all right, I'm on top of him.
Okay. Go ahead and
First
roll
one
your
is
attacks.
going to be. let's see. Do I want it to be unarmed or the first one's gonna be weapon. So, oh, yep. Nice.
That is a
Natural
nat
20.
20.
Hell yeah.
You
So
already
let's
have Step of the Wind?
Huh?
You already have Step of the Wind?
Yes, sir. Don't worry about what I have. You just worry about how fast this guy's gonna die.
Okay.
I'm going to.
You have it written up. You have it written up using the Kensai, right? You were able to do that.
I have it pulled up. I didn't write it up that way, but that's how I'm playing it. Yes.
Okay.
So I don't have Way of the Open Hand.
Okay. Go ahead. Then.
All right. So damage with that would be 1d. What is a hand weapon? I don't have that on here. Is that 1d6?
What did we say we were using? You were using?
I was using a hand weapon, like a fist weapon.
Yeah, it would be.
that
It
on
would
there.
be. It would be 1d6 plus 4.
Yeah, I was gonna say 1d6.
It's just like an increased unarmed strike,
Yeah.
and but it still counts for like if you use.
Roll. But I'm proficient in it because it's my Kensai weapon.
Exactly. So.
Oh nope, not 1d20, 1d6. Nice. So there's 5, and then a proficient. So that would. Is that
So
if I'm proficient, that would be my dex added to that too, or is that already? That's the 4. So
I think that's your roll to hit, which you crit on though.
right. So it's still
it'd be
still 1 damage.
plus your modifier for your weapon.
So 4.
So 5, and then double your 1 for your crit.
So crits are double damage then, right? Yeah.
It's double damage, but only on the dice roll.
So it's 6 damage.
You also get to claim your fist weapons as unarmed strikes. So for the sake of like, as a bonus action, you can make another attack.
Right. Yep.
We talked about that.
Yep. So then the next attack would be, and this is bonus action. Yeah. Oh, no space. Nice. That's a 9.
It does not hit.
Whack sauce.
So how much damage have you done so far?
6.
6 damage. Okay. He's
Pretty
gonna
Pretty weak.
pretty weak. Pretty weak.
Damn, what the hell are you doing?
Trying to stay awake, dude.
I'm trying, guys.
All right, so it's your turn then, Pim.
Yes, sir. So let's see. Okay. So he is going to attack you. I believe. Didn't he have disadvantage? No, he didn't.
Yeah, he had disadvantage at first, but not now because I'm not. I didn't ready to dodge.
That's right. Oh, that misses. That's lame. That misses. Yeah, so he puts a fireball back in his hand, and this time he accidentally burns himself because Steve.
That's what he gets for being 5 foot close.
It's Steve's spell, but Corbius is holding it, so it's able to damage him, and he takes 2 points of damage.
Nice.
Steve!
And
So
you
that
just
was-
see he's like, you're standing right next to him. He's like, God dang it, Steve! Stop messing with me! And they're just bickering back and forth. Steve's like, I don't see why I'm the problem. You're the one that always has to be in charge of everything.
So Zerg's turn, or is he doing something else?
Sure, it's your turn.
All right, so he doesn't move. He stays right next to me. Bad choice for him. I'm going to attack again.
He's shaking in his boots with that 6 damage you've done.
17 plus voila 6. Yeah, that hits. I'm assuming.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
And then
He is but a humble mage.
roll. One, two. So 3 plus 4, 7.
He did 7 damage.
Yep. And then I'm going to spend a key point and do Fury of Blows.
What's Fury of
So
Blows do?
spend 1 key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. So I'm going to attack 2 more times.
Okay.
4 times total?
Oh, 3.
3. 4 times at level 5, I think, or something like that.
Yeah. Hit. That's plus 6.
14.
Hit.
All right.
So you got 2 more hits.
so
Go deal damage.
There's another 7 damage. So there's
7.
14 total.
Okay.
And then plus another 6 is 20 damage.
So you've done a total of 6 and 6 is 12, 7 and 7 is 14, it's 20.
27 damage altogether in all of my attacks that have hit between
20.
when I first started and everything.
27.
Yep.
No, he's at 29 then because he dealt.
He
2
did
damage.
2 himself. Yep.
So 29.
Hey, I was telling you the damage I did. You did your own damage.
29 damage. Corbius like slaps his brother in the face. He's like, stop it. And he pulls out another fireball, or not fireball, another ball of fire in his hand, and he is going to hit for 15 damage on that one. And you just hear him go, see, if you just leave me alone, I could get it done. Steve's
Wait.
like,
He was hitting me.
uh-huh.
All right, I have like the Kensai weapon, so my armor class is 16.
He hit.
Okay.
He rolled like a 9.
All right. Well, then I will can I
Mm-mm.
I can't deflect a fireball, can I?
You can use your reaction to deflect or catch a missile when you are hit by a ranged attack. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by
Is fireball
1d10
considered a
7.
missile?
That's a good question. Let's check it. Oh, it's actually not fireball. I'm just using that as the thing. But it is. I would assume so. It doesn't say missile, but it looks like a missile. It sounds like a missile. Yeah,
So
it's a missile.
I cast magic missile.
That's what that's what the stone guy was doing when he casted the 3 ones that he didn't have to roll on. He just kept hitting. Magic missiles auto hit.
I cast magic missile on the darkness.
So 9 plus my dex modifier, which is 4, which is 13. And he did how much damage?
How many key points do you have?
I have 3.
Okay.
Deflect missiles doesn't do anything with key though, unless
yes,
I throw it back,
you can
and
spend,
unless it actually, if I reduce the damage to 0 and throw it back, then I can use a key point. But other than that, if I don't, it's not a key point.
Okay. He did 15.
So I take 2 damage. Or is that how that works? Oh, plus my monk level. So I do reduce it to, yeah, because I'm level 3. So I rolled a 9 plus my dexterity modifier, which is 4, plus my monk level, which is 3. So that's 7 plus 9. That's 16.
Reaction.
So 0, I will use the key point and make a ranged attack with the weapon that I
Okay.
just caught as part of the same reaction. You make this attack with proficiency. So that is 1d4 plus 4.
Fuck yeah.
I'm trying to go for perfection. I don't want to be hit. So that is max damage with 8 damage with his own fucking fireball. Eat a dick, Steve.
Steve.
Okay. So that was 8 damage back to him on his turn.
Yep. That was all reaction.
All right. It is your turn, buddy.
All right.
So
Bye,
after,
Steve.
So you, he like tosses this ball of fire at you, and it hits you pretty hard. But as it hits you, you kind of do one of these like,
Yummy, yummy, yum, motherfucker.
and you just like you whip it back around and sling it at him, and it hits him. It hits him in the chest, and it. And you hear Steve go, "Why do you always make me take all the damage?"
All right. Well, I am going to. So that's 2 key points down. All right. Going to do my first unarmed attack, or my tensile weapon attack. So that's 17 to hit.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So 1d6.
Flurry of blows.
That's max damage, so 10 damage.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to spend my last key point on Fury of Blows and do 2 more attacks.
Why don't you just explain how you kill him?
Oh, I would like to just like super punch both of them in the face repetitively. Just boom, 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 like speed bags.
So you're
I did this flawlessly, by the way, gentlemen.
So you flung this fireball at him and hit him in the chest, and as he did that, you jumped up and surfed him to the ground and just started pounding both heads to a pulp. Bam, 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 bam. And you hear Steve go, "Just so you know, he can't feel any of this. He makes me feel it all." and they die. You've crushed their skulls. So they, the guy comes down and he goes, "In a flawless bout, Zerg Clawbender,
Bender.
the last style bender over here has gone untouched by one of our greatest warriors. Everyone, yeah!"
How can
he
you
just
be a
yells at-
great warrior named Steve?
No, it's Corbius. Steve is the tumor guy. Corbius
Steve-
is the actual body. Steve is the extra head, bro. Yeah, I made the main character's name Steve, and they gave the weird one the weird name. So then he raises your hand, and you're kind of bashful, right? You're a monk, and there's a lot of people staring at you.
Yeah, this is all new.
This is all new. I think you say that every session, dude. This is all new. All right. So you guys all head back to the fight pit. Everyone, at this point, you have received a long rest. You are fully healed of any damage. It is now intermission. You guys are free to roam about the cabin of this airplane. I'm just kidding, but you are free to do a little bit of roaming. We are going to call it, though. We're going to call it an intermission, and we will come back for the heavyweight title of the world. Whoever ends up getting that far. I'm not sure who's going to win what fight. So we'll be back next week. I believe Monday night we're going to do it again at same time. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah.
Should be good.
And to be fair, the more I'm looking